Chief, I have no selfish intentions. I am completely for the sake of the reputation of the Southeast Military Region. If a group of female soldiers are allowed to lead the so-called soldiers, the military region will really become the biggest joke. Let us let a few veterans lead the team. To say something from the heart, we don't want any honor, just for the prestige of the Southeast Military Region, for the sake of your face. Chief, please think clearly. Elder and other people, I have no selfish intentions in the left sentence, and I am for the sake of the Southeast Military Region on the right, and I heard that the High Commander on the rostrum had his scalp exploded. As the boss of the Hawks, he didn't know the selfishness of these veterans, especially because he couldn't afford to lose this face. They were all veterans. With a black face, Mr. Gao didn't say a word. He Ji-jun, who knew his temper, knew that the commander was already surprisingly angry. Silent. If it broke out, everyone would have to die, and he, the wolf head, would be greatly held accountable. Thinking of this, he Ji-jun swept the veterans below and said indifferently, "Enough, don't put it on the table if you are careful. The rules have been set in advance. You want to win glory for the Southeast Military Region, why don't you train well and overwhelm all the female soldiers?" Now that I've been pressed down, I use the height of the military region to carry out moral kidnapping, right? Lao Tzu told you, there is no door. The army is like this, the strong are respected. Whoever is strong, who will go up, no matter what. Male and female soldiers. In my opinion, female soldiers can hold up half the sky. You can't withstand female soldiers at all. You yourself are nothing, just can't withstand anything. Scolded, without showing mercy, the veterans were silent. It seems that there is no play. And some veterans who have turned to the road began to applaud the female soldiers. The wolf head is right, whoever is strong is on it. Why didn't you press the female soldiers just now? Do you want to turn over just by beating the mouth cannon? Nerve? Looking at this scene, the three of Lao Gao were silent, their faces were flushed, there were a lot of grass and mud horses galloping in their hearts, and if the wolf head was on the matter, they would indeed be ashamed, shooting, fighting. The pants were lost, especially Lao Gao, who was beaten unconscious, just woke up, and asked just now, what happened? Lao Tzu seems to have been beaten up. At this moment, the three of them had the feeling that they were being watched by people in front of the public, stripping naked and giving birth to children. It was completely social death, and it was estimated that it would be difficult to get out of this life, and they were pressed by female soldiers to rub the topic. Below, someone opened his mouth and reported loudly, "Chief, I am convinced of female soldiers, but can the White Tiger soldiers share it? How they were trained. When I fought with female soldiers just now, I could feel it completely. Their strength and speed, as well as fighting skills, completely crushed me, and in fact, everyone knows that these female soldiers have not become special operators for more than half a year, can train a group of female soldiers to howl like tigers. I am really curious." The veteran said a lot of dirty things, but it was undeniable that he spoke up to the hearts of the crowd. Speaking of which, it's really fucking outrageous. No matter what you think of these female soldiers, they are all delicate girls, they have no experience in hand-to-hand combat, and they actually press the male soldiers to rub on the ground. Before this trial, no one can imagine. They finally accepted the legendary event of a 10-year-old child becoming a gecko man, and unexpectedly, the shocking incident of female soldiers being tigresses. There are geniuses every year, but this year is too explosive, and the iron rooster lays eggs, which is not so outrageous. Report, we are also curious, can we share how to train, how to improve our strength and speed? We also want to improve. Yes, we want to improve. To share. These veteran fritters, if they can't beat them, want to join. Just now, the High Commander, who had always had a black face, finally showed a smile. If you want to make progress like this, that's right, if your face is swollen, and Wang Laowu doesn't admit that he doesn't want to progress, he wants to take off the military uniforms of those people. In fact, Mr. Gao himself is very curious. He is optimistic about Chen Haonan, but he is really not optimistic about the female soldiers he trained. I feel that they may not be bad, but after defeating Lao Gao, it may be at least 3 years later. As a result, it is completely one-sided, and the only female soldier who was defeated was actually because Xiongdi affected the action. Thinking of this, Mr. Gao walked to the microphone on the rostrum, and shouted in the direction of Chen Haonan. Please come up and share your experience in leading troops, so that other comrades can also learn from it, and maybe your experience in leading troops can be comprehensively promoted in the Southeast Military Region. Mr. Gao threw out a green olive branch. Suddenly, the people below all shouted, urging Chen Haonan to come to the stage. Seeing a group of veterans who want to progress, Chun Haonan, a little male god, is actually quite helpless. The female soldier has made such rapid progress, it is completely because the snow ginseng has tamped the foundation and improved the attributes of the body, and this secret, it is impossible for him to tell it. After all, it is useless to say it. Is it the little secret of exposing himself as a gold miner? Without the assistance of snow ginseng, the female soldiers couldn't stand such crazy drills at all, and after a month, their bodies would be wasted by themselves, and they would not even be able to give birth. After all, even if the eldest Dan came, he didn't let go of the female soldiers, and it was like this day after day that it led to the final qualitative change. During the trip to Siberia, the female soldiers did learn a lot of fighting skills, but the troops of the Yin country did not lack fighting skills, the things of the ancestors. We didn't learn it ourselves. Those underground boxing methods in Siberia are actually nothing. It can only be said that selecting the most suitable fighters, engaging in the craziest special training, survival of the fittest. This chapter is not over. Please click on the next page to continue reading. In short, it cannot be promoted. Everyone didn't care, they kept shouting. Chen Haonan, the young Wu Yanzu, could only slowly walk into the ring to share his experience under the attentive eyes of everyone. The audience around them all quieted down, they all wanted to make crazy progress, hoping to absorb experience from Chen Haonan, a gecko man. Women can train into howling little tigers. If they train according to his plan, won't they soar into the sky? Here. Li Ernie in the audience was excited. This is the second time I have seen Brother Xiaohao and shared my experience. Wang Yanbing was puzzled. What, did he share it once? He Chengwang couldn't remember. It seemed to be there, it didn't seem to be, and he didn't remember what Chen Haonan shared. Li Ernie said excitedly, I have a poor memory, but I always remember that time, that annual exercise. I followed Brother Xiaohao alone, all the way through the level. Niu had to take off, kill one special soldier after another. That day Kong Tuan asked him to share. What he said was, on the stage, Chen Haonan's expression was cold, and his temperament was cool. Just one sentence, study hard, and yearn for it every day. After speaking, Chen Haonan's small hand patted, his small shoulders shrugged, and he said to the High Commander next to him, over. Originally, the High Commander who was waiting for Chen Haonan to share a big channel was directly confused, and he subconsciously spoke, no? What's missing? It's just that the sharing is done, and I can go down. After speaking, in the sound of da-da-da, Chen Haonan stepped down directly without saying a superfluous word. To say that he is paralyzed, his own experience cannot be shared, so he simply retains the mystery and lets him guess. Everyone was silent, and just looked at the little figure and returned to the team. And in this process, Mr. Gao did not stop him. Call a feather duster, like a little genius like Chen Haonan, and he has no way to compile it for him. It is difficult to make him obey, and it is even more difficult to force him. Fortunately, the little guy is also obedient, but occasionally the subjectivity is too strong, as if he has entered a rebellious period. Children are like this. If they enter the rebellious period, you want him to communicate more with his parents. It is very difficult. This little guy is really rebellious. Mr. Gao smiled bitterly. It seems that I can only be gentle. When he is in a good mood, I will talk to him again. These old fritters, not satisfied with his internal decision, forced him to fight, lose, and don't admit it. The little guy has a temper and it is normal. These fritters still want others to share experience. He Ji Jun could only smile bitterly, and then announced his disbandment. In the audience, Li Ernie blurted out, yes, the first thing he shared was to study hard and make progress every day. And what I shared was that I think it is a glorious thing to be able to be a dog for Chen Haonan. He Chengwang stroked his forehead with his hands, feeling that both heads were big, and they all remembered that after the annual exercise, Chen Haonan, who had made meritorious contributions, did share his experience points in this way, and it also caused an uproar, but he didn't expect that after he became a special instructor, he still maintained this mantra. It's so interesting. With our relationship, after Chen Haonan's little brother is in a better mood, he will carry a few bottles of wine, invite him to the back hillside, and ask again after getting drunk. This is stability. It makes sense. You want to progress so much, the money to buy wine, you are out? Then don't you go. Many veterans, who have similar thoughts as Yi Chengwang, after the team was disbanded, they were all thinking about how to find some relationships, and inquire about how the female soldiers were trained. Some people felt that they were tracked, some people felt that they had shaved their hair, and joined the White Tiger soldiers, and some people wanted to soak the female soldiers and understand their situation from the inside. After this consideration, the White Tiger soldiers are already standing on the cusp of the Southeast Military Region. At the White Tiger base, the female soldiers who had just returned to the military region were screaming with excitement, waving their fists, venting their fiery emotions, and Shinlani also turned dozens of somersaults in a row. If it weren't for the fact that her pants couldn't keep up with the speed, she still wanted to keep up. She didn't want to be a bare-hip girl, so she had to stop. 10 places, in addition to the instructors, female soldiers occupy 8 places. No wonder they are out of control excited. It's cool, it's really cool today, I can't forget it. A whip kick, the veteran who looks down on our female soldiers, fainted. I feel so exciting, Yi Tsuanshin clenched his little fist, put it on his chest and screamed. Everyone understood her excitement. In fact, since the Wolfang's return to the present, she has not been able to calm down at all. It's been almost half a year. Do you know how I got over this half a year? Day after day, I feel like I'm about to become a robot. Fortunately, life has not disappointed me. Tang Xiaoxiao, I, a literary soldier, can ride on top of male soldiers, and constantly rub them. Tang Xiaoxiao took off her coat and danced directly with her hips, focusing on an unrestrained look. The funniest thing is Lei Zhan, after he was defeated by Shinlani, his expression of doubt about life couldn't react at all. He felt like he was dreaming. Ouyang Qian couldn't stop laughing. Even the most silent Qbiajua kept grinning. I think the coolest thing is the instructor. Study hard, make progress every day, laugh at me. The only difference is that Xiong de Tiangue knelt silently in a corner, crying silently, not daring to disturb the sisters who were celebrating wildly, and the main one was sad. Tears welled up in his eyes, and his chest was wet. The female soldier who was in a state of excitement, no one noticed Tiangue, but Enran, the instructor, quickly noticed it, and she walked over directly. Guozi, I'll give you the quota this time, you go instead of me, go back, I'll report it. Enran patted Tiangue's shoulder and said with a smile, but before that, you have to control your diet, lose 10 pounds, and at the same time, you must defeat the Di Changwang. Can you do it? You're letting me go? Tiangue looked at Enran in amazement, unable to believe his ears. Yes, you have to meet 2 conditions, lose weight first, and then challenge. That Di Changwang is Chen Haonan's little brother, you can call him over to you as an opponent at any time. Instructor. However, don't you want to go too? The instructor asked you to go, After the excitement, the kind-hearted Aunt Tiangue still didn't want to take advantage of Enran. The national event is one of the greatest pursuits of special forces. No, I'm 25 years old this year, I sleep with my children every day, I feel that I have more of a motherhood, and I don't have as much pursuit and enthusiasm as before. I just want to be Chen Haonan's assistant, waiting for him to grow up day after day, and you are different, you are the White Tiger, you are the White Tiger who is charging into battle. It can be said that I am the woman behind Chen Haonan, and you are the woman in front of Chen Haonan. We have to do the best and the strongest. In the division of labor, are you right? After Tiangue nodded stupidly, and Ran patted her chest, then it's decided, before the event starts, you must defeat He Changwang. Instructor, Wu. Your people are so good, if I were a man, I would chase you, Wu Wu. After speaking, Tiangue hugged and ran and cried loudly. God knows how much pressure she was under in her heart. After coming down from the ring, seeing her sisters celebrating, she was embarrassed to interrupt such an atmosphere, so she could only find a corner to draw circles and cry, while disgusted with her bulky figure. But she didn't expect that Enran was like a firefly in the dark, burning herself directly and lighting up her life. At this moment, a cold and cruel immature voice sounded from behind them, hugging each other. She is worthy of being a woman I am optimistic about, she is really great-minded. Enran looked at Chen Haonan, who didn't know when he came over, and laughed embarrassedly. I'm not big, you know better than anyone else, don't praise me. With a smile, Enran let go of Tiangue, and took Chen Haonan's hand generously. It seems that you agree with my decision, right? Chen Haonan was indifferent. Look at your performance, I watched the play for a long time, I'm here, go back and rest, give time to the young people to celebrate. After speaking, he walked back in the direction of the dormitory with his little hands behind his back, and those who didn't know thought that he was the uncle, and Enran was the little wife who served him. Okay. As a person who has come over, of course Enran understands what Chen Haonan means by look at your performance. It seems that he is going to play the role of a mother again. It is strange to say, don't look at Chen Haonan is very tough, but when he sleeps, he always likes to be honest with himself, and he also likes to breastfeed, so he can't quit. Tang Xini also slept with her a few times, and then several times, she was made to sleep badly, and she didn't dare to accompany her for a reason, but Anran has insisted until now. Towards Tianguo with a "you can look," Anran followed Chen Haonan to rest. Tianguo clenched his fists. "Instructor, I will definitely beat that Yi Chengwang all over the ground to find his teeth in the shortest possible time. I will do what I say, and lose weight at the same time." She has become the fruit of the past, confident and optimistic. When passing by the celebratory female soldiers, Chen Haonan stopped and spoke indifferently. "I can celebrate you for half a day, which is considered a month of relaxation, and at the same time, Enron will distribute your rewards in place. If you want to go to Donghai City, you can go today, I won't interfere, but..." Speaking of this, Chen Haonan paused, and his little expression changed from indifferent to hanging, looking like a domineering little president. The National Special Forces competition is not as simple as a one-man duel, and it will disrupt the team for assessment at any time. That is to say, I, the instructor, can't follow you on a mission like in Siberia, and if you want to hug my thigh, you will die as soon as possible, and you have to rely on yourself for everything. Hearing this, it turned out that the female soldier who was still in the girl's most invincible psychology seemed to be impotent. I went, "They have relied on Chen Haonan for a long time, including this internal assessment. He was on the spot. I can't imagine it, if they are all separated. I'm really not used to it, and I'm even starting to feel a little unconfident." "Instructor, aren't they all participating in teams? If I follow you, I think at least I will be undefeated." Chen Haonan said coldly, "I used to spoil you too much, this event. Even if I can form a team, I won't shoot like Siberia. I'm just a little transparent, come to see your performance. Do you know what I mean? If you don't make a move, you still watch the play? I'll go. This is a National Special Forces event. Although the Siberian event, the honor is very important, but after all, it is foreign. For the soldiers of Yenghua, they feel that the events in their territory are more important. For example, some soldiers brag about what they won in the Maldives event, and as a result, the matter of getting the medal in China will be slammed back, and the events outside are mainly performances, and Lao Tzu disdains to participate in the exhibition matches outside when he gets the strongest event in China. The combat effectiveness of the Yenghua Field Army is recognized as the first in the world. Instructor, this is a national event. Are you going to give up? Chen Haonan nodded. I will do what I say, you can do it. After saying these words, Chen Haonan took Enran's hand, and under the resentful eyes of the female soldiers, he went back to enjoy the massage dafa. I have to say that the 5 girls of Enron really make people completely relaxed from the inside out. No wonder some bosses in the workplace often advocate what secretaries do. Just returned to the dormitory, Tang Xini was waiting at the door, and when she saw Chen Haonan coming back, she began to applaud. Sure enough, I joined the White Tiger. We got 9 places, it is worth celebrating. I decided to personally massage Mr. Chen Haonan. It just so happened that I watched the film and learned a lot of dragon massage techniques. Chen Haonan's small eyes lit up, stared at Tang Xini, and then quietly hid the light in his eyes. What a dragon massage technique, it sounds strange. 18 touches, have you heard of it? Chen Haonan squinted his small eyes, looked at Tang Xini, and then looked at Enran, MMP in his heart. Yes, he was testing whether he had a mature soul again. It is worth mentioning, since the Poseidon incident, Enran will test it every night. For example, automatically put his hand on her body, almost made Chen Haonan collapse, and wanted the system to develop a certain part of himself in advance, and in the end, he held back. At this stage, he just wanted to bring the White Tiger soldiers to the highest height, and forget about other things, whatever age he should do. The two of you, one massages my head, the other massages my hands and feet. Hey, I admit that I have become stronger, but after all, it is a small body, and I can't keep up with the rhythm. If I don't relax, I feel that I can't grow taller. Anran, what are you doing in a daze? I want to eat milk. You go and make milk powder. Enran glanced at Tang Xini, and then the two women tacitly agreed, put away the careful thinking of killing the cat, and according to Chen Haonan's request, they went to serve this little man who had repeatedly created miracles. The other side. When Chen Haonan left to enjoy the services of the second master and the female secretary, the female soldiers were silent for more than 10 seconds before they digested the amount of information brought by Chen Haonan. I'll go, the instructor won't make a move, and I'll go shopping on the street. I have nothing to love, I have to rely on myself. Train, must train. The female soldiers all had a temporary resonance in their hearts, especially Tianguo. She also had to lose 10 pounds, and before the national event arrived, she beat He Changwon to spit up, and there was a long way to go. I announced, a 3-day hunger strike, and when the meal is served, you don't call me, especially Comrade Ouyang Qian. Hearing Tiangua's screaming declaration, everyone was stunned. I let Tiangua go without food for a day. It was more uncomfortable than killing her. Once, the training was in a hurry, there was no time to eat lunch, and in the afternoon, she made up all the noon portions. Fruit, you want to open some? You are already good enough, big deal, come again next year, don't talk nonsense, the rice must be delicious. No, don't eat it. By the way, there is one thing I forgot to tell you, the instructor said, give me her place, as long as I lose 10 pounds, and then defeat that male soldier, you say, can I do it? When Tiangua said these words, the female soldiers were happy for her. It's so unexpected, no wonder Tiangua is less weight loss. You can definitely do it. Starting today, I'm going to seal your mouth with tape, and in 3 days, open it again. After speaking, Ouyang Qian went to find the tape. Tiangua. 3 days later, Tiangua successfully lost 10 pounds and lived the hot and hot style. On the 4th day, challenge He Changwon in lose. On the 5th day, challenge He Changwon in lose again. On the 6th day, he challenged He Changwon, and the two sides were tied. On the 7th day, challenging He Changwon, Tiangua knew how to carry forward his advantages and suppressed He Changwon, and the other party couldn't move and didn't dare to move. Victory! He Changwon, who defeated the White Tiger, found Chen Haonan to complain when he was leaving. Little brother, I want to see how you train female soldiers. As a result, you arrange for the bear-sized female soldier to wait for me at the door every day, and fight when I meet, and fight a few times. The more she fights, the more anxious she becomes. She actually knows how to hammer her chest, and her whole body is full of weapons. As a man, it's really hard to start. It's not that I've been defeated. Chen Haonan glanced at him indifferently and said indifferently, you are still tender. For female soldiers, they are indeed full of weapons, and we, as special forces, cannot treat them as women. Otherwise, on the real battlefield, you will die in front of women because you have not seen anything in the world. So what to do? To be honest, I was a little blushing and couldn't control it at all. He Changwon was stunned. He is not afraid of heaven and earth, and he is really afraid of female soldiers who know how to bite their chests. You go and find Tang Xini in my base. She has a lot of inventory in her hand, and these stocks will make you solve the problem of blushing. What kind of inventory can solve such a problem? He Changwon was stunned, followed by excitement, and after Chen Haonan specified the direction, he came towards Tang Xini's dormitory. In the dormitory, Tang Xini habitually looked at the hairy films, and at the same time was training frantically. If you don't train, you can't do it. She feels that she can't keep up with the growth rate of the female soldiers in the base. Don't look at her as a scientific research cadre. In addition to watching the wool film, she can't change it, and she also has a great ideal of wanting to progress. There was a knock on the door outside, and Tang Xini didn't raise her head. Come in. It's not the first day you've come. You want to watch it. You can come in by yourself. What are you doing? You have to learn technology. It's better to go to the club than to watch these actual discs. And you can even learn pronunciation. It should be in Ran. This girl, obviously she likes to watch it, and she still makes excuses. As a female assistant, you must know how to face each other. Outside the door, He Changwon was a little stunned, but he didn't think much about it. He immediately pushed open the door and came in, and there was a sound of humming and chirping in front of him. On the floor, a woman in a white vest was training wildly. A heat wave, a feeling of rushing to his face. No, there was a series of strange pronunciations on his face. Damn! What the hell is this? Hair? He Changwon has had lofty pursuits since he was a child, but when he was in junior high school, he couldn't stand some particularly enthusiastic classmates, so he invited him to go to his home to see some things that were not suitable for children, and naturally he knew what Malpian was. It's just that. Isn't this the White Tiger base, and teacher Tang who is on the floor? What's the matter with her? Watch this during training? I'll go. Lao Tzu came to ask for experience. Let me see such a scene? He Changwon's hands and feet twisted instantly, so embarrassed that he wanted to die, and he couldn't retreat. Enron, come in if you want to see it. What are you doing standing at the door? Oops, who are you? Whoever told you to come, get out of. Tang Xini, who was training, inadvertently turned her head to look at the door, instantly turned into a minotaur, roared, jumped up, and kicked directly at He Changwon without caring about her thin clothes. Misunderstanding, instructor Tang. In fact, I listened to Chun Haonan's little brother and came to borrow inventory from you. Stocks? Tang Xinyi glanced at the disc playing, and then looked at He Changwang, who was in the period, and was so angry that she almost exploded. I swear, I really just want to improve, so I'll borrow some inventory to solve the possible shortcomings in the face of female soldiers. Oops, don't kick me, misunderstanding. At the White Tiger base, He Changwang ran wildly, and behind him, he chased after a woman in a white vest. Deceive people too much, don't run away if you have a kind. The sound of a roar echoed all around. If you don't borrow it, you don't have to chase me. He Changwang deserved to be a seedmaster, and under running wildly with all his might, he threw off Tang Xinyi and ran out of the base, but the next moment, he heard the roar of the car, from far and near, followed by the voice of the female madman, and came again. It's too much to deceive people, there's a kind of don't run away. I'll go, this woman is too hot. How did Chun Haonan submit her? In the future, whoever marries her will probably live under her forever and will not be able to raise his head. He Changwang jumped into the pit and began to disguise himself. It was already the second half of the night when he returned to the red blood cells from the White Tiger base, during which He Changwang and Tang Xinyi encountered 3 times, and with his excellent skills and flexible adaptability, Comrade Xiao kept himself safe and returned to the dormitory. That night, rumors about Tang Xinyi watching Mao films and beating people in anger began to spread from the wolf's teeth. 10 days after the internal assessment, the members who participated in the National Special Forces competition, under the leadership of Mr. Gao and He Jijun, set off. In the process, to Chun Haonan's surprise, Mr. Gao told him that as a commander, he had not yet gotten any plans for the event, and he could not deploy in advance. Mr. Gao was also very confused, and when he was halfway there, he received a message and ordered directly. The plane turned its head and did not go to the original destination area, but changed to the Yening border area. This event has changed, this is not a drill, it is not a competition, it has become a war. I don't know what the specific war is. Hearing this, He Jijun, who had been silent for a long time, also looked at the commander in amazement. And Chen Haonan and the others all opened their eyes. Mr. Gao said solemnly, the Yenin area has never been calm. Recently, those Asan, even lined up to cross the originally designated borderline, and even ignored our warnings, stayed for a month, a week ago, only to retreat. Our army even has 3 soldiers, died in this conflict. The place of this national special event, is in the place guarded by the dead soldiers. It is of great significance. Report, Chief, I've studied the events of the event. Has this event just changed the place of these events, or has it even changed the way of the event? It was Chun Haonan who asked, and Mr. Gao shook his head. I don't know the specifics, but I can be sure that the way of the event has changed. This sensitive area, it is impossible for you to go off-road to survive. What you are about to face may be actual combat. I want to ask, if you are immediately thrown into the battlefield to kill the enemy, you will die at any time. Are you afraid? Even, you don't have time to write a suicide note. After Commander Gao said these words, there was silence on the transport plane, and a depression shrouded everyone's hearts. It's not that I haven't killed the enemy. If you come here to kill a dog, it's too late to get excited. What are you afraid of? A fierce voice rang out, shocking everyone's spirits. I almost forgot that this is the territory of killing dogs. Comrade Chen Haonan, don't underestimate those Asan. They are very good at drilling in the forest. If you compare them to an animal, that is the director of the anorectal department, hyenas always want to get something for nothing. Mr. Gao made a rare joke, but he kept looking at Chun Haonan, and he didn't look at his other male soldiers. Chun Haonan said, it's a pity that they encountered a tiger this time. We are not as good at talking as a lion, and we lost food when we came up. Mr. Gao laughed. It makes sense. I like our Yenghua soldiers. Everyone is a tiger. Bite these hyenas, and in the blood of their descendants, they will be imprinted with the mark of the East that cannot be bullied. The little guy is like a roundworm in his stomach. He always knows what he likes to hear. Hey, it's a pity that he just doesn't want to call himself a father-in-law. Next, during the helicopter flight, everyone chatted about the story of Asangwa, as well as the hyena-style soldiers next door, saying that the hyenas still looked at them. It should be said that this is a white-eyed wolf. When we need the help of Yenghua, it is called Xiao Tian Tian, and when I climb on the other thigh, I immediately changed my name to Mrs. Neo, and I also did all kinds of secret evils to challenge the war. Hearing these news, he still heard the first 2 big young He Changwang, secretly gritted his teeth. If there was a chance, he wanted to use the sniper rifle in his hand to greet the liver and sausage of those hyenas. Don't be so excited, by the way, you asked Tang Xini to help that day, why did you run away? Chen Haonan gently bumped He Changwan with his little arm, and suddenly, he saw that the latter's face was flushed. During this time, Chen Haonan didn't have time to see He Changwan, but Tang Xini came to him every day to complain, saying that He Changwan, a soldier, was simply unqualified, and hoped that Chen Haonan would come forward and call him out, and everyone would fight once and apologize for losing. He Changwan smiled bitterly that day. Hey, how to say, I broke the stuff she was looking at, but she was angry, not only didn't lend me the stock you said, but also chased me to fight. What a crazy woman. I didn't offend him, I apologized, it was unintentional, I always felt that she wanted to be dissatisfied. He said it tactfully. Chen Haonan wanted to laugh a little. It seems that Tang Xini watched the film and was caught by He Changwan, and then died on the spot, annoyed and angry. One of the biggest social deaths in life. No wonder Tang Xini complains every day, and she is embarrassed to go to the red blood cells to settle accounts with He Changwan. After all, if she makes trouble, she will be even more embarrassed. No wonder, no wonder. After this event, you come to the White Tiger base. I will let you reconcile, turn back, and help you overcome the problem of being nervous when you see a woman. No, when I see a woman now, I'm angry. I was successfully changed my gender orientation by her. I feel that women are tigresses, it's better not to provoke. After speaking, He Changwan cautiously glanced at the women of the White Tiger soldiers. These female soldiers are abnormally fierce. What is not a tigress? Chen Haonan couldn't answer this question. As time passed, mountains began to appear below, and the helicopter plunged headlong into the mountains and began to pull down the altitude. Eventually, the helicopter landed on a bare flat ground, surrounded by patrolling soldiers. It's a frontier, and apart from the trees, it's the stones. A lot of helicopters have landed on the battlefield, all of them are soldiers who have come to compete, everyone gathered together, discussing with each other, why this event chose this barren land, is this suitable for the national event? Mr. Gao, who came out with Chen Haonan, explained a word, and then walked towards the most heavily guarded tent, and He Jijun also followed behind him. Are you soldiers from the Southeast Military Region? Why are all female soldiers here, and not a single male soldier can be seen? The soldiers around were attracted by the tall posture of the female soldiers, and they all looked sideways, and some people exclaimed and asked. He Changwan directly scolded back, are you blind, is Lao Tzu a female soldier? His tone was very polite, and the people around him laughed instead. I'm sorry, I looked away, I thought you were also a female soldier, oops, I went, why did I bring a child, what did he do? There really is a child, it looks quite magical, cold and ruthless, people who don't know, they think he is the king of small soldiers, A man, a child, 8 female soldiers, is this a member of the Southeast Military Region? My God, when will there be no male soldiers in the Southeast Military Region, or will they just give up and lie down to participate in the National Special Forces competition? He Changwan's face darkened, and sure enough, Lei Zhan's worries about those veterans were actually right. These veteran fritters saw their members, and they ran the train directly, and some people directly covered their stomachs and laughed, bending over with laughter, and some people squirted out the noodles they had just eaten in the morning from their nostrils. Snorted coldly, He Changwan glanced at Chen Haonan, and saw this little guy who was dragging and domineering in the Southeast Military Region. At this time, he was actually cold, like an ascetic little male god, and he didn't seem to hear the sound of the people around him making fun of him, so he just stood like this, without frowning. No response? It's not like his style. It seems that in the Southeast Military Region, Lei Zhan is so sarcastic about Chen Haonan, he must have swept it over with a broom. Seeing He Changwan's resentful eyes, Chen Haonan shrugged his little shoulders. There's no need to fight with them, it's a waste of time, they are all veteran fritters, and they laughed and said that this is a purpose, just let their mother give birth to the son of Lao Wang next door, let's go. After speaking, Chen Haonan raised his hand, beckoned the female soldiers to come over, and after asking the receptionist, he walked directly into the tent. Completely ignoring the old soldier fritters behind him, after hearing his words, the voice suddenly stopped. I'll go. This little guy has a vicious mouth. What does it mean that my mother gave birth to the son of Lao Wang next door? Suddenly, these veterans were furious, completely forgetting that they were the ones who provoked the Southeast Military Region first, and several of them came over and blocked their way. Little guy, things can be said nonsense, words can't be nonsense, apologize, uncle will let you go, otherwise, take off your pants and spank you, and let you call dad. In general, military men are disciplined and do not make such jokes. But in the national competition, there is a default rule. In addition to the iron discipline, there is also the heart first, the old tradition. The director headquarters deliberately left some free time, let these players provoke each other, causing a war. Of course, there are also people who want to grasp the opponent's information through chatting, so these veteran fritters did not immediately enter the tent to rest. It's still rare to take someone to rest immediately like Chun Haonan. Fuck off, it's you who are rude, and you have to apologize. He is the captain of our White Tiger Commando. Why should I apologize to you? It was you who caused the evil first. The female soldiers glared angrily at the soldiers who were blocking the road. What, he's the captain? That's it. Hearing the words of the female soldiers, these veterans were really confused, completely confused. After doing it for a long time, what kind of captain is the captain of the White Tiger Commando who still wears open crotch pants a few years ago? The shock of this news was even more amazing than hearing that Qin Shi Huang had been resurrected. White Tiger Commando? It's a good name, I like White Tiger, but isn't it too child's play to have a child as the captain? These beautiful female soldier sisters, can you explain clearly, why can he be the captain? Chen Haonan waved his hand to shut up the female soldier, and then looked coldly at the veteran who was blocking the way, and spoke. If you have the ability, see you on the battlefield. Next door is Asan, waste your tongue here, it's better to save your strength than kill more dogs. It makes sense, speechless. A few veterans were a little embarrassed, and then got out of the way, especially when people talked about the blade. They made trouble here. It was simply unreasonable, it was a little strange. This kid actually knew how to reason? Is it so rolled? Chun Haonan took the female soldiers and went directly into the tent to rest. In his opinion, this event is estimated to be a dog-killing operation, otherwise there is no need to come here, at this time to save physical strength, just rest in time. But unfortunately, the female assistant cannot be brought over, no one to help him massage and relax. He is a little nostalgic for the life of the secretary massage. He Chengwang, an angry young man, did not follow Chun Haonan into the tent, and took the initiative to stay outside to vent his evil fire, scold those veterans, and at the same time, inquire about the news. Not to mention, Comrade Xiaohui was chased and beaten by Tang Sini very aggrieved during this time, and he wanted to find someone to vent his evil fire. As long as someone says that there is no one in the southeast military region and let a woman be a representative, he will go back. Yes, your mother is also a woman, and she can't represent your family. As long as someone sarcastically asked a child to compete, He Chengwang scolded back. Yes, you are a monkey jumping out of a stone, not a child growing up. In the end, those veterans were all poisoned by He Chengwang. Speechless, I went. Although a male soldier came to the southeast military region, I felt like a scolding woman on the street, and those female soldiers were like arrogant men, and things were reversed. He Chengwang, who was refreshed for a long time, saw that no one had made friends with him, and went to Chen Haonan's tent crookedly. As soon as he came in, he blew up. Brother Chen Haonan, do you know what those veteran fritters outside say about you, saying that you are all girls? What else can you do besides having children? It is better to go back to get married and have children as soon as possible, and also, they make fun of you, the milk stinks and has not dried up. Do you come here to go to elementary school? We only have the king of soldiers here, no school, and no teacher. Is this the wrong set? According to Yi Chengwang's meaning, he planned to speak first to anger Chen Haonan, and then he proudly told him that he scolded these vicious words back with his open mouth, so that Chen Haonan, the gecko man, owed him a favor. Sure enough, after hearing these words, I became angry, but the angry female soldier. Instructor, you can bear to scold us girls, but I can't stand them scolding you. Let me out. I'll find them to fight alone, kill chickens and monkeys. Tianguo, who had successfully lost weight, jumped directly, focusing on a wild one. Seeing that He Chengwang took a step back, he knew that this girl's fighting skills really had a great advantage. Yes, it's too much, count me in, go and knock them down, so that the roots of the ears will be much cleaner. Facing the excited female soldiers, He Chengwang smiled and raised his hand. Don't be excited, in fact, He Chengwang's words were not finished, but he was forcefully inserted by Chun Haonan, interrupting his follow-up words. What do I usually tell you? As a white tiger, you can bear the shame of stripping off the hair on your body. Why can't you stand these rumors? They are deliberately provoking you. Do you think the veterans who come here, are they so simple? Can they win by just beating their mouths? the more they can speak, the more they can blow, the more they have no ability, their hearts are empty. The real strong people don't need to say a word at all, they just need to act in the future. Teach them how to behave. Are you strong? The last sentence was asked by Chen Haonan to He Chengwang, and he was directly silenced. I'll go. Lao Tzu fought outside for a long time, and he won, and he has to come over to ask for credit. You told me that the soldier who can blow, the more capable he is it empty? Do I have one? I'm confident. Well, as you can see, Lao Tzu is indeed a bit empty. After all, it is the first time to participate in the National Special Forces competition. After Chen Haonan's soul torture, He Chengwang actually found that he was a little empty in his heart, worried that he would not perform well. After all, he has already won the International Hunter's Medal. If he can't get the same ranking in China, it seems that he is really empty. To put it bluntly, he has idle baggage. Did you say anything to them? Facing Chen Haonan's puzzled eyes, He Chengwang's chest protruded and said solemnly, No, the main thing is to be silent and prove yourself with actions. Chen Haonan glanced at it and then nodded heavily. That's a good point. He Chengwang was a little weak-hearted, and when he was about to go out, the wolf-head He Jijun walked in from outside. As soon as he came in, he patted He Chengwang on the shoulder and said with a smile, Just now, I stood outside for a long time, and you scolded those veterans for half an hour, without repeating a word. Your eloquence is good. Have you ever practiced scolding the street? He Chengwang's body instantly hardened inch by inch, and he had a feeling that his head was big, and both heads were big. I'll go, Chief. Lao Tzu just pretended to say that the strong are silent, and you came to expose me to scolding the street outside for half an hour? Chief, is there a possibility you recognized the wrong person? I have always been here. How is it possible? Your voice, I remember it when I turned into ashes. You just entered the red blood cells. Lao Fan focused on you. Why, you scolded so much, and you were embarrassed to admit it. Ha ha. He Jijun smiled heartily. There's no problem. This is a heart attacking technique. You can scold if you can scold back, as long as you don't have a weak heart. He Chengwang was so embarrassed that he twisted his hands and feet, and he couldn't wait to pick out the 3-bedroom and 1 living room on the spot, plus a separate bathroom. Burst. Some female soldiers couldn't help it and laughed on the spot. Suddenly, the atmosphere seemed a lot more relaxed. Only Chen Haonan is always cold and ruthless. His tense little face is like the owner of a fish pond, and he raises sharks. He thinks of another thing, maid. He won't. He Chengwang have been following Fan Tianking for a long time, and he will be pitted. The problem is serious. For example, female soldiers follow themselves, they will only become more and more ruthless and stronger, and following Lao Fan, Chen Shanming dares to call the instructor Gongjian her husband. He Jijun glanced at everyone, and then said solemnly, This National Special Forces competition is different from before. This is a real battle. Those Asan next door want to occupy our territory, and then want to stand on the moral high ground. Last time, their people were slapped in the face by our border guards, so they didn't dare to take action in person, hired the world's famous hacker mercenary group. It is said that there are thousands of people, they are well armed, just this week. Created a lot of border defense tragedy. The dead are all our mountain and forest residents. Asan did not admit it. Put aside the relationship. We Yingwa people, what we advocate is to return the other way to the other. The other party is despicable. We naturally do not use fair and honest means. The other party does not admit it. We will eradicate these poisonous weeds. All of them are eradicated. It is precisely because of this kind of action, not a large-scale operation, can only rely on special operations means. This time the participating team members is the craftsman of this weeding operation. You have a week, go deep into the border forest to kill the hacker mercenary group guys, not a single one. They all have the blood of our people on their hands. The rules of the event, when you set off, someone will guide you out. If your confidence is shaken halfway, you can quit. After all, this operation, the suicide note is too late to write. It is understandable that some comrades who want to quit. After speaking, He Jijun's gaze swept over all the female soldiers, only to see that their expressions were similar to Chen Haonan's. Their eyes were cold, their temperament was cool, and those who didn't know thought they were sisters and brothers with one mother and multiple children. As for He Chengwang, this militant clenched his fists, as if he was fighting chicken blood. Compared to the social death just now, he likes to start a war with the enemy, and have a life and death contest. Seeing this, He Jijun was satisfied, and it seemed that the comrades were ready. This time, the contestants representing the Southeast Military Region, there is not a single veteran. It is simply an 80-year-old lady who entered the cave room, the first time, Lao he is still worried in his heart. He can't stand it. Mr. Gao really trusts his righteous son. I'll finally talk about the reward mechanism. This event is a real battle, therefore, the top 3 will get first-class merit to third-class merit, as well as various mysterious rewards. The details are not clear. Anyway, the country will not treat you badly. I said that if any of you are killed, the troops will arrange everything behind you and take care of your families. As he spoke, He Ji-jun became solemn. Indeed, he is like an old father who sends his children to the battlefield. Especially, Chen Haonan has a child, with 9 female soldiers, plus a newcomer He Chengwang. Will it work? Chen Haonan, the Gecko Man, has killed a lot of militants, and the metal is soft, but this time it is a large-scale operation, which is completely different from the usual small fights. Once you enter the area blocked by the hacker commando, anything can happen. In addition to requiring excellent military quality, steel willpower, and most importantly, to have flexible tactics and be able to adapt. I don't know how Chen Haonan, a little guy, trains female soldiers into his own shape, but there is one point. He Ji-jun feels that he lacks flexible tactical adaptability. This is only available in some old instructors, such as those in the high team, and Chen Haonan is a genius. He actually stripped off his coat, and he is still a student who has not graduated from elementary school. It's sloppy. At this moment, He Ji-jun is like Grandmaster Ma who promised others to fight in the ring, and he can't go up, and he can't go up. He patted Chen Haonan on the shoulder and tried to slow down his tone. I don't have the slightest doubt about the quality of your individual soldiers. You can get the Siberian Warrior Medal. You say second, no one dares to say first, but this time it's a large battlefield. If you can't do anything, give up immediately. The helicopter will pick you up, understand? Chen Haonan looked at the wolf head with a sudden change in painting style in amazement, and snorted coldly. Chief, what did you say before the war? It's not professional at all. You might as well go back early, wash and sleep. This. He Ji-jun was amused by the little guy. Okay, good, you have confidence, I have it too. I hope you can get the medal. Maybe, you all get the first-class merit, huh? He laughed so awkwardly and rudely. Chen Haonan looked at the hardy and embarrassed wolf head lightly, and did not break it. After He Ji-jun left, Chen Haonan looked at the time and said, it's almost time to start eating. Go directly to the canteen. After eating, don't stay in the canteen, come back to rest immediately, except for He Chengwang. When He Chengwang heard this, a fairly handsome face immediately turned red. This little guy was deliberate, he was sarcastic, he could brag, he could talk about it, and he could stay and continue to chat. Let's go. It was a misunderstanding just now. I scolded the other party, but I didn't expect to be heard by the wolf head. Ha! Chen Haonan nodded indifferently. That's right, you can say a sentence for half an hour. He Chengwang's body stiffened for a moment. It seems that this bragging stock can't get by. Chen Haonan took the female soldiers and walked out of the tent directly, found a guy to ask for directions, and went to the canteen to eat. If this is a normal event, it will definitely not provide cooking, and the main focus is a hard struggle, but this time it is different. This is to carry your head to the battlefield to kill the enemy. If you are not full, how can you do a few more enemies? On the way, Tan Xiaolin had already secretly checked the information of the hacker mercenary group. This terrible mercenary group, only a year old, has already ranked among the top 10 in the world, and their principle is that the assassins in the dark, when you wake up in the middle of the night, their sabers and guns are already waiting for you. Don't think about it so much, let's talk about it when you're full. There's no need to check the enemy's information. In the overall situation, we have to despise the enemy, and wait until the real action, in the details, to pay attention to the enemy. Now I think too much. It's like He Chengwang, who has a weak heart, looking for people everywhere to inquire. Hearing this, He Chengwang smiled bitterly, found a place to sit silently, speechless. The food provided in the cafeteria is very generous and can be eaten as much as you like. The female soldiers all know that this time they go, it can be said that the wind is cold and the water is cold, whether they can come back alive. The first thing is that the strategy is, eat and drink enough to despise the enemy. Maybe they are full, and there is a chance to go to the land of Asan next door to pee and bury mines for them first. It tastes good, and I have a lot of my favorite food. Foodie Tiangua showed a regretful expression, but I lost weight, there are a lot of them, and I can't eat them. Chen Haonan looked at Tiangua's action of covering his face, and said, today is an exception, you can eat as much as you want, and when you enter the next door, you need to run a long distance, and you will have the opportunity to lose weight. Yes, instructor. Hearing Chen Haonan's advice, Tianguo let go of his appetite. It makes too much sense. If you don't eat enough, you won't have the strength to lose weight. Just eat more, just kill one more dog. When Chen Haonan was gnawing on the chicken legs, Cheng Wang next to him suddenly pointed in the opposite direction and lowered his voice. Little brother Chen Haonan, the guy opposite, damn it, has been staring at us, as if we owe him hundreds of thousands. Before outside, I have been making fun of female soldiers or girls. I can't get on the stage. It's better to go back and have a baby. That's what he said, and repeated it several times. By the way, he also said that you are. Looking up, Chen Haonan saw the guy in Cheng Wang's mouth. He looked young, with a big head, sitting there, strong muscles. The general's uniform was bulging and tall, coupled with handsome facial features, smooth lines, and the feeling of a little wolf dog, just like the type of hunk man who would ask you at every turn, "What are you looking at?" and then look at you. That commando, what's the name? It looks a little interesting. Chen Haonan nodded his little head, and at this moment, the other party's little wolf dog also looked at it, squeezing his eyebrows at himself, completely thinking that he was a child teasing. Suddenly, his little face turned cold. The little wolf dog on the opposite side is provoking himself. I've inquired, his name is Long Zhan. Don't look at him young, but he is already the captain of the Dragon Soul Commando, and there are 7 or 8 veterans next to him, all of whom are older than him, but they call him boss, and it looks like the underworld. It's not me who provokes, that guy is outside, so he asked me if I was interested in fighting. It's not interesting to talk about it. Who the fuck wasted his strength on him? The guy with a problem with his brain. Cheng Wang scolded and scolded. A week ago, he was still a very polite young man. He was chased and killed by Tang Sinning in various ways, and he was a lot irritable, damn it, at every turn. Fucking, there was something wrong with his brain. More irritable than Lao Wang. The Dragon Soul Commando is the ace commando team in the capital, and once won the 3rd place in the national competition. This dragon team became a soldier at the age of 16, and he didn't finish high school, carrying 2 kitchen knives, forcing his family to let him be a soldier. Otherwise, he went to hack the school teacher to death. What a madman. However, you can't be simple-minded. He is the champion of the Beijing Fighting Division, which is a little louder than me, the fighting champion title of Donghai City. Cheng Wang knows the information of this dragon battle well. Even the other party is also boxing, and similarly, Long Zhan is also quite familiar with Cheng Wang, otherwise he would have started a fight if he didn't agree with him outside just now. At this moment, the table was pushed away, creaking, and Long Zhan, who was 1 meter 9 tall, walked over, looked at Cheng Wang and said with a smile, "Old friend, meet again, brother. You are not interesting enough. There are so many beautiful female soldiers next to you, and you don't introduce to your brother. This time, don't be afraid of things and leave." This guy was tall and loud, and his voice was loud, attracting the eyes of all around, and the veterans at the table he had just now laughed. "That's it, I still ran away. This is afraid of our captain." Cheng Wang, you, the Asian Youth Championship fighting champion, are empty. Why don't you give our captain a quick introduction, introduce the most beautiful female soldiers, and show your attitude? It is clear that these guys are provocations, focusing on a psychological warfare. And at this moment, Long Zhan swept over the faces of all the female soldiers with a big grin, and finally pointed at Tang Xiaoxiao and grinned. "I like this type. There is a literary fan. Girl, what's your name?" "My name is Long Zhan. Call a friend." Tang Xiaoxiao was angry. "I'm eating. I'm not interested in making friends. You have this time. Why don't you eat a little more, and wait for the battlefield to have a few dogs next door?" Long Zhan was stunned for a moment, rubbed his palms, and said with a smile, "Interesting, interesting, and the personality is not bad. You are right, the dog is to kill more, but it does not affect making friends. I have been mixed in the battlefield. Maybe we have a chance to cooperate. Do you say yes?" "It's paralyzed. Get out of." Yi Zuanxin stood up and raised his hand. "Where did you come from? Go back to where you go. Don't affect our mood for eating." "Oh, it's a bunch of tigresses." Long Zhan was not angry. He smiled unscrupulously and looked personable. Cheng Wang couldn't help but stand up and spoke. "Dragon War, it's almost over. You also know the system of this event. We are all comrades in arms who fight side by side. No one knows if we will come back alive. What psychological tactics are fighting here? Go back. If you want to fight, after this event, we will fight." It is said that the steps have already come down, and the other party should have retreated, but Long Zhan laughed louder, and suddenly raised his hand to Chen Haonan, who had been eating with his head down, and said sarcastically, "What I am most interested in is this child. He looks like he is about 10 years old. Why can he come here? Does he have any special skills?" After saying that, he smiled and grabbed Chen Haonan with his hands, trying to lift him up from the chair. He Chen's light changed, and he couldn't imagine this guy at all, so he suddenly made a move to embarrass Chen Haonan. Looking for death. He Changwang couldn't help but let out a low roar and suddenly pushed Long Zhan away. Long Zhan retreated slightly, avoiding Yi Changwang's palm, and said with a smile, "It's just a small thing, I'll try him." As he spoke, he grabbed Chen Haonan again, as fast as lightning. However, when such a dragon-grasping action did not touch the child's arm, his right hand was held instead, followed by a huge force, and it contracted suddenly, and it hurt so much that his bones felt like they were about to crack. How can it be? Long Zhan was like a frightened grasshopper. He pulled it hard, pulled his palm away with a snap, and then looked at the little guy, who had already stood up, staring at himself coldly. Such a look was not like a child at all, as if he had disturbed a tiger that was eating. And such a thing? Long Zhan didn't care too much about the pain of his finger bones. He had thick skin and flesh, and his bones were hard by nature, and after a few shakes, the pain disappeared. "What kind of milk powder do you have the strength to eat, and what do you eat? And this kind of thing?" "Little guy, my code name is Crazy Dragon, a martial arts family. You can practice martial arts at the age of 6, you can lift a stone lion, you actually pinched me just now, this is the first time, do you have any other skills besides strength?" As he spoke, Long Zhan walked over with a big grin, and suddenly punched, completely ignoring martial arts, and smashed directly at Chen Haonan with a big fist in a casserole. In an instant, the fist wind roared, alarming the quartet. Cannon fist. He Changwang's heart was awe-inspiring. He already knew that the dragon was fighting, but he didn't expect that a punch could shake the air, and the momentum was huge. It seemed that this guy was codenamed Crazy Dragon, but he didn't blow it, and he didn't dare to directly snort at his edge with such a power. He knew Chen Haonan's fighting skills, which were quite good, and he didn't worry about anything, but instead crossed his arms and looked like he was watching a good show. And the people around him all sweated instead of Chen Haonan, and at the same time felt that the dragon battle was too much. "Didn't you agree with each other? You were crazy about a child? He's just a kid." Cannon fist. Long Zhan's cannon fist can burst the sandbag. In fact, he just wants to scare this child, and at the last moment he will change his fist to grab. This kind of power is enough to scare the other party, right? As the fist was handed over, Long Zhan was stunned to find that the little kid actually fought back. He seemed to smash it casually with his small fist, but with such a casual movement, there was actually a whistling sound. Babble, there's such a thing? Long Zhan's face was full of excitement, and he didn't change his fist, but instead increased the transmission of power. Originally, the members of the Dragon Soul Commando also thought that the captain was funny, but when they saw his huge fist, he actually smashed the fist raised against the kid directly, and someone exclaimed on the spot, and then something even more surprising happened. After the big and small fists collided, and the dull sound sounded, Long Zhan couldn't stabilize his body and directly took half a step back. In the eyes of those who are familiar with dragon warfare, this half step is like retreating the entire rivers and lakes. Groove. Dragon war repulsed? The most surprising thing was Long Zhan. His face was simply confused, and his expression hardened. When he came into contact with the little guy's fist just now, he felt that the other party smashed it was not a fist at all, but a small hammer. Yes, it was a hammer smashed over, like a nail, which made him feel a bone crack, as if there was a hard object tearing his body. He practiced martial arts at the age of 6, followed the uncles in the big yard, learned military boxing, began to challenge the masters of all parties at the age of 15, rarely failed, joined the army after adulthood, wanted to seek defeat. It was difficult to achieve. In private, someone gave him a nickname, called Dragon War Undefeated, which means that no one has ever been able to overpower him in martial arts. The punch just now has at least 8 success powers, and the little guy can actually block it. Ha ha. After Long Zhan was shocked, he laughed out loud instead, full of fighting spirit. He was tall, handsome, and masculine, and looked at Chen Haonan proudly and said with a smile, "Little guy, no wonder you can come to the competition. It turns out that you have some ability. When you can block half of my strength, you are a small person, not bad, very distinctive." "Who knows?" Chen Haonan glanced at him lightly and sneered, "If you don't blow it, you will die. This is 80% of your strength, don't think I can't see it. Okay, use your 10 success power, I'll give you a chance to shoot. If I shoot first, you won't have a chance to shoot." Chen Haonan is not blowing, he gathers strength, speed, and fighting skills. Once he moves, Long Zhan has no chance to fight back. In this regard, Anthony praised him. In terms of fighting, there are few enemies in the world who can fight him. This dragon battle is actually not bad, but it is much worse than Anthony's instructors. Not a channel. Hearing Chen Haonan's conceited voice, everyone's reaction was laughter. I'll go, this is what a kid said, let Long John strike first, otherwise there will be no chance, I will die laughing. This kid is very handsome, his aura is so strong, I noticed it just now, he was very casual just now, and he has the feeling of a punch Superman, but he is obviously a child, how did he practice it? By feeding? You're dead, are you satirizing Dragon Wars? I do like this kid's style, it's too poking at my G-spot. Handsome and cold, he has the style of a soldier king, if he defeats Long John, I will ask him for an autograph. Blow, can a child defeat Brother Dragon? It's awesome, I like this kid, my son is about the same age. It's okay to be handsome, so good? My god, is the society involved in the special forces now, and a primary school student can fight against the Dragon War? Oh my god, I feel a little familiar with him, is he a gecko? Yes, I've seen the news report in Donghai City, a kid solved the dark mercenary group that appeared on the Poseidon, it seems that it's him. In fact, Chen Haonan is also a man of the hour, and he has been on the international news in Uruk, but there are really not many people who have seen him in real life, and no one would have imagined that he is actually the young hero and star figure advocated internationally. Under the aura of many, Gecko Man appeared the most times, and some soldiers saw the news, but unfortunately, there were still fewer soldiers who recognized Chen Haonan as Gecko Man, otherwise, they would have cheered a long time ago. Just when everyone was talking, there was a crackling sound at the scene, as if firecrackers had been set off. The dragon battle of the activists' bones interrupted everyone's discussion. Your strength is very strong, and your fists are hard, similar to the iron monkey, so I'm not welcome, I'll give 80% of my strength, you are free. After speaking, Long John slammed his right leg and kicked Chen Haonan's right side at a tricky angle. Chen Haonan also took out his right leg and kicked the crook of Long John's leg at a faster speed, making the latter take another half step back. With a cold snort, Long John stepped forward on the ground, this time he didn't say anything about the 8 success powers, and launched an attack with all his might. Bang bang bang! The legs of the two collided wildly, and a dull sound continued to sound at the scene, and there were some veterans with sharper eyesight, who could see that Chen Haonan kicked on Long John's legs every time he came out of his legs, and every time he was in the position of the link, which was enough to show that the little guy's speed was faster and more accurate. After more than 10 collisions, Long John, who switched out of his legs, felt that he couldn't stand steadily, especially this kid actually kicked him in the vital point every time when he attacked at high speed, making his leg have a sharp pain of dislocation. This is the dragon leg that he is proud of, the leg method that is dedicated to welcoming wealth, and it has been completely suppressed. If he hadn't gritted his teeth and insisted, he would have been unable to stand it a long time ago, hell. The two separated again, Long John felt an earthquake, he couldn't stand it all, and he didn't dare to attack rashly, so he wanted to find the bottom of the steps, his legs were not his own, and he was still hairy. Forget it, it's not interesting to bully you as a child, let's just do it, Cheng Wang is right, we have to save our strength to kill the dog. After finding a step for himself, Long John laughed dryly, and wanted to go back to his seat by himself. Behind him, Chen Haonan said coldly, "What, did you go back like this?" Next, when it came time for me to attack, I only had 5 successful forces. As he spoke, Chen Haonan's small body jumped high, his calves raised suddenly, and he slashed down towards Long John's back, like a raised small axe. The big axe leg method is Anthony's most admired leg method, but there are too few people who meet this condition. First of all, the speed is secondary, the second is the strength, and the skin and bones are trained to be hard as sticky, all of which are indispensable, and Chen Haonan relied on the strength strengthened by the ants, and pushed the big axe leg method to the highest level, and he supplemented Tang Lon's physical strength defects. Relying on this kick, when he left Siberia, Pujin, who had been embarrassed by him, was split into a kidney deficiency brother. Originally, Long John wanted to leave, and instantly felt the feeling of being cold all over his body and being targeted by a beast. Turning around quickly, when he saw Chen Haonan kicking in the air, the whip leg raised high, forming a shadow, and before it landed on him, a compressed explosion sounded above his head. This is the effect of speed and power combined to the extreme, which can be chopped out, and it is unbeatable. Regardless of losing face, Long John came to a black pig rolling river, directly rushing towards the ground, his limbs shortened, and he rolled away on the spot, like a pig rolling in the black mud river. With a bang, right where he stood, the ground shook and cracked. The hard land of the border defense was directly split out of a hole by Chen Haonan's small axe. Groove. Hiss. Terrifying. The veterans around have dreamed all their lives, and they have never dreamed that one day a child will split the hard red earth with one kick in front of them, and also form a terrifying spiderweb-like crack. No wonder the arrogant dragon battle just now directly rolled on the donkey, plus the black pig rolled the river, and finally a spirit mouse turned over, only to avoid the attack and embarrassment. To ensure his own safety, he didn't dare to take it at all. The spirit mouse dragon battle that jumped up from the ground, looking at the crack in the ground, the expression on his face became more solemn, just like a parent who was waiting for a debt collection at home during the new year, helpless, and could only continue. Big Axe leg method, you actually practiced this, it's amazing, you fought underground boxing. As soon as he said this guess, Long John didn't continue. How old is this little guy? I've been to Siberia, studied, and brought these female soldiers with me, and won the Medal of Warrior. What's the matter, you're scared? Chen Haonan did not take advantage of the victory to pursue, and stood next to the pit, looking at Long John with a cold expression. Scared and paralyzed, come again. Long John roared, the dignity of a man, let him fight no matter what. He puffed up the muscles of his whole body, especially his arms, and his muscles and bones bulged out, as if protruding from the muscles of small dragons, and the 10 fingers of his hands were spread out, bulging, like the claws of a divine dragon sticking out. The dragon probes the claws and enters the white blade empty-handed, which is the ancestral mastery of the Long family. The main thing is to practice the skill of grabbing. Just by virtue of this mastery, the Long family has joined the army for generations, and in terms of fighting, he has never lost. Long John's grandfather often boasted to him that in the anti-devil battlefield, he didn't have to wear a big knife, just relied on the kung fu of the dragon to probe the claw, seize the devil's big knife, and then cut it towards the top of the devil's head. Let him practice hard, practice to the highest level, and he can catch anything. Just because of his grandfather's words, Long John didn't want to study at the age of 6, and he thought about catching devils every day. It's a pity, if you are an adult and have such a big axe leg method, I am indeed jealous, but you are still young and your attack power is limited. Come, look at my dragon claw, how to catch you guy. Saying that, Long John was like a tiger coming out of the gate, and suddenly pounced on Chen Haonan, wanting to rely on his close attack, grab this little guy, and then rip off his pants and spank him, so as to take revenge for the embarrassment just now. The captain is going to use the dragon gripper, and legend has it that once he uses this family heirloom, there may be thunder in the sky, which will alarm the dragon. The members of the Dragon War Commando team were joking. To be honest, they were also frightened by Chen Haonan's attack just now, but, in their hearts, they felt that Dragon War would definitely be able to defeat this little pervert. Under the attention of everyone, Chen Haonan's small body was stunned, as if stepping on a spring, volleying a whip leg, and slashing high. He is not afraid of the capture of the dragon battle at all, and he is still a big axe leg method, slashing hard, with a whistling wind. Disheveled. Long John grabbed it suddenly, and indeed grabbed Chen Haonan's split whip leg, but he felt that he had grabbed a small drill bit that was energized, and the huge force buzzed and burst, and his dragon claws immediately became numb, from his arm to his shoulder, and transmitted to his whole body. Groove. Long John roared, holding back a huge feeling of paralysis, and grabbed Chen Haonan's other whip leg with his left hand. This time, he couldn't catch it. Chen Haonan's left leg was stopped by him, and he couldn't catch it at all. Like a fish that had slipped through the net, he slashed at his left shoulder, and with a click, his arm broke on the spot and drooped. Broken. Long John was shocked and quickly retreated, but fortunately the other party didn't chase after him, so he fell to the ground and looked at him indifferently, and said, "If you can block a move, it's okay." "Is that okay?" Hearing this, Long John's face was distorted, and his jealous eyes suddenly turned into anger. He suddenly pulled out a pistol from his body, pushed the safety and pointed it at Chen Haonan. "No matter how fast you are, no matter how strong you are, do you have a gun? If I am your enemy, I shoot, you will die." Since the Republic of China, martial arts have declined, only the combination of guns and martial arts gunfighting is the mainstream of the future. "Put the gun down, can't you afford to lose?" Yi Zuanshin shouted loudly, beckoned the female soldiers to surround him, and suddenly, surrounded Long John. "I can afford to lose, so I'll just talk about it." Long John ignored the female soldiers, and took off his military uniform with one hand, and he could see that the arm that was kicked and broken, and the bones were broken, and what he couldn't stand the most was that with such an injury, he might have to retire. He's a dragon fight, he won the 3rd place last year, but this time, before he started, he was kicked off his arm by a child, and this feeling is like going out and being run over by a truck. Long John, no matter what you say, if you take out the gun, it won't make sense. He Changwang scolded the street next to him, and he exploded with anger. Maid, as a martial artist, should know the rules. When you punch, what do you shoot for? Don't others have guns? Seeing that Long John was silent, after being treated by the team members, He Jijun continued to scold. Also, do you think that only you invented the gun fighting technique? Fortunately you didn't shoot just now. Lao Tzu told you that you are 100% dead. Don't brag to Lao Tzu, he is too heavy. Can't Lao Tzu scare him? Long John stiffened his neck. This time, the embarrassment was really thrown home. He knew that he couldn't make trouble here, but he still couldn't help it, and at this moment, he didn't have to look at the expressions of the people around him. He must have talked about his Dragon Wars methods were not clever enough. He Changwang sneered, too heavy? I'll just hee. From the beginning of your shot, Chen Haonan warned you, once he makes a move, you have no chance to fight back. You are still the first in the world, you have to provoke him. You don't know his nickname, it is the Gecko Man of Donghai City, and there are fewer people who die in his hands? Don't you watch the news? Also Dragon War, I think you are a lobster. What, he's Gecko Man? That boiling teenage hero in Tokai City? And what other black heroes? Long John looked at the silent Chen Haonan in surprise, and his mind buzzed, as if the dynamite bag had exploded. Damn, it was really him, this small body, this appearance, the appearance of hanging. Holy shit, did Lao Tzu just lose his brain? At this moment, Chen Haonan clearly felt that he immediately became the most beautiful cub in the audience. The special forces around him were like sharks smelling blood, and they turned their heads quickly, and after hearing that Chen Haonan was a Gecko Man from Donghai City, they all wanted to look at him more in the crowd. Long John looked around helplessly, including the team members who treated him. They all stopped working in the winter of healing, turned his head in astonishment and excitement, and looked at Chen Haonan, who broke his arm with a hint of excitement, and all around, there were a pair of eager eyes. No need to name them, they were all his subordinates. At this moment, Long John doubted that his subordinates had rebelled, and he was injured like this, so he could take a snack. Hurts. I'm sorry, Captain, I didn't expect him to be the legendary Gecko Man, who destroyed the world's 9th-ranked dark mercenary group. Have you forgotten, you blew it yourself last time you drank, but the Gecko Man who blew up the plane with one hand is really a talent. McDonald is dead, there is a chance, I really want to meet him. You didn't expect it, he was in front of us. Hearing Long John's speechlessness for a while, this guy was loud and told all his secrets. Gecko Man turned out to be a child, I saw it alive, and sure enough, it was just like the news report. He looked handsome. Yes, when he grows up, he must be a little milk dog. I heard that he is still a chivalrous black man. It is said that many women want to marry him, saying that he killed all the murderers for the poor woman who died in Shangjiang. I'm looking forward to his performance in this Special Forces competition. If he wins the championship, I will ask him for an autograph, and I will go back and blow it to my comrades. This feeling of being in the spotlight is often my own. Looking at this scene, Long John, who had a huge pain in his arm, was so distressed that he couldn't breathe. Since he was a child, he didn't want to go to school, he just wanted to stand in the center of the stage and dance wildly, so when he became an adult, he immediately came to join the army, carrying a gun, hard fists, and challenging everywhere, codenamed Crazy Dragon, which is a true portrayal of his heart. I didn't expect that the Gecko Man I admired was more famous than myself and so much stronger than myself. Hey, I really should fight, I have nothing to challenge him for. I said it, you'll regret it. Do you think I'm just talking too much? He Changwang, who is standing next to Chen Haonan, also has a sense of honor. He enjoys standing next to the Gecko Man and accepting the baptism of everyone's eyes. This is the commonality of people who like to fight in the ring, that is, they want to be noticed. The more attention they get, the more exciting they feel. At this moment, everyone's minds came to mind about Chen Haonan's glorious deeds, and felt that Long John was just broken arm, which was cheap for him. It is said that all the enemies who opposed Gecko Man were carried away by the black people, and the dark mercenary group disturbed his old man's vacation, and he fled in a plane, but he was blown up at sea and hung to explode. I think that with Long John's provocative urine just now, he was beaten all over the ground looking for teeth, and it was cheaper for this arrogant boy, and it was rumored that there was no enemy who could survive under his men. Yes, Long John is still standing. I think it's strange. Hearing these discussions, Long John's expression was really complicated. What can he say? Hey, forget it, the person who is admired by himself intends to arm, which is also an inspiration. Just when everyone was talking enthusiastically, an extremely loud voice sounded at the door of the canteen. What are you doing around? There's no discipline at all, there's nothing to do when you're full, right? The suicide note has been written. Everyone was surprised, and following the prestige, they saw a big guy with 2 gold stars, accompanied by the guards, striding into the meteor, and behind him, there were also a number of big guys, all of whom were in charge of the participating military regions, and Chen Haonan's father-in-law Gao Shiwei was also among them. Yi Lao from the military department is here, this is the hawk boss, say nothing, withdraw. These special forces are all old fritters, and after recognizing Yi Lao's identity, they immediately returned to their positions, and then stood and saluted. Yi Lao was obviously angry, and did not return the courtesy, so he looked over one after another, and finally his eyes fell on Long John, who had just stood up but had a broken arm, and shouted, "Don't you know the rules? Why the internal brawl, who broke your arm?" The tone was scolding, but there was a hidden surprise. He knows this kid Long John, the big courtyard in the capital looks big, he is a martial idiot, the self-proclaimed wild dragon is undefeated, and today he clashed with others, and he was actually broken with his arm? Who did this to you? This one. Can I say that? Long John was really helpless to the extreme. Say. Yi Lao drank coldly. Just when Long John was hesitating, a young and serious voice sounded at the scene. The White Tiger soldiers, Chen Haonan. Yi Lao frowned, followed the prestige, didn't see the short Chen Haonan, just saw Yi Chengwang next to him, and snorted coldly, "Are you talking? Are you holding your throat to speak? Are you a parrot?" In an instant, Yi Chengwang was a little aggrieved and reported, "Chief, I also think I did it, but it's really not me, he has the ability." After speaking, he put down his saluting hand and pointed to Chen Haonan in front of him. Yi Lao's eyes moved downward, and instantly fell on Chen Haonan's body. The tiger's eyes widened a little, full of doubts. This is not a child? Standing behind Yi Lao is Gao Shiwei. After hearing that Chen Haonan did it, his face twisted, almost unable to hold back. He is not angry, but happy, fighting, the temptation between these veterans, normal things. I didn't expect Chen Haonan to defeat the arrogant guy Long John. He is one of the cards in the capital. From this point of view, his righteous son's combat effectiveness is strong, and it is beyond his expectations. However, he immediately pretended to be bitter and spoke, "Yi Lao, this is indeed a soldier of my southeast military region. I reported his file to the above. He is a little genius. He skipped school to experience the life of the army. I didn't expect to experience it, and he actually made more meritorious contributions than the soldiers in the establishment, and recently on the Poseidon. With his personal strength, he killed the dark mercenary group. It was him. Well, he is still the Gecko Man." Reported by the media, the black man, by the way, last time he urgently represented our country, participated in the humanitarian rescue work of Uruk, and won global praise for the young Superman. That's him. Originally, Yi Lao, who had frost on his face, slowly listened to all of Gao Shiwei's introductions. His expression suddenly relaxed, and then showed a rare smile, nodded and smiled. "It turns out that the little genius you were talking about is him. Why, he also came to participate? The female soldier standing next to you is the White Tiger soldier you wrote on the report?" "Yes, this is his own name, giving up the original title of Fire Phoenix." Hearing this, Yi Lao's eyes were withdrawn from Chen Haonan's body, and then he carefully looked at the women standing next to him, and with his eyes, he could also see that the bodies of these female soldiers exuded a strong temperament no less than that of male soldiers, so his smile turned into a hearty laugh. "Okay, good, White Tiger is good, I like White Tiger too. Does this represent the heart of the strong?" Chen Haonan said indifferently, "No, it represents purity and immaculateness, cleanliness, and deficit hearts, and I ask my soldiers not to forget their original intentions, so that they can always be." Hearing Chen Haonan speak again, Yi Lao was stunned again. "Seriously, if you don't look carefully, you always feel that standing in front of you is not a child at all, but a tall man. Ambitious, nice to speak, nice little guy, I like you very much." Yi Lao smiled heartily. "Come here, eat with us, Long John. According to the rules, you have been disqualified. Go back to heel, think that it is your own wild dragon, that is, the East is undefeated, it is still far away, remember this lesson." The former sentence smiled, and the latter sentence MMP. Long John sneered, and immediately responded, "Yes. When he was about to leave, Yi Lao stopped him again. What, aren't you convinced? Isn't it, still thinking about revenge? This is not in line with your style. After you go back, will you move your general grandfather out and use it? After glancing at the cold and ruthless Chen Haonan, Long Zhen squeezed out a smile. Chief, look at what you said. Am I the kind of person with a small belly? Look at what you said. I worship Gecko Man. It's okay to give him a beating, there's no problem. Besides, this time it's a battle of life and death. Whoever likes to go, I will go to my Long family, and I will leave. After speaking, he saluted very boldly, turned around, and left the cafeteria without looking back, and some team members wanted to follow him out, but he scolded him back. I'm leaving, don't think about me, let Long Yen be the captain, this time I'm careless, I'll go back and watch Grandmaster Ma's video 100 times, absorb the lesson, and don't look down on children in the future. The members of the Dragon Soul team could only smile bitterly and watch their captain leave. After the Dragon War left, this conflict was over. After Chen Haonan sat next to Yi Lao and them to eat, the eyes of all the veterans secretly fell on him, and after looking at it for a while, he was also awesome in his heart, worthy of being a Gecko Man. I saw that little guy, Dama Jingdao, sitting next to Yi Lao, with a faint expression, a cold temperament, no panic, and no one who didn't even know, just from his posture, he was the chief, and Yi Lao, who was amused by him, was a little soldier, just an older little soldier. Awesome, really awesome. Is a good hawk boss who was amused like a woman in a fireworks building, laughing all kinds of and fiddling with her body. Comrade Chen Haonan, in fact, we are all comrades in arms, sometimes there is no need to make a dead hand, just teach a lesson. Long Zhan was made by you, and he withdrew from the game directly, which is not good. Chen Haonan calmly ate the chicken leg and took the time to say, Chief, my fighting skills are underground punches from Siberia, I only kill people, I don't perform, I just kick and break his arm, I am in control of the killing machine. Yi Lao was slightly shocked by the bluff, and glanced at Mr. Gao on the side. After coughing, Mr. Gao said seriously, Comrade Chen Haonan, the chief is reminding you that you also need a helper, and if you can deal with friends, don't set up enemies for yourself, but... Before Chen Haonan could express his position, Mr. Gao's tone changed, and he looked at Yi Lao apologetically and said, Hey, Chen Haonan won the highest death medal in Siberia, this is real. Chief Instructor Anthony has said that he is a master of underground boxing, and he has also completed the most powerful axe leg method, and the instructor fights with him, all of them are called fathers, so, Chen Haonan, little comrade. He is not joking, he is not joking, he is not a joke, he is not a joke, he is not a joke, he is not only a high or low, but also life and death, this is the rule of underground boxing. After speaking, Mr. Gao secretly leaned sideways and quietly gave Chen Haonan an okay with his middle finger and index finger. The meaning is obvious, well done, don't worry, Lao Tzu will carry it for you. After hearing Mr. Gao's two-faced speech, Yi Lao didn't say anything, he had read the Siberian report. At that time, no one in the 5 major military regions took over the task, only the Southeast Military Region next, and won quite beautifully, winning glory for the country. I just didn't expect that Gao Shiwei, a kid, dared to let a 10-year-old child take 9 female soldiers to compete, and his guts were so fat that he was fat, and in the end, he bet on the right one. It's outrageous. Little guy, when you come to be a soldier, what is the attitude of your family? At your age, you really should be studying. Yi Lao opened another topic and began to make family routines. Generally speaking, the chief likes you and only talks to you about things outside the army. Yes, why not? Your father is. Yi Lao wanted to ask Chen Haonan's father what profession he was engaged in, but the little guy interrupted. Chen Haodong, the richest man in the East China Sea, he said, let me do what I like. As long as I don't empty my body as an internet celebrity, I am not allowed to be a sissy, and I am left to choose other things. The richest man in the East China Sea. Yi Lao touched his chin and smiled. He found that he actually couldn't see through this little guy's feeling. You say he's a child, he understands everything, and he can expect what you're going to ask, so he stops your mouth in a few words. You say he's an adult, and he doesn't stand up much higher than the table, and he has a young and handsome face, saying that he hasn't been weaned yet, and he believes it. But what he did was more outrageous than the other. By the way, the link after dinner is to write a suicide note. You haven't graduated from elementary school, will you write a suicide note yourself? Do you want a clerk to record for you? Hearing Yi Lao's kind reminder, Chen Haonan said indifferently, me and my female soldiers, before going to Siberia, have already written a suicide note. If you also need to write a suicide note here, you can bring it over and make a copy, don't be so troublesome. Photocopying. Awesome! Yi Lao didn't know what to say, and in the end, he could only give a thumbs up. After the meal, it was really the part of writing a suicide note. The White Tiger soldiers called the suicide note the fastest. They had already brought a copy. In fact, if they could, they didn't even want to hand it in. After that, the people rested in place and rested in their tents for the night. The next morning, at 5:30, all the participating members lined up. Yesterday, the performance of this gecko man, whether it was a duel with the dragon or cooking with the chief, his performance was impeccable and lived up to his reputation. But then there was a war. Go deep into the jungle to chase the enemy. This is already a large-scale battlefield. A genius child. He is still a child after all. The strongest tigress, after all, is a mother. No matter how much honor Chen Haonan achieves, people are worried, will he survive the large-scale battlefield? After all, a high survival rate on a large battlefield must also be those veteran fritters, not genius children. Gecko Man is a genius, but the Southeast military region is too child's play. What do you think? If you don't send a few veterans to take the lead, they won't be without men. No matter how strong Gecko Man is, he still has 8 female soldiers. This is all a drag oil bottle. How can he get good results? I am still worried that he will not come back. To be honest, my children like him very much. If he sacrifices, I will not be happy. It's a pity, but the little Gecko Man himself is careless. He didn't think of what a large-scale battlefield looks like, the fight of thousands of people. Once he falls into it, he will be difficult to extricate. Love is deep, responsibility is keen. After these special forces learned that Chen Haonan was the mysterious little hero, they blamed the boss of the Southeast military region a little in their hearts. This was thought of with that brain, and no one led the team, and even, someone greeted Mr. Gao in his heart. Such a decision is too hasty. Is it decided with his ass? Mr. Gao didn't know that someone slandered him. He accompanied Yi Lao's side, inspected the team, but accidentally sneezed 3 times. Yi Lao's face was serious. There is still half an hour to set off. Within this time, you can choose your favorite weapon and arm it to the teeth. Of course, if you are a comrade who has prepared in advance, you can apply to set off first. I'll pick a gun. Each of you has a signal transmitter, and if you encounter danger halfway, you can choose to quit if you feel that you can't hold on. As long as you press the red button, a helicopter will pick you up, and you will be considered to have given up the mission, and now start arming. Not long after, the cart carrying the weapons drove in. In this process, Yi Lao's eyes looked at the female soldiers standing beside Chen Haonan, and he couldn't help but ask Mr. Gao, "Gao boy, these female soldiers look like they are not simple on the surface, but are you sure they don't lag behind? They all look like they are only in their early 20s, plus Chen Haonan is a child. Can they come back alive?" Mr. Gao nodded and said, "The female soldiers are selected internally. Don't look at them, are all young and beautiful girls. In fact, really do it. They are all tigresses, several commando instructors of wolf teeth. They can't beat them. I am full of confidence in the female soldiers. Under the leadership of my son, I will definitely be able to complete the task excellently." Yi Lao was stunned. "Chen Haonan is your righteous son?" "Theoretically, it's just that the little guy hasn't nodded yet." Yi Lao, a serious person, was amused. "Gao boy, this event seems to be a large-scale battlefield, but if you take the initiative to attack, directly insert the enemy's heart, catch the opponent by surprise, and destroy the enemy's living force as much as possible without the enemy reacting, this is what I expect from them, but it is difficult to do it. You must find the enemy first." Mr. Gao nodded. "The same reason as encountering tigers in the mountains. If people find the tigers first, the tigers dare not attack people easily. If the tigers find people first, people will be passive. Of course, I am not saying that the enemy is a tiger, but they are indeed better than us in terms of numbers and actual combat experience. We Yenghua soldiers, the most special thing is to accumulate experience in the war. Everyone is Wusong." He said it very interestingly, which made Yi Lao laugh heartily. "Good analogy. Strange, you used to be a hawkish style who didn't smile, no matter what. Now you have learned to joke. It's not about coaxing children, they're used to coaxing. Chief, Chen Haonan is a wonderful person. The more you get in touch, the more fun you will find in him. So to speak, his life is open, not taking the usual path." Yi Lao laughed. "Then I'll see his next performance first." Within half an hour, no one offered to leave in advance. After all, the choice of firearms, the replenishment of gunpowder, is the life guarantee of the soldiers, and as special forces, they know this very well. "It's time, get ready to go, and before you go, I'll say a little. Where the mountains and rivers go, the sun and the moon shine, it is the land. As a soldier, even if the blood is exhausted, cannot let the enemy step into our territory half a step. Decades ago, our ancestors here, in the case of insufficient firepower, built a long city with flesh and blood, repelled the invasion of the enemy. Today, we have overcome the phobia of insufficient firepower. We should not be afraid of any enemy. You only have one day's food. As an old tradition, the enemy is a transport captain, and if you don't want to go hungry, you will find the enemy and find food. This time, your task is to exterminate all the jackals hidden in the forest. As a witness, as long as you collect the armbands of the hacker mercenary group and take them out at the summary meeting, these mercenaries will wear star armbands. 1 star is an ordinary mercenary, 2 stars are small bosses, and 3 stars are big bosses. Looking at Yi Lao, who was more and more excited the more he talked, Chen Haonan was also helpless. The chiefs all had this problem, said 1 point, and unconsciously said 3 points. It was better to say it at the summary meeting. Study hard, go up every day. How simple and clear. Hey, that's why I don't want to go to school. Those leaders in the school, Juneng said, can start with radio gymnastics, and at the end, when he just crossed over, Chen Haonan was thinking about where to find a tank, and directly bombarded the school. Next, I add one last point: you must tear the armband of the deceased, otherwise, there is no way to prove that you killed someone, and don't think about forgery. If this is found out, I will personally strip you of your military uniform, understand? Understood. Everyone responded. Murderous, generally speaking, ask a rhetorical question, you can set off immediately, but the chief came again. Soldiers, I will lead the military department to strengthen the last question. Strategically, we must despise the enemy, but tactically, we must pay attention to the enemy. Do you know what this means? The difference between strategy and tactics was that Yi Lao was divided into 3 points and spread out. Chen Haonan didn't know what others thought, but for a moment, he wanted to break through the old chief. No wonder Zhou Xingxing heard the master Jiang Hu and smashed it with a punch. Report, Chief, we will definitely complete the mission and come back alive. Let's go. Couldn't help it, and under the watchful eye, Chen Haonan directly interrupted Yi Lao's words. Damn, awesome. It deserves to be a gecko man. However, he is just a child, and if we say this, we feel that we will be drunk for a long time. Yi Lao seemed to have come to his senses, and said with a smile, Warriors, I understand that you can't wait to kill the enemy. Since this is the case, I won't say it. When you return triumphantly, I will carry the wine, and then talk to you in detail, and set off. With a wave of his hand, he finally made a final decision. Just as everyone ran towards the transport plane, He Chengwang found Chen Haonan. Little brother Chen Haonan, I'm really sorry, I can't team up with you to fight. Chen Haonan looked at him in amazement and said, This operation, after all, is a real battle, and it is all a military region. This is the default. Why did you leave on your own? He Chengwang showed an embarrassed expression. Actually, I want to team up with you and learn your combat spirit by the way, but before I came, I promised the chief of staff that I must insist on fighting by myself in order to achieve the greatest growth. In fact, I understand what the chief of staff meant. He didn't say a word, that is, follow you Chen Haonan, and the credit is all from your White Tiger base. I can understand why he said this. From a personal point of view, this operation has a great effect on me. Therefore, I want to challenge my own weakness. My father he wait on, he likes to be alone. Real snipers are sons of mountains and forests, not good at gregarious. I personally want to take this challenge, complete the integration of man and gun, and reach the realm of your one-handed explosion helicopter. After being silent for a while, Chen Haonan understood He Chengwang's complex psychology. Since his brother has his own pursuit, there is no need for him to forcibly pull him. I have to say that although he has opened the system, He Chengwang has his own protagonist aura. That's okay, be careful yourself. If you're not sure, don't go deeper. When necessary, press the red button and ask for assistance. I don't want to lose a brother who can drink. Remember, you are still young. As long as you live, you have a chance to rise. In He Chengwang's impression, Chen Haonan has always been cold and ruthless, and he rarely knows anyone, but he didn't expect that this time for his own safety, he would be so much of himself, which made him a little moved. Little brother, I have never treated you as a 10-year-old child, I have always treated you as a peer. Today's words, brother, I understand in my heart, I will definitely come back alive, waiting for you on the slope of the sun. Well, next time it's your turn to buy wine. Hearing this, He Chengwang's body stiffened, afraid that he would not be able to hold back his expression, so he quickly turned around and left. I didn't expect him to become so ambitious after being pressed and beaten by me once. Tianguo sighed with emotion, and was inevitably a little worried about the man who had been pressed by himself. And He Chengwang left the team and acted alone. Such a strange choice also made veterans of other military regions talk about it again. It seems that this soldier is not optimistic about the little gecko man and the group of female soldiers he brought, so he chose to do it alone. It's normal if it's not good looking. This mission is to pin your head to your pants, and with so many female soldiers, it's easy to attract the attention of the enemy. Hey, the heads of the Southeast Military Region, confused, what do you think? There is not a single veteran. If the little gecko is really sacrificed here, they have to face the pressure of the media. I like this little guy too much. It's just outrageous. Her mother opened the door outrageously, and it's outrageous to get home. Unconsciously, in the discussion of these veterans, Chen Haonan and his female soldiers were already half cold. Soon, one transport plane after another took off, sending everyone into the impermeable black forest. Compared to the white tiger base, the forest here is really dense and dark. At first glance, you can't see the rich fertile soil under the forest. This is no man's land at the demarcation point. On the transport plane, the female soldiers sat in their respective positions, entertaining themselves in their own way, and used to relax. For example, Yi Tsuanshin's favorite thing is to use a hair to weigh the weight of the bullet. Shinlani once teased her, if you don't quit this habit, sooner or later you will be bald. Yi Tsuanshin immediately slammed it back, and the hair doesn't just grow on the head, such as on someone else's head. Looking at the female soldiers who entertained him, Chen Haonan knew that they were nervous. Try to relax. I have never seen you so nervous in Siberia, and according to your usual training intensity, strategically, you can indeed defy any enemy. Instructor, you said that we don't care. This is our first time, and nervousness must be inevitable. Chen Haonan was stunned for a moment, and then said indifferently, I thought it was a competition, but since this time it was a dog killing, I would naturally shoot, and I would do it with all my might, and you must also grow up by yourself and see more blood. Hearing this assurance, the female soldiers climaxed instantly, and relaxed their bodies one by one. I'll go. Instructor, you said it earlier, such a large-scale battlefield, just ignore it, it's really scary, and the eldest ant is scared to come. Chen Haonan wants to train female soldiers, so that they can be independent, but it is not necessary to exert mental pressure. It is better to let them accumulate self-confidence through victory in actual combat, and finally complete the qualitative change. The transport plane went deep into the forest, and after about 10 minutes, the pilot spoke, this is the default no man's land, you can land, good luck. After saying that, he also glanced at everyone with strange eyes, a child, with 8 women, my mother, people who don't know, and because of 8 Snow White and 1 dwarf, they are about to live an exciting life in the jungle. The pilot is a person who likes to keep a diary, recording interesting things that happen in the army, such as a certain recruit who doesn't know the beautiful female family, it's the company commander's wife, and can't help but whistle at her, but such an interesting story, compared to what he sees and hears today, is nothing. He has been flying for so long, and it is the first time he has sent such a combination of team members. The diary has materials. Chen Haonan quickly stood up, ready to land, I'll go down first. Grabbing the rope ladder, Chen Haonan's whole person seemed to be a puff of smoke, and with a whoosh, he disappeared in front of the pilot, and when he looked at it again, he had already found that the child was already standing firmly on the ground. Awesome! The pilot couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Such a speed of action, it really can't be underestimated. There are new materials in the days, and the character design is enriched. This is a little fast, man. It didn't take long for the female soldiers to go one by one, and everyone moved quickly and cleanly, so that the pilot wanted to write a diary on the spot, and the plane didn't start. Good guys, look away. With this efficiency alone, the performance should not be bad. Subsequently, the pilot, who was in a hurry to write a diary, immediately turned around and drove back. He couldn't stay here for a long time. This was a secret operation, and those long-nosed dogs next door would sniff his location at any time. Below the forest, Chen Haonan opened the 10-mile eagle eye and observed the surrounding environment. From the air, such a plateau-dense forest, Hessian, impermeable, but after you really got in, you found the beauty inside. The gap in the forest is still very large, that is, there are all kinds of birds. After being frightened, fluttering wings and flying, pay attention to lurking, don't alarm the birds in the forest, it will attract the attention of the enemy. Chen Haonan's worries are well-founded. Tactically, don't underestimate those Asan, they may be a little behind in combat readiness, but the main one is saturated, digging holes everywhere, pretending to be equipment, just the highway. There is a dense road network. The main one is a large amount of tube full, and, in addition to being able to have children, these Asan can play motorcycles, jungle cars, stack our huts, and play to take off. The birds woke up and immediately marched 3 kilometers towards the heart of the forest. Yes, instructor. At this time, don't call me an instructor. Do you want me to be fed bullets first? This is not Siberia, this is the battlefield. My code name is. Chen Haonan paused, and under the expectant eyes of the female soldiers, he said clearly, our base is the White Tiger Base. My code name, call it the Tiger God, the White Tiger God. Nice code name. Instructor, I like this code name, domineering, White Tiger Spirit, completely oriental, not like Thor. It sounds like a code name for the West, and I don't know what someone thinks. Tan Xiaolin praised Chen Haonan, a little bit of a finger at Sang and scolded why. Okay, this is my own code name, I have nothing to do with whom. Remember, from now on, you have to remember not to call names. This is not Siberia, you can lose, as those veterans said, this is a large battlefield. Once the enemy is discovered first, we will be encircled. The only tactic is to use infiltration, reconnaissance, to discover the enemy one step at a time, and then formulate tactics, lightning to annihilate a wave of enemies, and then retreat. Don't fall in love with the war, then infiltrate, and then annihilate, repeatedly, so that the enemy never knows where we are and how many people there are. This is the real special warfare operation. If ye allow us here, he will definitely appreciate Chen Haonan's words, and exclaim, the hero sees the same thing. The female soldiers trusted Chen Haonan deeply, and immediately nodded, and then Chen Haonan asked them to call each other by their code names. After almost 5 kilometers of rapid marching, Chen Haonan stopped his small steps, raised his finger, and signaled the female soldiers behind him to stop. Kept shaking her little nose, grabbed a handful of wind again, and sniffed it, causing a female soldier to think that her fart was smelled by the instructor. Where to be cowardly? Through the skill of chasing the wind and catching shadows, Chen Haonan has determined that within a few hundred meters ahead, there is an enemy camp, and the sullen smell of not taking a bath for many days has drifted here with the wind. Of course, the female soldiers can't smell it, and Chen Haonan is different. His skills are strengthened to the point that he can smell who is coming to the eldest ant. Exterminator, you go to reconnoiter the direction of the 2 points, determine the enemy's position, and then come back, and the others will not move. Chen Haonan was planning to train the troops, otherwise, he would have gone by himself. Yes. Shinlani, the observer, immediately jumped up on the spot, inserted himself into the forest, and disappeared in front of the female soldier. After Shinlani disappeared, the female soldier was a little puzzled. Instructor, there are forests everywhere, how can you be sure that there is an enemy in front? By feeling, or? Yes, there are Hessian forests everywhere, more than the hair on my body. How can I be sure of the enemy a few hundred meters away? Around, there are no startled birds, no cooking smoke curling, no footprints in the forest. How to deduce, share. The female soldiers, who did not question the professionalism of their instructors, just thought it was incredible. Everyone is running, and Chen Haonan has no extra movements, except for just now, like Sun Monkey, grabbing the wind and smelling it several times. This is the enemy? In fact, Chen Haonan couldn't explain this problem, so he said indifferently, I said, you can't understand it. I even know that Tiangua secretly let out a few farts just now. Well, Ouyang Qian's aunt, she just left yesterday. I'll go. Tiangua, who was secretly farting, covered her face all of a sudden, and everyone was embarrassed. She lost weight for a while, and before she set off just now, she ate a little more, but she didn't expect it. Do you know the instructor headwind? Pistachio, it turned out that you farted, and I also stepped on the poop. Did you eat too much? It stinks to me. Tang Xiaoxiao covered his mouth, put his little hand on his nose, and instigated it several times. The female soldiers all chuckled, only Ouyang Qian had a cowardly expression, more embarrassed than Tiangua. Oops, I guess correctly, her eldest aunt only left yesterday, and it was not very clean. The terrifying instructor, I felt that I was standing in front of him, and I didn't even wear pants. Okay, lie on the ground, don't be careless, Ah-san, these guys still have some strength, and they are bold, they dare to drive a helicopter to patrol. Look at the top of your head. The female soldiers looked up, and through the dense gaps in the leaves, they really saw a helicopter flying through the air, and soon disappeared. If I go, I'm fatter than the guts of Tiangua who secretly fart, so I'm not afraid of being beaten down? This is the barefoot, not afraid of the people who wear shoes. These guys have found the new gold owner's father, and they can't wait to make a big deal, and then go to their father's place to receive the reward of the American knife. Chen Haonan flashed these thoughts, and felt that his hands were a little itchy, and there was a good chance he wanted to jerk off with one hand in the woods. Of course, the world's 8th-ranked hacker mercenary group, there are thousands of people hiding here, eyeing each other, making a cool shot, causing big trouble, so let's bear with it. My experience points are almost full. The ranking of the hacker mercenary group is still above the dark mercenary group. I hope their heads are more valuable, send more experience points, and send you good person cards. I thank you.
Chun Haonan was thinking about it, and not long after, the Flash Shinlani came back from the forest.
Report, instructor, 350 meters away from here, there is really an enemy camp. They have built a camp with wooden tents, and the preliminary estimate is that there are more than 40 people who can do it. After hearing Shinlani's words, Chen Haonan didn't feel anything, so he nodded slightly. In fact, after chasing the wind and catching shadows, he almost deduced that there were 30 or 40 enemies. For female soldiers, this kind of reconnaissance was very awesome. For him, it was mediocre.
There really is an enemy. The instructor is powerful, the spirit destroyer, good reconnaissance. The number of enemies has been calculated. Is it accurate? 8 or 9 is not far from 10.
However, the most powerful thing is the instructor. At such a distance, he actually smells it by smelling the wind. Little master, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. The back is more exciting. The female soldiers nodded, feeling that it was too amazing, staring at Chun Haonan's little face, feeling that flowers had grown on his handsome face. Don't look at me, I don't have flowers on my face. What do you think of how to kill these mercenaries?
Regarding the question raised by Chun Haonan, the female soldiers started a discussion.
It's just 40 people, attack, just do it. I also suggest a strong attack. 9 of us, 3 or 4 of them are killed by one person, they haven't had a chance to shoot yet, just do it.
This is Tianhua, who farts, and Yi Tsuanshin, who advocates violence, suggests.
Ouyang Qian's suggestion is that it can be done, but it can be considered to cooperate with the blasting, and a wave of grenades will open the way, so that they will panic internally, and then fall from the sky, scaring them to death. Tang Xiaoxiao suggested that the disguise infiltrate it and do it at close range, so that it feels best and can destroy the enemy in one fell swoop. He Lu and Tan Xiaolan's suggestions are similar. It is not recommended to attack. After all, I don't know where the other enemies are, and there are helicopters overhead, but they can infiltrate and kill, and it is best to fight in the field. Finally, Chun Haonan spoke. From what you said, it can be deduced that most of you decide the combat policy according to your own personality and hobbies, and He Lu and Tan Xiaolan can put aside their personal personalities, take into account the environment, and the enemy's advantages, which is not bad, which is worth learning from. The best way, don't be greedy, lurk here, wait for dark, and then launch a sneak attack, and at this time, in addition to observing the enemy's activities, you must also retain your physical strength. Okay, you are separate and lurking, act at the opportunity. There are abnormal situations, it is best not to communicate frequently, use our code, observe what birds are in the forest, imitate its call. 3 long and 2 short, don't have cuckoos here, there are cuckoos every day. Well, also, the distance is not too far, something is really wrong. I can't take care of everyone. After speaking, Chen Haonan found a place by himself, covered himself with dead leaves, shook off his hands, and began to rest. Hey, if the female assistant is here, she can enjoy her craft. Nostalgic for the first day of the female assistant. The white tiger base and ran was covered with hot sweat, and the military uniform was attached to the delicate body, with undulating curves, but there was no trace of excess fat. She had just returned from training in the woods and was going to take a bath. It is worth mentioning that when she found that when she was training, her mind was full of children, the child smiled, the child was tired, and the child asked her to massage and relax. Hell, why am I full of Chun Haonan? If it's not saved, nothing will happen, and if you're worried, it's messy. And Ran decided to go to Tang Shaosan. She had already learned the news that this National Special Forces event was in the Central and Indian regions, attacking and killing the hacker mercenary group, which is the 8th largest mercenary in the world, more powerful than the Dark Army, more people, and more professional. In fact, McDonald's Dark Army is really not a grade, but General McDonald's does things, focusing on a bold one, giving him a chance. He dares to kidnap the royal family, and forcibly build a small group of dozens of people into the 9th in the world. Hey, I missed Chen Haonan's first day. When night fell, the moon was hairy, popping out half of its body, reflecting in the forest, like a ghost, from the dead branches and leaves, constantly ejecting shadows. These shadows quickly gathered and appeared in front of a small figure, lined up. Under the hazy light moon, the small figure made 3 gestures, and followed 9 shadows, 3 people as a group, traditional fan shape, quietly running in the forest, as fast as an animal that hunted at night, constantly moving towards the front. Near the sentry post in front of the distance, the shadow stopped. These people were Chen Haonan and the female soldiers who were preparing for the night attack. After the skill of chasing wind and shadows was activated, at a distance of more than 30 meters, two talking sentinels, as if a lover were whispering in his ear, was extremely clear. Those guys in India, really willing to pay let us pretend to be people, assassinate the soldiers of the Yin country here, a little exciting, that is, the conditions are too poor, there are mosquitoes and flies everywhere. The sentry smoking a cigar, looking like he was enjoying it, and the night was long, and he could only rely on this to stimulate himself and drive away his sleepiness. During this time, they did assassinate more than a dozen Yanghua mountain people, and the old tradition of Yanghua next door was protested in the media and could not be tolerated. Then, continue to tolerate. This mission, in addition to the poor environmental conditions, it is really easy to make money. More than 1,000 of us pretended to be Asan, everyone shared millions, no loss, and the government of Yanghua next door, there was no reaction, our boss let go, in a few days, allow us to catch their women, refreshing, how exciting this is, it's been a month, and I haven't smelled meat for a long time. Another militant, who was also smoking a cigar, had a green glow in his eyes, he did not like abstinence, a real man, and did not need to save bullets. However, this mission is really cool, isn't Yanghua known as the grave of mercenaries, but they didn't dare to let go of their farts, and it didn't affect their monthly income of 1 million at all. In a few months, if you earn 5 million, you will be free in wealth, but, the boss said, during this time, Yanghua held a large-scale military exercise to protest, it was a protest again, and their country was suffocated as a grandson in order to seek development, Yanghua has been peaceful for too long, where do they dare to do it, even if they come, we will kill a few more people and earn more, as it said, if we kill the soldiers of Yanghua, one head will be 100,000. When we don't need to patrol, let's go to the field to see if there are any lone Yanghua soldiers, it's too valuable, after this, there will be no such store. The two sentinels, without the slightest awareness of the sentinels, were chatting about making money and playing with women, and their voices were getting louder and louder. Not far away, Chen Haonan also heard these conversations. He has always been calm and calm. At this moment, the killing machine burst out. Remember, in this operation, don't shoot, use daggers, be quick and ruthless, don't be soft, your opponents are veterans of 100 battles, if you alarm one person, we can't retreat. After the female soldier nodded, Chen Haonan suppressed his voice and began to tease the female soldier's emotions. They are our people, and our comrades in arms, they are tools to make money. And if they can't kill them, they are cruel to our people, and they also say that they want to snatch women and play for a few days. Hearing this, the female soldiers were angry, and their eyes glowed green, like wolves, and some of the little nervousness just now disappeared. Chen Haonan said these words to make the female soldiers mentally forget themselves. After all, this is the first time they have participated in such an attack and killing operation, and physiologically, they may not be adaptable. Only hatred is the easiest to make people strong. Chen Haonan began to act, a dragon body method, and quickly disappeared in front of the female soldiers, as if he disappeared out of thin air. Seeing the female soldiers who had just caught up, she was sluggish for a while, and I went, the gap was too big. Chen Haonan just now, it was really like catching a cat, and suddenly disappeared. Of course, they didn't know that Chen Haonan had started the perfect camouflage technique, and had erased his existence in the surrounding environment. Keep up with the... The female soldiers had firm eyes and quietly rushed over, waiting for Chen Haonan to kill the two sentries in front first. And at this moment, Chen Haonan has already lurked in the bushes behind the sentry, these two guys, chatting a lot of postures, and still gesturing at the scene. One of the sentries is still shaking his head. Suddenly, he felt that his throat hurts, as if he was bitten by a mosquito. Wipe it hard, his hands are full of blood, and then, he was horrified to see that the companion in front of him also made the same action. After touching his neck, blood poofed out, more and more, unable to stop. It's a throat cut. Where is the enemy? Fearful thoughts came to him, and he clutched his neck, realizing that he couldn't scream, just like the dancing zombies in Plants vs. Zombies, shaking his head and falling all the way. Both did not know where the enemy was until they died. The host has started kill mode, congratulations on earning 20 XP. Chen Haonan heard the sound of the system. At this moment, he was already more than 10 meters away from the dead sentry. His target was the two sentries on the sentry tower. If he didn't kill them, the detection light continued to poke down, affecting the actions of the female soldiers behind. Phew! A small figure was under the night sky, constantly jumping, closing in on the past. Behind them, the female soldiers were actually not slow, and when they came to the dead sentry position, the light just stopped moving. Awesome, the instructors have killed the sentries above. I'll go. Have you grown wings? What a tiger god. Watching Chen Haonan's solo show, the female soldiers were so shocked that their little hearts trembled, and they almost climaxed, and the instructor's skills became more unpredictable, and they always felt that they had improved a lot and could keep up with his small steps. It seems that we have to increase the intensity of training, otherwise, we can only be the vase of the instructor. It's terrible. Is this the real strength of the king of soldiers? The last time I defeated the male soldiers, my whole person swelled a lot, and now I see the strength of the instructor. It's like eating Snickers and being myself. Of course, these words are all inner thoughts, flashing by. And after Chen Haonan killed the sentry in the high place, he immediately used the light to make an offensive gesture to the white tiger soldiers below, that is, free attack and kill, free advance, all pressed, and tamed. In front of the inside, there were tents lined up, and sure enough, as Shinlani said, there were 5 in total, and if you count the number of people, it would be about 8 people in one building. It was late at night, and the female soldiers immediately had a tacit division of labor, and their figures seemed to be like a piao, sneaking towards the barracks. Such a tactical arrangement, in the usual training, I don't know how many times, but there was only one camp tent, and they attacked Chen Haonan, the instructor, but every time, they were by Chen Haonan. The female soldiers are fast, but Chen Haonan is faster. He is like a dragon welcoming spring, using a dragon body method, pushing his body with his backbone, his little head facing down, and his little buttocks facing up, like a wolf howling bazooka running down, but the direction is facing the ground. After landing, 3 or 5 ups and downs followed behind the female soldier. The steel wire fence is blocked in front, and it is really vigilant. When the female soldiers stopped and began to cut the steel wire, Chen Haonan suddenly thought that when Yurukin and Ran were on a mission together, he cut the steel wire mesh and got into it by himself, and then Ran, a charming woman, continued to cut the big picture where she was wronged, like an angry little daughter-in-law. The next day when I miss my female assistant. Chen Haonan hurriedly cleaned up his psychology, followed the female soldier's buttocks, and drilled into the steel wire. The process was very smooth. After all, he was a small body, and the female soldiers were all big women, and the hole was very big. According to the plan, Chen Haonan chose the first camp tent, and later, 2 female soldiers worked as a group to drill into the second and third camps. Before the women had gotten in, they saw a huge rat run past them, into the tent, and vanished. It was the instructor who came, and he came down from the high platform, and the result was faster than US. The female soldiers were helpless, but these psychology flashed and they immediately took action. Chen Haonan rushed in through the window. His people were small, and if he was a female soldier, he could only go through the door. After landing, there was no sound, as if it was forcibly inserted into the darkness, and if the darkness was a woman, she didn't react, and she was integrated into the infernal world, focusing on a fast and accurate. Under the invincible camouflage technique, Chen Haonan perfectly blends into the darkness, it seems, where he seems to be standing. In fact, you stand in front of him. If you don't pay attention and bow your head, you can't see his people here. Of course, if Chen Haonan is not ashamed and takes off his pants, JJ can't see it. Chen Haonan swept over the 8 militants sleeping soundly on the bed, in any position, but the only thing that was the same was that everyone was snoring loudly, one after another, very lively. For a moment, he thought he had come to the spring field, surrounded by bullfrogs chirping. It seems that the female soldiers are not a big problem to attack and kill, unless they are unlucky and happen to meet someone who was forced to wake up by a bird and open their eyes. It seems that Chen Haonan is acting alone. In fact, under the skill of chasing the wind and shadows, he is always vigilant about the changes around him. If there is an abnormal situation in the female soldiers, he can react quickly. As for killing, for the best dead soldier in Siberia, life is as fragile as a wafer biscuit in the throat. Starting from the left, Chen Haonan's little feet moved, and when he reached the side of the first person, the dagger hung in the air for a moment, and without hesitation, he stabbed into the throat of the other party without hesitation, and his left hand covered the opponent's mouth at the same time. Cold as a throat, this unlucky hacker mercenary opened his eyes in severe pain, and then he felt that his mouth was pressed by the truck. He couldn't open it at all, and naturally he couldn't make any sound. He was desperate like an innocent woman who had been strong before, twisting by Hua's body in vain, and in the struggle, he turned into a desperate lamb, and then his eyes froze and he never moved again. The host is gorgeously attacked, rich and dangerous, the reward is doubled, and the reward is 20 experience points. Hearing the extremely humanized voice of the system, as well as the rich rewards, Chen Haonan felt even more excited. As for the tension caused by killing, there must be no tension. After any person has undergone special training in Siberia, he has become a lot weaker about life and death are downbeat, and if he is not happy, he will do it.
He began to move towards the second. One after another.
The last mercenary was Chen Haonan, who used the power of ants to directly twist his neck. He found that such a killing method, he didn't have to cover his mouth, it was very suitable for himself, but when he twisted his neck, the clicking sound was a bit noisy, which was not suitable for such a multi-person sport. These simple and high-speed attacks are almost the same as eating for Chen Haonan, plus his skills of opening and hanging. It is similar to drinking soup. No one reacts during the whole process. In fact, even if someone reacts, it will be the same end. It is worth mentioning that the skill of chasing wind and shadows strengthens the sense of smell too outrageously, and a cold boy like Chen Haonan wants to vomit a little, because at this time, the smell of feet, sweat, blood, and the smell of fresh flying is really unbearable. He cursed and walked out of the tent. Outside, the female soldier hasn't come out yet, so naturally she hasn't finished killing yet. After all, it is impossible for everyone to be a little pervert like him. All around, the pervasive smell of blood and xiang did not fade, but became more and more intense. Chen Haonan squatted on the ground, plucked a handful of dogtail grass, stuffed it into his little nose, and stood there waiting. The senses are too sensitive, and it is also a crime, fortunately, and Ran is a female assistant with a natural body fragrance, otherwise, she will not be allowed to go to the bed, hee. Chen Haonan was bitter, and at this moment, the voice of the system sounded. The host has met the upgrade conditions. Considering that the host is not full of hair, the system will extract skills on behalf of the host.
Congratulations on acquiring a new skill, desperate deduction. Congratulations on getting one chance to strengthen. Is it enhanced? Hearing the sound of the system, Chen Haonan was happy. The system's response was actually slow. Is this killing people too fast? Fusion desperate deduction. Anyway, it was just waiting for someone. Chen Haonan did not hesitate to integrate the new skills. This is a large battlefield. Don't look at him to kill people is very cool. It's easy. If you don't find the enemy first and plan it, it can't be so smooth. One more skill, one more means. The next moment, the information about the desperate deduction was forcibly inserted into his little head at once, and forcibly stirred, bringing a large amount of fresh information. It's so informative that it's like the footage of a movie playing, constantly flickering. Desperate deduction. Using mental power, you can deduce any scene, deduce what happened here in the past, and you can also speculate on the possible crisis according to the crisis, like the mode of playing a movie, deduce the relevant scenes, and go back. This is a skill like magic. It will provide a huge information effect on special operations, so as to assist the host in large and small battlefields, all improve the ability to survive, because the future war is the era of information. Warfare. I'll go. This skill doesn't seem to improve my physical talent skills, but the effect is too awesome. It deserves to be the strongest soldier king system in the universe. It's all high quality. Chen Haonan almost jumped up. To be honest, he looks confident, but sometimes he is pretending. This is a large battlefield. Maybe at that moment, he was discovered by a helicopter, and a missile bombarded him directly. He is a dragon body, and he can't escape from the ground. But with the skill of desperate deduction, you can deduce the future, and you can also go back to the past. In other words, if there is a huge crisis in the future, brainstorming will be generated in his head and scene deduction will be carried out. If there is an enemy ambushing him, even if he can't speculate about the future, he can go back to what happened to the enemy here in the past time period. What he said. Do you say it is awesome or not? System, isn't this a bit magical? Every time I deduce, does the mental power I extract faint from me? Awesome to awesome. Chen Haonan thinks it's better to ask clearly, such as his bullet mark whispering skills, which are also awesome to explode, but he needs the blessing of mental power. Don't look at his mental power 15, in fact, it is just one shot, and he will enter a period of mental weakness, which is similar to the feeling that men are not adaptable to the period and cannot rise. Anyway, it is listless, and focusing is a problem. Host, according to your current mental power of 15, it is not a big problem to deduce for 15 minutes. And it will not enter the period of inadaptability. More than 15 minutes, you will be nauseous and vomiting, and even directly interrupt the scene of deduction. Please don't exercise your little body too much in the case of minors. 15 minutes, which means that after your spirit improves, you can increase the time.
Chen Haonan also felt quite satisfied. Life was often unsatisfactory 9 times out of 10, he was already satisfied 8 or 9 times out of 10, and the next moment, he immediately spoke, "Give me strength." The next moment, the muscles and bones of the body began to strengthen without emphasizing martial virtues.
Just when Chen Haonan was quietly becoming stronger, the female soldiers ushered in their first experience in their lives.
Among them, Yi Tsuanshin cooperated with Shinlani, and after inserting it into the camp tent at high speed, he nodded his head, one on the left and the other on the right. Approaching, carrying a knife, it was still the first time to kill a chicken. Yi Tsuanshin cheered for himself in his heart. "Your little cousin is already far ahead of the curve. What psychological pressure do you have? Just treat them as sausages and eggs that your little cousin invites, and cut them." The next moment, Yi Tsuanshin substituted himself into the image of Chen Haonan, feeling stunned, with a cool temperament, and no emotion. The dagger in his hand stabbed into the mercenary's throat, and covered the other party's mouth with his lower hand, and pressed it hard. "I'm Chen Haonan, let's die." Sure enough, the feeling of substitution in this way makes me a lot stronger. Yi Tsuanshin looked at the mercenary who quickly turned into a corpse, and he didn't panic or feel guilty in his heart, but instead had a sense of excitement that he hadn't felt for a long time. Such a discovery made Yi Tsuanshin a little surprised. Could it be that in his bones, he was born to be a killer? Hurriedly raised her head and glanced at Shinlani, only to see that the killing spirit had already killed the first person. But then Danue, her reaction seemed to be a little bigger, her body trembled, and after taking a deep breath, she walked towards the second enemy. In the process of walking, Shinlani inadvertently kicked the water bottle on the ground. The sound made one of the mercenaries roll over, as if wary, and his eyelids twitched, as if he was about to wake up. Shinlani swooped in with lightning, and the dagger stabbed diagonally into his throat, while pressing the mercenary's mouth hard against the bedboard. But this mercenary was already half awake, his legs jumped up, and he was about to kick the bedboard. At this fateful moment, Yi Tsuanshin pounced and held it down until the other party lost any breath. When you kill someone, you have to put on the image of an instructor and imagine what it looks like. Yi Tsuanshin compared Chen Haonan's height, and Shinlani was stunned for a moment, imagining that he was Chen Haonan, so he could be quick and ruthless? Can there be no emotion, and the heart is more vicious? To tell the truth, Shinlani's skills are stronger than Yi Tsuanshin. The first time she killed people at close range, it seemed that she felt uncomfortable in her heart. This is a physiological reaction, but seeing Yi Tsuanshin's excited appearance made her envious and helpless. This is not as simple as substituting Chen Haonan, because she also tried to think like this just now. If she is Chen Haonan, how can she kill the enemy? Enemy killing, it seems more suitable for assassination than oneself? This discovery made Shinlani, who has not lost to others in her life, feel a little shaken and doubtful. Do not have any negative psychology, no guilt, the slightest process, especially the other party's bulging eyes just now, despair, begging for mercy, painful struggle. The feelings are too intense, and she can't be cold-blooded and ruthless for the time being. Substitute instructor. Substitute instructor. In Shinlani's body, Chen Haonan was forcibly accommodated, filling every corner of her body, full, and suddenly, she actually felt as if she had become more cold, and her eyes gradually became firm. Well, you can't lose to the enemy to kill, I'm the best martial artist. After self-hypnosis, Shinlani walked to the third mercenary. After she killed this mercenary, there was still a ripple in her heart, but it was not as strong as just now. It seemed that it worked. When she walked towards the fourth mercenary with great ambition, Shinlani's mouth opened wide, and she was in the dark, smiling at her and shaking the demon's little tail. You lose, I killed 5.5, you killed 2.5, you are too inefficient. Shinlani was completely stunned, softened for the first time, and asked suspiciously, strange, I also forcibly substituted the instructor, and even let him stuff my body and mind, every corner is him, why am I still slow? Simple, I'm a natural killer. Yi Cun was triumphant. I don't believe it, go out, I'll ask the instructor. Shinlani rushed out of the tent filled with the smell of blood, and then found that the other female soldiers did not come out at all. That is to say, her cooperation with Yi Tsuanshin was the fastest, except for Chen Haonan, of course. At this moment, he was like an emotionless scarecrow, standing in the moonlight, waiting for everyone. It's ridiculously strong, but why is Yi Tsuanshin's assassination so strong? Hell yes. Shinlani naturally didn't know that Yi Tsuanshin had the seed of a black cat in her bones,
and after such an assassination operation, that kind of talent had been activated, which was equal to Chen Haonan's low-level version of the skill, so she could maintain absolute calm after the killing, and even, she could play extraordinarily. After coming out, he walked to Chen Haonan's side, and Yi Tsuanshin, who was very expressive, really reported immediately. In the first group, the enemy killed 5.5 enemies and killed 2.5 spirits. Hearing this report, Shinlani, who was strong in her life, had a crooked mouth, and said unconvinced, enemy killing is a pervert, the more she kills, the more excited she is, you look at her, her face is flushed, where is she killing, it's like dating a lover. Shinlani said that it was a little inappropriate for children. Chen Haonan glanced at Yi Tsuanshin strangely, and sure enough, he saw that her eyes flowed, and there was actually a kind of coquettishness, but he immediately guessed the reason. Good guy, the genes of the black cat are really strong. Yi Tsuanshin is a good guide, he is a powerful killer. If he is not well guided, he may be a road killer. JJ who dares to shoot mines with a slingshot during the recruit period, what else dare not do? Of course, Chen Haonan feels that he is here, and his cousins is not a problem, just a guide, and he likes to train female soldiers the most. Host enhancement completed, all stats +1 host, Chen Haonan class, soldier level, level 12 root bone, 16 spirit, 16 STR, 40 speed, 16 skills, invincible shooting, invincible fighting, 10-mile eagle eye, invincible stealth, invincible camouflage, invincible weapon skills, invincible dragon body technique, sky hunting, rampage speed, bullet whispering, forbidden, wind story, demolition expert, desperate deduction XP, 50/1300 reach 40 strength, 16 other attributes, on the basis of breaking through the limits of human beings, towards the unknown realm, continue to move forward. Of course, after the special training in Siberia, Chen Haonan did not feel that his attributes are the strongest. Anthony once told him that there are some humans who have undergone special training and have lived in the beast area for a long time, and have the strength and speed of the ancestors. However, this type of special training has gradually become extinct, it is too anti-human, only some ancient organizations have been preserved, and you must be careful when you encounter this type of person in the future. It must also become stronger. If the people of these ancient organizations can only rely on strength to fight, it is still not enough. Chen Haonan bared his teeth and answered Shinlani's question. She is a talent for killing, but you can have absolute calmness through long-term special training, so there is no need to worry about this problem. Shinlani heard this analysis and nodded, as if she had been pulled by Tang Sini to watch the wolf films. The first time she covered her face to watch, the whole person trembled, and she watched too much later, so she took the potato chips to see it, and after a while, she followed Tang Xiaosan Heiha. Special training. If you are also stimulated, you can improve your physical fitness as if you were beating chicken blood. I understand, if there is a chance to kill people in the future, try to leave it to me. A chance to kill? Hee, should you kill chickens and ducks? Yi Tsuanshin teased. Chen Haonan didn't interrupt their conversation. In his perception, the female soldiers had completed their tasks, and there were no living enemies around. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the figures to rush over in the moonlight, like shadows. However, these figures didn't look as decisive as just now, and some people even covered their mouths. Unlike Yi Tsuanshin and Shinlani, the female soldiers are all egalitarian in killing people, and it takes more than 10 minutes on average to kill 4 people. It took 18 minutes and 12 seconds for each person to kill 4 enemies. According to your own military qualities, the fighting skills you have learned in Siberia, you could have ended the battle in 5 minutes. This is the reason why you are not confident enough and your psychological quality is not up to par. This time, it's the enemy who is too careless. After dawn, the news here will spread out, and then the enemy will be prepared, and you may face the other party's clever setup. Whoever is slower, who will lie down, and, pistachio, if you want to vomit, don't swallow it, and then talk about it when you are used to it. Yes. Instructor. Don't call me instructor. Do you want me to feed the bullets? Call me by my code name. It's the tiger god. No, the tiger god. I'm eating too much. Tiangua squatted on the ground, spitting. Under her influence, Ouyang Qian couldn't help it, so she vomited together, and it didn't take long for the human-to-human transmission to occur. Looking at the scene of a group of female soldiers vomiting, Chen Haonan was a little helpless. He couldn't imagine that after so much training, the female soldiers vomited so badly except for Yi Tsuanshin. People who didn't know thought that they were collectively pregnant because of themselves.
However, it is not surprising that it is so exciting to play with the first killing, directly piercing the throat. No matter how ruthless, in the face of a fresh life, it disappears under his own hands, and his heart fluctuates, unless it has been strengthened and transformed by the system, or is born like Yitsuinshin to devour blood.
While spitting, summarize them for me one by one.
Chen Haonan did not let the female soldiers rest, and after leaving the camp with them, he entered a forest and immediately asked them to make a summary report. I hesitated to kill, and I always felt like I couldn't do it.
Me too, killing people like chickens and ducks, I'm not used to it. I know I have to be ruthless, but the concubine can't do it. I'm the same.
Yes. Chen Haonan looked at Yitsuinshin, who was holding his arms and revealing a cold smile of a beautiful girl, and said, "You can share why killing people is fast and good." Hey, just waiting for the little brother's words, it's my turn to pretend to be forced. Gritting his teeth, Yitsuinshin did not have the slightest politeness, and said with a smile, "It's very simple. When you kill someone, in your mind, imagine that you are an instructor. No, you just imagine that you are a tiger god. It's best to be full of brains, deep in the body, and even in the soul. You have to come in, such a strong sense of substitution, just like a reader reading a military novel, become cold and powerful, so unreasonable to appreciate himself, more confident, and then fall with a knife, like killing chickens and ducks. Anyway, it is the tiger god who kills people, not myself. I feel guilty." Yitsuinshin held his head high, very nervous. Since Chen Haonan became a soldier, he has been 10 years old, with various qualifications and all kinds of pretenses. She has been the object of training every day, and she has no dignity of her former eldest cousin, and now she finally raised her eyebrows once.
Enemy kill, you are a fox and a fake tiger. Does it really work, though? Let him go deep into his body and soul, and he will directly reach the peak of life?
Not to mention, the female soldiers were all thoughtful. Her mother felt that what Yitsuinshin said was right, because the scene in the imagination seemed to be.
It's so cool, it's a damn sense of substitution.
Chen Haonan's strength, the female soldiers have experienced it day after day, and they have long known that the strength of young men is definitely not something that his image can imagine, focusing on a contrast.
If you can substitute his image, it must be an explosion.
I'll go. Yitsuinshin deserves to be a high-achieving student of Qingda, and his imagination is invincible.
Readers, there are really a lot of operations.
When the female soldiers were experiencing the wonders, suddenly, Chen Haonan changed color slightly and shouted, "Lie down." The female soldiers were accustomed to his orders and prohibitions, and immediately threw themselves on the ground one by one. Their faces changed slightly and looked in the direction of Chen Haonan. They rarely saw such a panicked look from the instructor. Their message was quick, and the helicopters were coming. Chen Haonan looked up at the sky, and it didn't take long for the roar to become louder. The figure of the helicopter flew over and pounced in the direction of the camp. Apparently, the other party already knew the situation here and rushed over to reconnoiter the scene.
The focus of female soldiers is different. The point is that the instructor is too perverted. The roar of the helicopter in the air has not yet come, and he is found out in advance? In fact, this is the horror of desperate deduction. Just now, when the female soldier was asked to make a summary, Chen Haonan felt a palpitation, and the desperate deduction skill was automatically triggered, and he was given a movie to play. That is, he and the female soldier were discovered, and then a missile flew over, and the next moment, he found that his head was on the ground, his little butt was hanging on the tree, and the only one who survived was Yitsuinshin, who was pressed under him, and finally left crying with his ass and head. Fuck, this skill is really perverted, but the effect looks too miserable and unacceptable. After Chen Haonan became stronger and stronger, he rarely had a sense of crisis all over his body, and just now, after the desperate deduction, he felt a little cold. It's good that this skill can at least allow you to survive on a large battlefield, which is absolutely wonderful if you put it in the general's command of the battle. Chen Haonan substituted the role of this skill. He wore the general's military uniform, commanded thousands of troops and horses, and was like a god, and the name of the tiger god shocked the world. Awesome, really awesome. Stop, it's safe here, you can check how the harvest went. After another rapid march with the female soldiers, Chen Haonan asked the female soldiers to stop and began to count the harvest this time.
As Yi Lao said, every mercenary has an armband on his arm, and he is naturally collected. Soon, all the armbands were concentrated in Tan Xiaolan's hands, and after counting, she hurriedly reported, "Tiger God, it's so cool, this wave actually killed 42 mercenaries, and we have 42 armbands." The female soldiers all gave a little cheer. "It's off to a good start. It seems that we have a chance to be the first, and others won't be so fast. Our Tiger God can take us to find the enemy quickly, and the assassination operation is naturally faster than others. Ah, yes, the other players must not be able to find anyone. They definitely didn't expect that we killed dozens of people and got their armbands." He Chengwang regretted that his intestines were blue, and he automatically left the team. Hearing the female soldier who incarnated as a Piao, Chen Haonan frowned, snorted coldly, and shouted, "Why, just such a little armband, it floated up. Do you know how many people there are in the hacker mercenary group? Thousands of people. This time, they didn't expect us to participate in the war. You also saw the arrival of the helicopter just now, and it won't be so easy next. The hacker mercenary group is like a hyena, staring at the prey, and will not let go. Immediately call a group of people, lions and tigers dare not provoke. Who told you that we have one? Just now, you vomited like a pregnant woman, and people who don't know think I've enlarged your little belly. I'll go." That's a good analogy. Except for Yi Tsuanshin, the female soldiers all stared at the majestic tiger god strangely, and felt that when he scolded people, it was also strange and good. "Give me to start from scratch. When you kill someone, as ruthless as the enemy kills, fast and ruthless, you are a qualified female killer." "Yes. Tiger god, we will never let people see that we are pregnant with your child." Chen Haonan was stunned for a moment when he said this, but he couldn't find any problems, and he always felt that something was wrong. 3 days passed. Sure enough, just as Chen Haonan guessed, after the helicopter reconnaissance, the mercenaries patrolling the forest were like hyenas, appearing in groups, looking for people everywhere, and even dispatched several helicopters to constantly patrol in the air. Upper and lower coordination, carpet reconnaissance. Under such encirclement and suppression, even if Chen Haonan has the ability, he can only hide in Tibet with female soldiers, just like the boss of Jiangnan Leather Factory who ran away with his sister-in-law. He would never dare to appear rashly, and several times, if he didn't have the skills of desperate deduction, he would have been surrounded. Boom! In the woods. The two helicopters patrolled back and forth, constantly detouring, and circled for more than 10 minutes before they were unwilling to fly away. "Don't come out. Keep lying on your stomach, they'll be back soon." Chen Haonan drank coldly and stopped the female soldier from crawling out. Sure enough, in less than a minute, the helicopter flew back again and lingered for more than 10 minutes before disappearing again. After the helicopter disappeared completely, the female soldiers walked out from their lying positions and moved their hands and feet. How did they get over these 3 days? The female soldiers all wanted to scream. Since they killed those mercenaries, they were chased from morning to noon, from noon to night, endlessly, really like hyenas. If it weren't for Chen Haonan, who was also powerful enough, transferred in advance, he would have been discovered a long time ago. "Tiger god, we haven't eaten for 2 days, and we need to replenish our strength." Chen Haonan originally wanted to march in a hurry, but when he heard this, he glanced back at the female soldiers, and sure enough, after being chased for 3 days, they all had no energy, and it was normal. They avoided not only the chasing soldiers, but also the helicopter overhead. That kind of mental pressure, quite frightening. His attributes have reached 16, and his ability to resist pressure is ridiculously strong, so he naturally doesn't feel anything, but it seems that the female soldier can't hold on for long. "Tiger god, I'm not tired, but the water loss is serious. It's almost gone. I miss throwing up those luxuries. No food or drink, such a rapid march. Why does the instructor look like he is nothing? The limit is too terrible. Is there any way to quench his thirst?" "There are ways." Drew an oval on the ground. Chen Haonan looked calm, and said to the female soldier, "This is a sour plum with extremely high acidity. If it's okay, each of you can eat one." After hearing Chen Haonan's words, Yi Tsuanshin and the others really felt a strong sourness in their dry mouths, which was so sour that they couldn't do it, and the feeling of dry mouth was immediately slightly relieved. This is Wang Mei's thirst. It's useful. I feel like a hard plum is stuffed into my mouth, which brings a feeling of swelling, and it's directly a reverse throat reaction, and people are so sour that they can't do it. "Tiger god, you call it again, I love to hear it." Chen Haonan shook his head calmly. "If you talk too much about this thing, it won't work, so you reacted violently for the first time. If you don't believe it, try it yourself." Plum,
I love you." Tiangua screamed happily, but found that he didn't feel anything, just like a young man who no longer believed in love, and was numb to marriage. How so? Foodies and fruits, people are stupid. The female soldiers smacked their mouths, lowered their heads and smiled. Tiangua is really stupid, and the instructor is really bad. Sometimes Chen Haonan gets bad, he doesn't seem to be as cold and hard as usual, and he really becomes a child. There are still 10 kilometers of road. You can get out of the jungle, you can reach the border town, you can find food and drink. Chen Haonan also knew that no matter how powerful his skills were, he had to find food as soon as possible, otherwise, if he was not found by the enemy, everyone would starve to death. This is a no man's land, there are few wild animals, there is almost no water source, there are too few food sources, and I have attracted the attention of the enemy. Presumably the other commandos are not having a good time, everyone is tightening their pants to live. There was no nonsense. Chen Haonan continued to set off with the female soldiers, and walked for about 7 or 8 kilometers, and sure enough, as marked on the map, he found a border town. It is said to be a small town, but it is actually a dilapidated small village, with low houses, broken cement roads, and not a single solid cement road, but raw as so, and everyone cheers in their hearts and feels heaven. Finally find a place to resupply, give them a little money, buy something to eat. If Hassan's people leave the money and leave, we will also be robbers. If you keep money, you're not a robber. By the way, did you bring money? Tang Xiaoxiao said happily, I really brought money. Suddenly, Chen Haonan spoke, be careful, if it is ordinary people, it is nothing, if there are malicious soldiers hiding among them, kill them immediately and leave, otherwise, it will attract a large group of enemies. Hearing this, the female soldiers were silent, but they did not hinder their footsteps, and subconsciously accelerated their speed and walked towards the village. I was so hungry, I was chased by planes, I was killed by a mercenary group, and I couldn't kill the carbine, my body was hollowed out, and the female soldiers held an evil fire, just waiting to find a chance to kill them when they were full of food and drink. Behind him, Chen Haonan frowned and followed behind the female soldiers. He felt that something was wrong, it was too quiet here, so quiet that it seemed like a paradise, but he couldn't sense the breath of crisis for the time being. After the war on the border began, although the current war is a small situation, but it is close to no man's land, it is impossible to be so quiet, such a small village, it is a good firepower, there should be someone stationed there, but for so long, I didn't hear the barking of dogs. Quite strange. It seems that there is no one lurking, so take one step at a time. Chen Haonan also has the psychology of being a robber, this is a good supply point, and he can't miss it, but he has turned on the skill of chasing wind and shadows to the extreme, and his sense of smell and hearing has reached the most sensitive point, even if there is a dog, he will be willing to bow down. As the distance got closer, he finally noticed something was wrong. In the air, there was a smell of many people not bathing, a commotion. Of course, these can't attract Chen Haonan's attention for the time being, he took small steps, and at the same time turned on the safety of the gun to keep the fighting state. There is no need to tell those female soldiers at this time, if they pass cautiously, it will cause the people inside to react. Only by being bold and careful can you be full. Soon, when he arrived at the street, Chen Haonan saw the intersection, there were a few elderly people selling things, all vegetables and the like, and the grocery stores around were mostly open, and there were no people in them for the time being. A large group of children gathered together to bask in the sun, bare feet, yellow and thin faces, and after seeing the arrival of the female soldiers, their eyes looked at them vigilantly. The female soldiers in front were warned by Chen Haonan, and they also kept a cautious mentality, but when they saw that there were no more than the elderly and children on the street, their nerves were a little relaxed. It's a backward, peaceful town, and the adults should all go to work. Will the instructor be too careful? These children are about the same age as him, and these old ladies also look kind. Where is there any danger? Just these children look. How do they look like ginseng fruit? Am I crazy from hunger? It's true that it's a peaceful mountain village, and so is my hometown, but it's not so backward, and now the rural transformation is very fast. If you can't meet the standards, the government will come out to help you transform, and there is no way to be lazy. Stop talking about that, hurry up and buy something and get out of here. As the female soldiers approached, they found that the children here were quite shy, and they blew up the nest at once, and then some of the children hid, and some of them looked at them with wary eyes, as if they were frightened. Tang Xiaoxiao didn't pay attention to them either, and took the money to find someone to buy things.
Chen Haonan also walked into the town, looking at the low houses around him. The highest is only 2 floors, all of them are wooden structures, and around the houses, most of them are piled up with a large number of wooden bamboo poles and the like, a bit like the fighting arena in Siberia, which is being renovated and built. Little Master, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. The back is more exciting. His eyes swept over the child hiding in the corner, and on his cold little face, he made a grimace that was very inconsistent with his usual temperament, and the next moment, some of the children who were staring at him actually turned around and left, completely unresponsive, when he was there. Seeing this scene, Chen Haonan's little head suddenly flashed what Anthony had said to him. With your skills, there are few opponents in the world in terms of fighting. However, don't underestimate those mercenary groups that have undergone special modifications. There is a mercenary group composed of children, called underground assassins. Their training methods are similar to our Zhukov training methods. However, we practice martial arts, they practice shooting, and the elimination rate is not as high as our concentration camp, but the children who graduate will not be more than 10 years old. These underground assassins who are put into the battlefield, because they have been taken away from their parents since they were children, have no humanity, hate society, their marksmanship is accurate, everyone is a suicide bomber, and many local leaders or dignitaries have died at the hands of assassins. These little guys, who act silently, have no interest in the female soldiers, are full of hostility in their eyes, and have no childlike curiosity at all. Can't they be underground assassins? Thinking of this, Chen Haonan couldn't stand still, quickened his pace, and walked towards the female soldiers who were trading. He had observed those old people, there was no danger, the problem was all in those children, but they had not shown their minions yet. At this moment, a boy who was younger than Chen Haonan and dressed relatively cleanly walked out from under the eaves. He walked very fast, his eyes were bright, he kept looking, and after a few steps, he walked in front of Tang Xiaoxiao, who was buying things with money, holding his head high, looking up at Tang Xiaoxiao with his eyes, looking innocent and curious, like a second Hao waiting to be pampered. Oh, this kid is so small, he's too thin, like a girl, it's cute. Tang Xiaoxiao likes children more, her motherhood is very heavy, she is often teased by Tianhua, and she wants to milk her child at every turn. And next to Tang Xiaoxiao, standing was Tianhua, a very cute girl, who walked next to her, and looked at her with a small face, her eyes full of innocence. Generally speaking, a woman with a big bear is quite maternal, and Tianhua is such a woman. The two of them reached out almost at the same time, wanting to pick up the 2 children who couldn't eat enough, the children living in the war zone. It was not easy, their ancestors were in the mountains and forests, and they didn't want to leave. Suddenly, the 2 children slid out silently at an angle that the 2 girls could not see, and without warning, under the cover of their small bodies, stabbed at the hearts of the 2 women, fast and ruthlessly. Even Tianguo and Tang Xiaoxiao didn't know about it. Chen Haonan next to him was already like a great sage when the other party came over, smelling the demon wind, a stimulating smell, which was obviously highly poisonous. He lightning grabbed the chopsticks in the bamboo tube of the roadside stall, and with the assistance of god-level weapon skills, the 2 chopsticks were as fast as meteors and shot out. The sharp sound of breaking the wind wiped Tianguo and Tang Xiaoxiao's hair, urging a quick decision, poofing twice, directly into the throats of the 2 children, and at this moment, the 2 poisonous daggers touched the chests of Tianguo and the 2 of them, and they were about to break in. You guys? When the 2 women saw the blood dripping on the dagger, they immediately understood what was going on, and instantly struck a spirit and completely sobered up. The child who was thrown to the ground, clutching his throat and screaming, then twisted into a ball of pain. Retreat! Chen Hao's fierce voice sounded behind the female soldiers, like a thunderbolt on the ground. As soon as his words fell, the little assassins hiding in the corners of the eaves, that is, the children, immediately blew the horn of attack after seeing their companion stabbed to death by Chen Haonan, which was a kind of animal shrill cry, 3 long and 2 short, extremely piercing. As the whistle sounded, the chaotic footsteps and screams kept ringing, and I don't know how many people rushed over. The first to react was the dozen or so children playing in the street, who pulled away the debris around them, and some people ran out into the street and pushed away the wood or bamboo poles, revealing the mountains of weapons, including guns and ammunition. Even bazookas. Bang bang bang. More than a dozen children, after taking out their guns, shot wildly behind the female soldiers who were running and retreating, and the bullets rained down. However, the female soldiers had been trained by Chen Haonan for so long, and had eaten so many natural treasures, how fast they reacted. Almost when those assassins were looking for weapons, they exploded in various shapes, using various obstacles to dodge bullets.
The first wave of bullets could not hit the female soldiers. However, more and more children appeared on the streets, the muzzle flames continued to swallow, and the network of fire formed by bullets became larger and larger.
This is not a random shot, each bullet seems to have long eyes, aimed at the female soldier's body lock. Whoosh! In the sound of bullets, Chen Haonan's small body kept flickering, and with each flicker, he kicked the bamboo poles or would pile up on the ground.
The wooden bamboo poles that flew out horizontally blocked part of the automatic, and after smashing on the ground, they immediately piled up.
The most important thing around is the raw materials. Chen Haonan kicked very fast, and at the same time, the gun in his hand continued to shoot accurately, killing the 4 boy soldiers in front in a row, which made the arrogant little assassin immediately scatter like a wasp, scattered under the eaves, and then continued to find an angle to counterattack. In the raging bullets, Chen Haonan caught the wind and shadows, and soon, he flashed to the eaves, locked in a direction, and after the muzzle lightning locked, he found that this was an old man. He pulled out a big pineapple from a pile of potatoes, and his fingers were already in the trigger, and the old eyes that were faint shot out a fierce light as steady as an old dog. This disguise, even Chen Haonan, a little man with titanium alloy dog eyes, almost deceived him, but unfortunately, chasing after the wind and shadows, specializing in breaking the disguise, any enemy who shows malice to Chen Haonan is like a naked person who has stripped off his clothes, and there is no escape. Bang! Just as the old man was about to pull the trigger, a sudden bullet pierced through his eyebrows first, causing his body to shake, and immediately loaded it on the ground, staining 5 or 6 small potatoes red with blood. The host kills 5 to the enemy, gets a reward of 50 experience points, and in a critical moment, keep up the good work. The prompt sound of the system is still of an encouraging nature, which is unprecedented. You can imitate my face, you can imitate my height, but don't coax my temperament. Chen Haonan's 10-mile eagle eyes swept over the Boy Scouts that came out one after another. These little guys have cold eyes, cool temperament, and they are not afraid of death. They actually look like themselves. They feel that they were all born by themselves, but these children want his life as a 10-year-old man. Through the skill of chasing the wind and catching shadows, Chen Hao's male football locked on more than 100 of himself, and these doppelgangers ran wildly on the street one by one, and in the process of running, they could still maintain a steady strafing like an old dog, showing extraordinary combat ability. The female soldiers who retreated just now had no chance to fight back when they were pressed. Only Chen Haonan, a tough little father, could still use his body skills to shoot at the seams. At the same time, he kept kicking the wood and debris piled up under the eaves into the street, slamming to the ground, stirring up bursts of dust. Day. There are more and more monkeys counterattacking, like bullets in a storm, gradually forming a rain of bullets, tilting over accurately. Chen Haonan can only urgently avoid danger and retreat tactically. Jamaica Falls. IGA. There were the chirping voices of those boys in front, which made Chen Haonan's little face hidden under the eaves tangled. These little guys wouldn't be like Tang Xiaosan, who grew up watching the hare. This is called killing is very reminiscent. Of course, Chen Haonan didn't know that the leaders of these boy soldiers had really instilled bad thoughts in these children, and in some ways, they felt that shouting like this made them more angry and powerful. Even, there are many children who still don't understand what this means, as if He Chengwang doesn't understand what teacher Tang is doing with those things, and he is still facing special training, and his body is covered with hot sweat. With the passage of time, soon, more than 100 children have gathered in the humble town. In fact, they have occupied this town and driven the aborigines out, but they didn't expect Chen Haonan to lead people to suddenly break in. The female soldiers haven't fought back yet. I'm afraid it's not because of compassion at this time, right? Chen Haonan's heart suddenly sank, because at this moment, there was no signal on the terminal. Command headquarters. 3 days after the exercise began, Yi Lao and General Gao and other representatives of the military region did not leave, but waited for information feedback at the border post. After all, this National Special Forces competition is different from the past. This is a real war, and the above also gives the indicators of sacrifice. It is not easy to train special forces. They don't want to see such a situation happen, so they have been waiting here. For 3 days, no information has been received that anyone needs support. Here, there is no information fed back by unmanned aircraft. After all, no man's land is very sensitive. This is a special infiltration operation. It is best to be silent, and then a denial, an old tradition. Chief, this operation is not so quick to feedback. You haven't rested much for 3 days. It is better to go back and wait for news. There are 5 of us sitting here. It is enough. It was the head of Shi Song in the southwest who spoke, and his suggestion was supported by many bigwigs.
Mr. Gao spoke. Yes, can't you trust us old men?
No, this event is a special war. According to the feedback from the military intelligence agency, ASEAN not only hired a hacker mercenary group, but also secretly hired a notorious Boy Scout team, called the Assassin Corps, which is the 7th regiment in the world, and the identities are all adult children. After secret special training, marksmanship is like a god, and he is also good at camouflage. Yi Lao's voice was full of worry, and he had just gotten the information. Hearing this information, Mr. Gao and the others also had serious expressions.
We have been at peace for too long, and we are afraid of our soldiers. After seeing the child, we were moved with compassion, and we couldn't hurt the killer, but we were passive. You don't know, once we fought against Vietnam was moved by compassion, and then an officer died at the hands of a child, and the anger above once launched the three-light policy.
Yi Lao, if this is the case, the news should be sent to them as soon as possible. Once the child has the ability, he can refer to Chen Haonan. Every time he appears, it will bring bloody storms, and one reason is that the enemy can't think of him as the protagonist, and he is careless.
Yi Lao was silent for a moment, and sighed.
No, the special forces are supposed to face a sudden situation. If they can't distinguish it themselves in sacrifice, this is because their psychological quality and reconnaissance ability are not up to par. Besides, it's too late at this time. The enemy's activities are very frequent in the past few days, and they should have been in contact. Our soldiers of the Yen country, since ancient times, have been able to grow up quickly in the war. If a comrade dies, I hope this is a lesson, can inspire the next generation of people. This is a bloody lesson. Having said that, Mr. Gao and the others could see that Yi Lao's arm was trembling lightly when he spoke, which showed that he was not at peace in his heart. Mr. Gao suddenly frowned, and said to himself, female soldiers, when facing a child killer, it is estimated that it is easier to be compassionate, and it is over. It's all children. How to fight? Are they innocent? My God, Musk, what to do? I don't dare to put a bullet into their body.
What about these children when they die? What will happen to their parents? Could it be that they have been persecuted for a long time, thinking that we are bad people, and then shooting back?
Poor children. Tianguo and Ouyang Qian and the others lowered their bodies, and the tiger pounced behind various obstacles, but there were always children who found them, and in desperation, they could only keep moving. In this process, as Yi Lao and Chen Haonan guessed, they had not yet fired a shot. Including the most ruthless Yi Tsuanxin, seeing these children who are screaming on the street as if they are innocent, seeing them is like seeing a lot of Chen Haonan. How can she shoot and kill each other? There was no choice but to keep retreating and looking for cover. As the bullet tilted over more and more, behind him, it was impossible to avoid, and the town was still dozens of meters away from entering the jungle, and running in this open space would definitely not be able to outrun the bullet. Several female soldiers have been slightly injured, but fortunately, they are not fatal injuries, which is thanks to their long-term special training, and their reaction ability is super strong.
Bang bang bang.
At this moment, the wooden and bamboo poles that were originally stacked under the eaves flew up like raindrops under the impact of the huge force, smashing the little killers running on the long street and burrowing into the house. And the debris that fell down was not disorganized, as if the stacked army was like that, constantly piling up, getting higher and higher.
Chen Haonan's small body flashing behind these debris, and the person had already appeared in front of Tianguo and Ouyang Qian. The two female soldiers were lying on the ground, their guns were still facing the ground, and they looked unbearable, which made him angry.
This chapter is not over. Please click on the next page to continue reading. As soon as the little hand grabbed it, no one loved it, grabbed the two female soldiers one by one, threw them into the dilapidated house, smashed the dust and splashed, and the sound of his milk murderer resounded all around.
A group of holy, do you think these little guys are innocent children?
Let me tell you, Instructor Anthony told him, their code name is the Assassin Ground Soldiers. They have been specially trained since they were children, they grew up watching the hare, they only know lust in killing. In their eyes, you are a tool for venting, or a two-legged sheep for money. You think you are their mother, a group of saints. While scolding, the rifle in Chen Haonan's hand spewed flames, hitting the two boy soldiers under the eaves to the point that their heads burst into blood mist and fell directly to the ground. More than a dozen children held guns and shot at Chen Haonan. The small figure flickered, and the position where he was standing just now immediately had more than a dozen bullet holes, and the dust was flying.
Rumble. Chen Haonan smashed directly into the broken window next to him, and just now, a rocket exploded in the air, and the bright tongue of fire licked the ground around him, and the smoke was filled.
Instructor. Inside the house, Tianghua and the others watched Chen Haonan bend his small body, and was stopped and chased by a group of children holding guns and flew with the rocket, and after the scene exploded, Chen Haonan's body disappeared. Seeing this scene, the female soldier's eyes suddenly turned red. Yes, they are the virgin, waste, and the instructor took the risk to save them. Otherwise, with Chen Haonan's strength, why should he be so passive? Now, life and death are uncertain. I'm damned for it. Kill! Kill! The female soldier roared, closing the door to darkness with the last tenderness in her heart, releasing the coldest emotions, turning into a witch and starting to fight back frantically. Kill back, the instructor was blown up. Damn, it's all our mothers. Little cousin. Tiger God. The female soldiers who were hiding everywhere saw the rockets flying, and the bright tongue of fire swept in, and Chen Haonan's small body had been lost, as if it had been blown to the ground, and suddenly their hearts hurt greatly, and their hearts were like knives. Feelings of self-blame, guilt, and regret poured in, like waves drowning out the last good thoughts, releasing all the demons and indifference in the heart. Dry. The female soldiers jumped out one by one, staggered and interspersed, and the muzzles of their guns continued to spew flames. More than a dozen Boy Scouts were killed in front of him, instantly suppressing the scene. There was a short silence on the street, and the female soldiers took the time to sweep over, and at the location of the explosion just now, they did not see Chen Haonan's small figure. Little cousin. In a hurry, Yi Tsuanqing called out his previous name, and his heart trembled. He wouldn't be gone, after all, he was just a small one, and the explosion just now. No one responded. Roof, spread out. He Lu has been watching all directions and listening to all directions. After all, he is a veteran of battlefield peacekeeping, and he participated in actual combat, and immediately saw the roof, and someone climbed up and swept over with a heavy machine gun. Day. A storm of bullets blocked the streets of the ancient town. The female soldiers on the street rolled on the ground according to the dragon body method taught by Chen Haonan, like humanoid dragons, bursting back and scattering. The bullets were so dense that all the female soldiers couldn't look up. Quack quack. The child on the roof, about 15 years old, looked strong, but his little face was full of hideous expressions, and there was no human emotion at all, and suddenly, with a pop, his figure shook a little, and then the gunfire suddenly stopped. He had a bloody hole in his forehead and his body rolled off the roof. Get out of town and run into the jungle. In the ancient town, in the dust, a fierce voice suddenly sounded, sharp and piercing. Hearing this voice, the female soldiers who made dodging movements all seemed to have been hit by someone, trembled, stopped, and the next moment, they all seemed to have clockwork springs, swooped up, and ran wildly according to the order, while looking for Chen Haonan's small body here. I saw that on the street, a small body actually stood on the street, and the flying dust could not hide his majestic posture, and there was a sense of sight with a horizontal knife, which was so amazing that it was amazing. In particular, he held up an .88 sniper rifle at a height about the same height as himself, snapped twice, and rolled down the two heavy machine gunners who had just climbed onto the roof, and Bolan's tough guy image climbed directly to the peak. Here's a scaled-down version of Rambo, though. It's the instructor, only he pretends to be so forced, and he hangs so much. Female soldiers on the run, come, it's all children, who's afraid of whom? Chen Haonan, who was standing on the street with one gun, shouted at the people hiding in the house, and suddenly, two more people rushed out and were directly killed by him, and suddenly, the street was quiet. The people of the assassin corps are young, but they are definitely not reckless, and their little heads are relatively calm, otherwise, they would not have given the female soldiers an actor-level performance and won sympathy. Chen Haonan's marksmanship is so hanging, he will die when he comes up, especially the heavy machine gunner on the roof. The rocket man was killed by him. Obviously, this little guy who was about the same age as them is an iron hammer, not easy to mess with, which makes them think of their own head, Gundam. The scene was quiet for a while, and under Chen Haonan's obscenity, no one dared to take the lead for a while. The female soldiers took the opportunity to run out of the town and run towards the woods. Of course, such silence is relative, and soon, two machine gunners climbed onto the roof, extremely hidden, gesticulating, and locked on Chen Haonan on Hanggun Street in two directions, before they came out at the same time and hooked the trigger. 2 tongues of fire, like a fire-dancing spirit snake, shrouded towards the cool Chen Haonan. Die, let you pretend to be. Precocious children, jealousy is very deformed. The more Chen Haonan presses them, the more they want to torture and kill him, and the corpse will not let go of that. Did they? The bullets raged for a while, and the ground was filled with dirt pits. When the smoke cleared and the Boy Scouts continued to come out on both sides of the street, they were surprised to find that there was no corpse of the child pretending to be a child around the long street, and there was no blood on the ground. How did he dodge? In the room on the left. The heavy machine gunner on the roof shouted a warning, and when everyone's eyes fell on the dilapidated house, before they could walk over, there were 2 bangs, including the gunman who had just reminded them, and the 2 corpses rolled down and smashed in front of everyone. Someone immediately bit off the grenade and threw it into the house. It's out. He ran wildly towards the woods, chasing, quacking. With a bang, the house exploded and collapsed, and everyone saw that a small body had shot out and rushed towards the forest dozens of meters away, and suddenly, these people all showed a cruel smile. There are so many of them, so many guns, can he run over? Kill. The sound of shouting and killing, like the tide of the sea, constantly joined the hunting of people, and I don't know how many guns, releasing bullets at the small body in front. From the beginning of the contest to the current counterattack, the boy soldiers have fallen more than 30 people, and there is no process of a few minutes. The children who are running wildly in front of them have caused a very deep shadow to them, and also detonated their emotions. This made these murderers suffocate their stomachs. Now that the situation is reversed, they have only one thought in their minds: to kill this child who pretends to have no thunderbolt, which is even worse than them. Bang bang bang. Did they? The bullets kept tilting past, and these boy soldiers had already expected that Chun Haonan must have fallen on the first wave of attacks. Their muzzles were either aimed at his little head or buttocks, and no one paid attention to his little short legs. The dust was flying, and an eerie scene appeared. In the process of running wildly, Chun Haonan's dragon body method gave full play to its role. He rolled forward, or transverse, or big S, or small s, all kinds of gorgeous actions. The little demons chasing behind him saw a small bald thing rolling on the ground, bouncing here, where to jump away. There was not a single bullet that could hit his body. People who didn't know thought that the front was a newborn Neza rolling on the ground. No way. Babbling. All kinds of weird pronunciations are mixed with the raging gunshots. If their marksmanship is poor, sweep for a while, or they can blind cats meet dead mice. But the worst thing is that their marksmanship is very accurate. Chun Haonan catches the wind and catches shadows, knows how to drill circles, rolls to avoid the crisis behind him, and the feeling of earning a fire circle is almost the same, so that the distance of dozens of meters, dozens of guns, actually can't sweep him temporarily. Of course, Chun Haonan is not Yin Shuangfei. He feels that his arm is a little hot, and he should be rubbed. After all, even if these children don't shoot, take off their pants and pee on him, at close range, dozens of guns, he can't do it without getting wet. These chasing boy soldiers have realized Chun Haonan's toughness, but as a mercenary of the Assassin Corps, after his brain is hot, he is like a minotaur with no IQ. He is not afraid at all, only a boy soldier with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks hidden in the team, and he keeps calm. His countenance, which did not look like a child, was thin and dry, his eyes were small, and he was obviously ugly in general, reminiscent of Ricky. It's just that his figure is about the same as Chun Haonan, and under the protection of his 2 children, he shouted. Spread out, the one on the left occupies the commanding heights, the one on the right is separated and surrounded. Don't beat the dick blindly, the opponent's rolling body, there is the shadow of the underground fist, don't underestimate him. The shouting was very professional. After hearing his words, these boy soldiers left and scattered, and some of them climbed to the roof, or stone pillars. Trees, like monkeys, occupied the commanding heights, and strafed Chun Haonan below. And the people on the right spread out and gathered together again, instead of gathering together and beating blindly. In this way, the advantage of numbers was suddenly highlighted, and the metal mesh that the bullets pulled apart shrouded towards Chun Haonan, with accurate shooting and predictive shooting. Someone commanded the battle, and the big fish appeared. Under the skill of chasing the wind and catching shadows, Chun Haonan can also accurately capture the voice of the commander behind him in the raging gunfire. He uses a dragon body method, constantly shifting positions, and the speed is fast, like a bouncing little cheetah learning to fly. Soon, after rolling to a piece of bluestone under the eaves, just stabilized his body. Behind him, there was a rumbling explosion, and the dust was flying. Don't even need to look at it. Chun Haonan knew that if he had been slower just now, the scene of his but hanging on a tree in the desperate deduction would definitely appear. There are so many people, all kinds of weapons, grenades, bazookas, and stun bombs. If you don't kill these guys, it's hard to run into the jungle and fight the female soldiers. The other party is so crazy, which also stimulates Chen Haonan's anger. He has been hanging for so long, he has learned a skill, and he has not been beaten yet. Anger turned to anger, he still calmly used the 10-mile eagle eye, and keenly locked on the two boy soldiers who suddenly appeared on the roof. The latter was the pitcher grenade, and at present, he was biting the safety ring and was about to lose it again. Bang bang! Chen Haonan raised the muzzle of the gun, quickly locked the two figures, hooked the trigger, the bullet passed through the head accurately, and the brains were all out, and with the body flying down, the grenade that smashed on the ground exploded, blowing up the 4 or 5 Boy Scouts who came nearby and rolling on the ground, constantly struggling for their lives. And seeing that they were not alive in the absence of parts, the boy soldier with a sharp mouth hidden behind the soldier. After seeing this scene, his sparse brows jumped up, and the distance from his eyes was very far, as if the two were lovesick. No, his body is only the shadow of a 3% underground fist, but under such a dense strafing fire, not to mention dodging, he can still fight back and kill the gunman at the commanding heights, which is also. It's tough. Gundam is the leader of these boy soldiers. He is short in stature, but he admires the tall Iron Man. After creating the Assassin Corps, he changed his original name to the captain of the Gundam Regiment, thinking that one day, he will make his own assassin mercenary corps into a team of thousands of people. So far, there are only more than 100 seed players, but after the battle just now, he was surprised to find that half of his people have died, which made him extremely annoyed. Use the grenade to close the distance and blow him up. As soon as the words fell, a few boy soldiers immediately came over and threw grenades at Chen Haonan's position. Whoosh! Chen Haonan, who sensed the crisis through his skills, was not surprised. His little head poked out, and quickly locked on the grenade pulled by the boy soldiers who ran over, and killed him directly. Bang! The grenade exploded, and the flying debris affected everyone nearby, and suddenly, more than a dozen more were injured. Taking this opportunity, Chen Haonan immediately changed his position and walked quickly along the corner of the wall. Rumble! Where he was, again blown up in dust. Under the cover of Chen Haonan, Yi Tsuanshin and the others had already run out of the ancient town, and then they heard dense gunfire behind them. The female soldier who was about to burrow into the forest immediately stopped. Shinlani turned around and looked over with a telescope, and said in surprise, "The instructor is surrounded, the roof is full of people, and he is firing wildly with heavy machine guns. He is in danger. Let's kill back. Let's go to." Just when the female soldiers were about to go back to support Chen Haonan, Lu said calmly, "No, the enemy is unknown. The instructor asked us to retreat to the forest. Naturally he had his intentions. We fought back at this time, but it dragged him down." Tan Xiaolin said a little anxiously, "However, we can't do nothing. What do you suggest?" As a female battlefield soldier who was often attacked in the peacekeeping force, Lu firmly believes in her opinion. "My suggestion is to wait here. The instructor has his own intentions, and we can ensure his own safety, which is the greatest help to him. In my opinion, these boy soldiers, although strong, are not more than 100 and pose no threat to him." Yi Cun said anxiously, "According to the level of this gunshot, it should be over 100. Lu said calmly, "It's over 100, but it's already dead. It shouldn't be more than 100 now. I've read the information. There are about 150 assassin corps. We just killed 30 or 40, and now we've been killed again. They themselves are also timid. I believe that the tiger god can kill them. Let's just wait here. Don't feel like you can go over, you can help, although it sounds a little ironic, but there's no way, Holy Mother." He. Little Master, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. The back is more exciting. In the end, Lu's tone was full of sarcasm. She had already seen that something was wrong with those children, and when she wanted to shoot, she was suppressed, and she was angry when she thought about it. Presumably, Chen Haonan looked down on them, so let them watch the lesson from the side. Lu's words finally suppressed all the mood of the female soldiers. It makes sense. If he could help the instructor just now, he would be kind enough to chase ducks. Let them leave quickly. In the end, he is not strong enough, not ruthless enough, not calm enough. I'd rather be a bitch than a virgin. What do you mean, the enemy kills? The bitch is ruthless, the virgin is abusive, and the matter is delayed. Yi Tsuanshin sat on the ground, constantly gasping. Tan Xiaolin and the others could only hang their heads and wait in the forest, but listening to the dense gunshots, they hurried up and couldn't go out to help. It was really difficult. Wait.
Tan Xiaolin also sighed, having an urge to kill herself. On the other side, the enraged boy soldiers began to shout and curse in all kinds of strange language, and the bullets were like slanting raindrops, which were bound to sweep Chen Haonan to death in order to vent their hatred in their hearts. Chen Haonan didn't even need to think with a small head, just followed the sixth sense transmitted by chasing the wind and shadows. After the small body catapulted out of the eaves, he either rushed forward or rolled, as if he had invisible eyes, avoiding the bullets again and again. Seeing this scene, these little 7 or 8 years old, and the big ones were only in their teens, and they were shocked again. Maid, they're all children, and there's such a big gap? You must know that before they came into contact with Chen Haonan, when they met their peers before, they were all with their hands in their pockets, and they didn't know who the opponent was, but they didn't expect to encounter such a little pervert. Not to mention, including the boss Gundam, there is a feeling of being both Yu and Liang. Chen Haonan didn't care about them, just now under the eaves. He also used the desperate deduction to speculate what might happen later, and he knew in his heart that if the other party did more than 100 people at the same time at the beginning, he would be dead, and now there are 50 or 60 people left, so play slowly. In the middle of running, he turned around and threw his gun, and with a bang, he killed 2 more boy soldiers. Chen Haonan had already left the ancient town and rushed towards the forest not far away, and the female soldiers who were thinking about life on the opposite side also saw it and jumped up one by one. Here, here! Tan Xiaolin and the others ran out of the woods, ready to cover Chen Haonan, but as a result, they found that they were redundant. I saw Chen Haonan, who was dozens of meters away, rolling, stepping sideways, turning around, and throwing his gun. Under all kinds of commotions, every time he turns around and kills 2 or 3 of the scouts who chase him, his movements are so fast, standard, he can always avoid bullets, and he can kill the people who are chasing, and the novel doesn't dare to die like this. And the Boy Scouts behind him have changed from more than 40 people chasing after him to more than 30 people and more than 20 people. Less and less. Counterattack, counterattack, the instructor began to fight back. The female soldiers who were rushing in simply didn't leave, standing in place as if watching a play, waiting for Chen Haonan's performance, where there was a lot of discussion. I'll go, it turns out that the big S is used like this, and the arc I used to roll was not big enough. Xiao S is not bad, the angle is not good, with the pistol, it is a perfect match. Crazy, the strength of our instructor. It is true that when the enemy is not more than 100, no one can suppress him. The female soldiers have no pressure in their hearts. Where are the judges? People who don't know, they think they are watching and playing games, and Chen Haonan is the protagonist. However, they finally understood Chen Haonan's intention, which was to teach them a lesson and let them understand that they were still too far from being truly strong. Don't let him run away, kill him, the women behind him are all yours, this is the spoils of war. It is worth mentioning that the female soldiers who ran out of the forest did not come to help, and in the eyes of these Boy Scouts, they really thought that they had no combat effectiveness, and they were scared and chirping, just waiting for them to kill Chen Haonan and then pick up his wife. Under the fanaticism, they didn't expect that there were not many people left on their side, and there was not much time left for them. And at this moment, Chen Haonan, who was running wildly, picked up the ground, and in his hand, there was a long bamboo pole, grabbed it in his hand, and ran wildly. Under the stunned eyes of everyone, one end of the bamboo pole supported the ground, and directly raised his small body more than 10 meters high. Direct takeoff. Groove. What is he going to do? Trapeze. The chasing leader Gundam is actually a little hot-headed. After all, people are like this, they have won too many times, they are arrogant and habitual, and they are suddenly bullied, so they want to kill each other at all costs, and Pugin, the instructor in Siberia, is how he got sick. The same is true of the current Gundam. Suddenly, he saw Chen Haonan grabbing the bamboo pole and jumping up in the air. With a stiff face, he suddenly smiled. This is looking for death. This thing is everywhere in the ancient town, and he actually uses it as a weapon? He's in the air, shoot him. Funny, is he in high jump? Although Gundam was laughing, he and his soldiers were not slow in their hands, and the muzzle of the gun was pointed at Chen Haonan in the air, and the trigger was pulled. At this moment, Chen Haonan, who had already completed his turn in the air, was faster. Originally, he didn't want to play like this, and he wanted to force the female soldier to give a lesson, but there were not many bullets. In the process of running over, he threw the 4 grenades hidden on his body to the ground unconsciously, and then fucked his old job, incarnated as Peter Pan, and after turning around in the air, the muzzle of the gun with a grenade placed on the ground, and hooked the trigger fiercely. Boom boom boom. For huge bursts rang out. This position is handsome, it happens to be the center of the boy soldiers. Where did these people think of fighting to such an extent? The children in front of them actually kept calm, buried the thunder in them, were blown up to the ground and rolled sweet potatoes, screaming constantly. As a master of explosives, the minefield created by Chen Haonan is definitely not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2, but he has already adjusted the circuit diagram and turned 4 grenades into 2 + 2 = dozens of effects, and sure enough, the explosion of the airwave swept away the remaining boy soldiers. Explosive skills, if used well, the effect is very good. Peter Pan Chen Haonan, who landed in a chic manner, grinned and sneered. He is superimposing the power. This kind of technique, like the Yenghua Ice Master, can refine nearly 100% of methamphetamine. The world experts came, they couldn't understand it. This is the experts of the Military Intelligence Bureau, they don't understand the reason that the little guy can dismantle the giant mother bomb at all. Anyway, it's just an explosion in the mouth, and there is no solution. I'll go. When did the instructor set up the minefield? It looks like a nuclear bomb exploded. Just now, Chen Haonan was running, suddenly a commotion, jumping more than 10 meters with a bamboo pole. The female soldiers couldn't understand what the truth was, and when they saw the small mushroom smoke coming out, and the Boy Scouts who rolled like dumplings, the female soldiers who watched the play were so shocked that their jaws were about to drop. Make full use of the environment to fight. This operation is really amazing, but is the grenade so powerful? Ouyang Qian said solemnly, "It's a grenade, it's just a modified grenade. Look at this loud noise, the Tokyo Divine Toilet is about to blow up. This operation, it's really amazing. I want to arrange a minefield, jump more than 10 meters in the air, and then turn around in the air to explode the minefield, causing an explosion. My mom, how long is the instructor's little brain? I really want to open it and see." Underestimated, this is my god, I worship the instructor too much. The female soldiers were so excited that their faces were flushed, and in their opinion, even if they gave Chen Hao a boy monkey, they were all willing. After landing on the ground with a bang, Chen Haonan looked at the boy soldiers rolling on the ground. His face was cold, without the slightest expression. Not surprisingly, these people slaughtered the original inhabitants here, and a dove occupied the magpie's nest, and there was no psychological pressure at all to kill. A child with a broken leg saw Chen Haonan coming over and looked at him with pleading eyes. And Chen Haonan stretched out his hand, and the 92 pistol in his hand burst into flames, directly into his heart. "Don't kill me." There was a scrunch of the Boy Scouts begging for mercy, but the next moment, he was greeted by a cold bullet. Without a word of nonsense, without the slightest sympathy, Chen Haonan just had a cold little face and walked over to mend the guns one by one. The female soldiers behind them had already walked over, looking at Chen Haonan silently one by one. These actions, like seeds, were imprinted into the depths of their bodies. Is it cruel? It must be cruel. These children are only about 10 years old, but aside from this, the bloody storm they have raised all over the world is not worthy of sympathy. If you want to say hate, it is the leader who specially trained these children. In fact, Chen Haonan's heart is not as calm as it seems, because instructor Anthony once told him that some children are abducted, and they want to break their arms on the first day, pick them up, and continue to interrupt until they become absolutely obedient tool people, and then when they are older, they will show them hairy films. The one who has no humanity is the leader who has cultivated them. And at this moment, this boss Gundam, he is not dead. When the explosion occurred, he pulled 2 bodyguards in front of him, but he was only slightly injured. He observed Chen Haonan replenishing his guns one by one, killing his subordinates who had taken him 10 years to cultivate, and his heart was dripping blood. He must die, he must die. Cursing madly, Gundam was waiting for Chen Haonan to come over, as long as he came over. Really, I'm so stupid. I just knew that Yenghua was just a group of boy soldiers, but I didn't expect that the boy soldiers were such boy soldiers. Before coming, Gundam had done a raider, and the mercenaries' verdict on this peaceful country was just a group of Boy Scouts on paper. Damn, he really met a 10-year-old boy, and as a result, one person destroyed his 10 years of hard work, which felt like when he found out that the 3 children were not his own, and his stomach was nowhere to go, and he was angry and desperate. Embarked on this road, he was killed by that mother-in-law, and the 3 children did not recognize him, so he transformed them into mercenaries without mercy. The back was out of control, and more children were found to form the assassin corps. It's been 10 years, and he has been destroyed at the hands of a Boy Scout, and he must die. In the past years, the flashes of light flashed through Guda's heart,
and he became more and more angry, as if Chen Haonan, who came over, was the mother-in-law who was pregnant with a child, and he announced indifferently to the construction site that the child was not biological. Is it really that important? Besides, even DNA testing is not 100% accurate. Damn it. Mother-in-law. The distance is in close proximity, 3 meters. 2 m. 1 meter. Just when Chen Haonan was less than half a meter away, Gundam bounced up from the ground, and the sharp dagger in his hand was like a poisonous snake's kiss, cutting at Chen Haonan's throat fiercely, and the movement was extremely fast, like a bolt of lightning. This knife was an angry blow from the Green Hat Gundam, and it exploded with all its strength, and it was bound to behead Chen Haonan. Be careful. The female soldiers were already looking at Chen Haonan, but when they saw the killer who suddenly jumped up, they suddenly exclaimed. The exclamations had not stopped, they had stopped immediately. Because at this moment, Chen Haonan, who seemed to be careless, kept it in his hand while walking, broke half of the bamboo pole, and pierced into the lower abdomen of the enemy who jumped up in the air, and picked the other party high, which seemed to be that the other party himself couldn't wait to come over to die, and Chen Haonan was in a normal hurry. The bamboo pole was half a meter long, and the blood pierced the back, making all the actions of Gundam in vain, and he looked at Chen Haonan, who stood him up with one hand in despair, and there was one last thought left in his heart. Unexpectedly, Lao Tzu died in the hands of a child. Just now, he did it on purpose, dragging a bamboo pole over and waiting for me to attack. He is obviously a 7 or 8-year-old child. Why can he calculate these things and know that I am not dead? Feeling the loss of life, Gundam's head flashed one by one. The abducted children, the youngest was 3 years old, the eldest was 5 or 6 years old. He pressed on the chair, and when the other party was crying and screaming for his parents, he broke the other party's arm, again and again, and then took it, soaked it in the potion, disobedient, and continued to interrupt. Some children could not endure this torture and died the next day. Those children were abducted from their homes and their arms were broken for the first time, as if he was dragging the broken arm like this, and they were so frightened that they couldn't cry, and they were left with despair. This scene, as if. You're the leader of the command, aren't you, and you've trained all those boy soldiers? Someone once told me that you imitated the Siberian way of special training, but it turned out to be used on children, and those instructors kept trying to kill you, but they didn't have a chance. Hee, you died like this, it's too cheap for you. Chen Haonan opened his mouth indifferently, and raised the 92 pistol with his free hand, and there were 2 shots with a bang. The bullet took both ears away and made Gundam's body tremble. He must have done it on purpose. Just now, how could it be crooked? Bang bang. 2 more shots hit him in both hands, and bang, 2 more shots hit him in both legs. I'm sorry, but you can't do it, you can die yourself. Chen Haonan threw the Gundam he was carrying on the ground as if he was throwing garbage, and turned to face the female soldiers. Behind him, Tan Xiaolin and the others rushed over excitedly. No one paid attention to the Gundam who was fighting for his life on the ground, and began to tear the armbands on the arms of those corpses on the ground. Instructor, this kid, wouldn't it be cruel if you beat him so badly and didn't kill him right away? Tianhua had already walked to Gundam's side, and it was really miserable to see him twisted in pain, trembling all around, covered in blood, and unable to see what he looked like. It's better to kill it directly. Chen Haonan patted the small hand stamp next to him and said indifferently, Cruel, do you know who he is? This is the leader of the assassin corps. Those children are what he cultivated, Instructor Anthony said. This guy has been trained in Siberia. He is very smart, but very vicious. The child we killed just now is not an orphanage or a child in a war-torn area, but a child he deliberately abducted and sold, which represents the fragmentation of countless families. The instructor said, there is a chance. Help him kill this butcher. I didn't expect to meet here. Look closely, is he a child? It's just a dwarf. Hearing this, Tianhua directly seemed to have been slapped in the face, and everyone became hot. The cruelty and ruthlessness of those boy soldiers, they were exposed to it, but they didn't expect it to be trained by this pervert. Instructor, I'm sorry. Tianhua bowed and apologized. On the battlefield, there can't be any mercy, otherwise, it will only kill yourself, and even your comrades, understand? Understood. This time, it was the voice of all the female soldiers who responded. Cleaning up the battlefield, there are other things to come out of. The female soldiers quickly cleaned up the battlefield, and it didn't take long for them to hand over all the armbands to Tan Xiaolin, including the Gundam on the ground.
He's really the leader. This is a 2-star armband. Tiger God, a total of 78 1-star, sent.
Chen Hanan nodded and said, in the town, there are still dead corpses, let's go, eat something by the way. It's okay if he doesn't bring it up, but as soon as he brings it up to eat, the stomachs of the female soldiers croak one by one, and it's lively. In the process of going to the town, the female soldiers admitted their mistakes, and as they talked, they became excited, as if they were fighting chicken blood. Tiger God, we must have one, plus the ones in the town, they are almost 200 armbands. Don't get carried away, the information is wrong, I don't know how many enemies are involved, don't treat other teams as dry food, we Yangua soldiers, once we get used to war, we will become fierce generals one by one, and besides, you are not a qualified soldier. The female soldiers were scolded and silent again, and they were really ashamed to think of the appearance of the virgin just now. Tiger God, how did you set up the explosion? That power is too strong, I thought you lost the nuclear bomb.
Demoman Ouyang Qian, with an exaggerated expression, drew a big circle.
Yes, I also used a bamboo pole to jump up to avoid the enemy's bullets, and exploded the minefield set up in midair, which is really hanging. I think it's cool to the explosion. What kind of head is this? Can I think of jumping more than 10 meters to counterattack? In the face of the compliments of the female soldiers, Chen Haonan did not react. Some things are open, and the explanation is not clear. For example, he is very big, how can this be explained?
After re-entering the town, the female soldiers began to search for the corpses scattered in various places, tearing their armbands.
In this process, suddenly Tianguo ran out and said in shock, Tiger God, there are many broken and dead corpses in the house, they died very miserably, their internal organs have been dug up, my God, vomit. Saying that, Tianguo couldn't help it, and vomited again, there was no stock in his stomach, and he retched there. Chen Haonan frowned, and when he was about to drink, Tan Xiaolin and He Lu also walked up, and the frowning Tan Xiaolin hurriedly reported, Tiger God, these corpses that have long since died belong to the local residents, and the village was destroyed by these boy soldiers, and they occupied this place, which is really perverted. There are also here, a family of 5, all dead. Chen Haonan frowned, approached a room, and sure enough, he saw 5 tattered corpses. The appearance and clothing of the deceased should be the residents here.
Desperate deduction. After turning on the skill, Chen Haonan saw that the picture appeared. In this calm town, a mercenary group appeared. No, they were tall, not boy soldiers, this is hacker mercenary group?
Hey Mu boss, the villagers inside, how to deal with it? They are unwilling to evacuate, leave the village, the documents are shown to them, they don't recognize the legitimacy of their government, saying that they are free, it's really hell. Heimu was a tall black man with a scar on his face and a bare arm with black martial arts marks, and he spoke indifferently. Then kill them all, dig out the organs of the young man, keep them, they can be sold for money, and then retreat. The fault is up to, this is the station we gave him, let his boy soldiers come here, and he will thank me. On the screen, after the order was given, one by one the mercenaries entered the house and began to commit heinous crimes. After the Siberian special training, Chen Haonan, who was already as cold as a killing robot, couldn't help but tremble after seeing these pictures and hearing those orders, especially the family of 5 here. The hostess was also defiled, and finally killed. The children are hollowed out. Damn, I'm still merciful after killing dozens of them, no accident, that Heimu will bring people to come here to. Gundam round after exiting the skill, the picture disappeared, and Chen Haonan saw that the female soldiers were staring at him, looking scared. Tiger God, your expression just now is so scary, what happened? Chen Haonan told the female soldiers about the picture he had just seen. Suddenly, the female soldiers exploded. It was actually done by the hacker mercenary group. They are all brutes, even if they kill people, they also hollow out their bodies, bastards. Those boy soldiers, they are not as cruel as them, no wonder they are called hackers, they are all doing things that exterminate humanity. Tiger God, their government doesn't care, hiring these people to kill their own civilians is really unimaginable. Chen Haonan calmed down instead, his face could not see the child's immaturity, he was as calm as a wise man, and his voice was indifferent. If they can't develop, they will be jealous of us, they can do anything, what are these poor people, and even, they will report these pictures, saying that we invaded and did it, and then cause public anger. The cold corpses around in the howling wind strengthened Chen Haonan's words like a ruthless dagger and pierced the hearts of the female soldiers, making them make angry noises and grit their teeth. In Yi Tsuanshin's words, the old lady lived for 21, and it was the first time she knew that human nature was so sinister.
And what Shinhanen needs, that is, this point, he continued to speak. Now, you know why it is said that soldiers are ruthless killing machines, and they must be ruthless to the enemy, otherwise everything that happens today is our compatriots in the territory. Okay, go find something to eat, replenish your strength, and when I have a new battle plan, we won't leave for the time being. With a heavy heart, the female soldiers went to the town to find some food that could be used directly, only some canned food, which was left behind by the Boy Scouts. Thinking of the rotting corpse just now, the female soldiers began to lose their ability to eat again. Chunhanen glanced at them. After replenishing our physical strength, we are here to wait for the executioner who caused the tragedy to come. If you don't eat, do you still have the strength to fight to maintain justice? Hearing this, the female soldiers' eyes lit up and they began to eat slowly, scolding, spitting, and crying while eating. I vomited and ate again, and slowly I got used to it. After the female soldiers were full, Chunhanen immediately asked them to come around, and they couldn't rest for a moment. This town is a good ambush location, you can win more with less. The reason why we were able to walk in is that those boy soldiers thought we were a hacker regiment at first, which is considered lucky. Don't ask me why, I can tell you 100% that the enemy will come to the town soon. Then, Shinhanen walked a few steps and pointed to a position in the east. Here, a heavy machine gun ambush is needed. QB immediately stepped forward. The high ground on the right, you need a sniper. The enemy is responsible for killing, and after the position is exposed, you have to jump down immediately, which requires you to arrange your foothold in advance. Understood. The location here needs to be blasted. Minefield, I'll arrange it myself. According to Chunhanen's order, the female soldiers scattered and found the location of their respective ambushes. These places are naturally not randomly arranged. This is Chunhanen's analysis, can cover the town vigorously, and can also hide in time. Not to mention, if Gundam was careless, it would be difficult for Chunhanen to retreat when he broke in with female soldiers. After deciding on the location, the female soldiers got busy. Chunhanen gathered all the grenades, and he, an explosives expert, planned to use these explosives to give those executioners a taste of what it was to roast themselves. The rot of the giant mother bomb has given me a lot of inspiration. No wonder those experts in the military intelligence agency said that they would not let me go and insisted that I hand over the report. Chunhanen, who was carrying dozens of grenades, left the town. His small body flashed a few times, and he plunged into the forest at high speed. The place where he works, not here. I was a little stunned when I saw the female soldiers who were arranging their positions after the instructor left. I'll go, we'll set up positions here, and you'll blast in front? Does the enemy still dare to come? As night fell, darkness enveloped the field. In the forest, 5 kilometers away from Chunhanen, the bonfire burns quietly, and a group of high-nosed soldiers wearing uniforms and painted oil paint faces are talking in a low voice, or guessing and eating meat, or venting their desires in the dark corners of the forest. Inside the tent, Heimu, dressed in military clothes, ate barbecue and listened to the reports of his subordinates. Behind him, in the humble sleeping bag, lay a delicate Luo woman. Her naked skin was covered with bruises, tears were still stained with tears, and she was in a state of faintness. Boss, those Boy Scouts with no hair on their mouths, it seems that something has happened and they can't be contacted, and at present, no one has been sent to communicate. According to the reconnaissance of our scouts, they are indeed missing. Heimu is tall, squatting on the ground, and the soldiers who report him seem to be tall. If you look down, you can also see that he is wearing a pair of pants. This is a cruel and unruly mercenary leader. His reputation is far greater than that of Gundam, the boss of the boy soldiers, even if he is not the biggest boss. He pondered for a moment, and then said, "Today, there is a special operation against us in Yenghua. 3 days ago, we have killed dozens of people. Those are useless soft eggs. There is no vigilance at all. If the boss trusts me and gives me more people, I can worship him as my father-in-law, but only give me 200 people. Yes, come to Heimu boss, you are the most far-sighted captain of the assassins. There is no one. The 3rd detachment was wiped out, but you took us to kill the 3 special forces of the Yen country, and forced several to ask for support. The headquarters only gave you 200 people. I really wronged you." Nodding, Heimu said that this deputy was more useful than Asan's woman, and it sounded good. He wiped the smooth skin of the woman in the sleeping bag, and said indifferently, "Gundam that pervert, although his people are unreliable, but the strength of the war should not be underestimated, and most of the special forces who enter the forest are scattered, so there should be no threat to him."
If you can't wait for the news, tomorrow we will go to the border town to see what's going on. These boys, the hair is not grown, the work is really not reliable, said that we will meet here at this point in time, and we actually missed the appointment, and we will not be killed by the Yengwa soldiers who infiltrated it. After speaking, after a moment of silence, he just walked out of the tent wearing a military coat, came to the outside of the forest, beside the bonfire, and said loudly, "Everyone, I received news from the headquarters, kill one Shina, you can get 100,000, if you destroy a small detachment of them, you can get million. Tomorrow, I will take you to make money, I already know where their people are." The boss is mighty. In the forest, people held all kinds of firearms, dancing in the firelight, and in the moonlight, it was like a group of demons dancing. The next day, Haimo rose up, with 200 men, and pounced on the ancient border town again, and the innocent woman was forever in the woods, as a corpse. He will not take a woman with him and become a burden to himself. After arriving at the ancient frontier town, Haimo, who has rich combat experience, did not immediately bring people into the village, but seemed to camp outside and send people to observe, and it didn't take long for the feedback to come back to the information that it was actually the ancient town and the village, empty, and the boy soldiers of Gundam seem to have evaporated from the world. It is worth mentioning that Chen Haonan has already taken the female soldiers and covered the bloodstains after death. There is red sand everywhere, the problem is not big, and after a night of strong winds, the residual smell of blood has also dimmed. In the village, Chen Haonan naturally knew that the enemy was coming through the skills of chasing wind and shadows, and he gestured to make the female soldiers remain motionless, not eating or drinking, even if they had to pull in their pants. At this time, everyone relies on experience to lurk, and the competition is patience, and whoever can't help but come over first will enter a passive state. What made Chen Hao a little admired was that the enemy in the forest actually lurked for a day, so he sent people to observe on the periphery, and he didn't enter this dead and silent town until the sun went down and night fell again. It's a bit interesting, not surprisingly, it's one of the core of hackers, about 200 people, and people are also vigilant, it's really hard to deal with. Chen Haonan was lying on the roof, hidden in the thatch, his small body played a role. Anyway, he was not in a hurry, the gentleman who fed mosquitoes in the forest must be more tormented than him. "Boss, why don't you go in and have a look? After a day of observation, you can be sure that there is no ambush inside, and the observer can't find anyone." In the darkness, there was no ignition, and Heimu's resolute silhouette was as cold as iron in the moonlight, and this time, he nodded. Even if someone broke into the ancient town and killed the Gundam scouts, they would have left long ago. After all, he didn't contact Gundam, he just agreed with the other party to meet in the forest. Gundam just broke the appointment, and he didn't have any information to tell the other party. He brought it back to kill him, and then waited for him in ambush here. There was no activity during the day, and he felt that even if the Yengwa special forces were not boy soldiers, there was no need to wait here, unless they knew in advance. The wise man thinks 1,000 times, and there will be a mistake in the end. How does Heimu know that the horror of Chen Haonan's desperate deduction has been traced back to the scene, and he has learned the connection between them, and he is waiting here for him to bring people in? Glancing up at the moonlight, Gundam finally spoke, "Then enter the town, there should be no one inside, go." On the other side, after Gundam brought people over, Chen Haonan's cold little face showed a smile, and then, to the female soldiers who were also lurking in the high places, gave a gesture that the enemy was ready to come in. After seeing Chen Haonan's fingers, the female soldier who had been waiting for a day was immediately shocked, as if she had returned to blood. Her eyes were murderous, and she immediately prepared. Little master, there is more to this chapter, please click on the next page to continue reading, the back is more exciting. After seeing the tragedy in the town, they waited for a long time, thinking about venting some evil fire in their bodies. Sure enough, under the moonlight, one by one dark shadows appeared, and the group of people carried guns, seemed more relaxed, and slowly crossed the minefield. The female soldiers were a little puzzled, because the minefield did not explode without any explosions, and the militants were allowed to pass without stopping. Without Chen Haonan's order, they didn't dare to shoot, and maintained a posture where their fingers were ready to hook the trigger, among which Yitsuanshin was a little dry-mouthed. She was more anxious than anyone else. She didn't understand what the little brother was waiting for. There were already hundreds of people who appeared, and there was no one in the follow-up. Quickly glanced at it, among the thatch, the gesture of the fingers raised out, is there still someone? Anyone else? Yitsuanshin is hidden next to the chimney made of bricks, her whole body is smeared with black smoke, and the whole person blends into the environment. The effect is similar to Chen Haonan's stripped camouflage, considering that the chimney is round. She has already set up a foothold, unless the enemy bombs from the air, she can use it as a pillbox, snipe in whatever posture she likes. It's just that Chen Haonan's reaction is too slow. These hundreds of militants, she, a high-achieving student of Qingda, has nodded 3 times, and the other party is less than 50 meters away from the ancient town, which is not big? 40 m. 30 m. Suddenly, the forest more than 50 meters away made a splash, and a group of people actually drilled out under the moonlight, and it was actually a team of 100 people? Hell, the little cousin was lying on the roof. How could he see the enemy in the dark forest, and still know that the other party came in batches? This experience has to be asked. As soon as these thoughts flashed, suddenly, Chen Hao's fierce voice sounded. Hit! With Chen Haonan's order, the White Tiger soldiers immediately vented their evil fire, controlling the guns in their hands with their own special posture, and constantly shooting bullets out. The flames spewed out from the muzzle of the gun were very dazzling in the dark night, forming lines of fire. The distance was very close, the bullets were dense, and the division of labor among the female soldiers was clear, and soon, more than 20 mercenaries in front of them were killed on the spot, and the scene was like a harvester. Attack, disperse, pounce on. Heimu was careful enough to let his men go separately. He never dreamed that the enemy was actually waiting in ambush here, and he held out until all of him came out, and then gave the order to shoot, accurate enough to calculate all his actions. This kind of patience and resourcefulness is really terrifying, and the assassin corps that can't reach the Gundam was destroyed by these people, right? Terrible thoughts were surging and churning in his heart. He shouted loudly, threw himself to the ground at great speed, and in the process of rolling, he saw more than a dozen of his men who reacted more slowly, and they were killed on the spot. The marksmanship is very accurate, almost not a single bullet is wasted. This is a soldier of the Yin Kingdom? In the past, he also encountered a few soldiers who infiltrated the Yenghua, and the others were overwhelming, so he quickly killed 2 and scared 3 away, but unfortunately the 3 who ran away were not caught, and suddenly a helicopter picked them up. I didn't see how powerful the other party was. Damn, it must have been these guys who killed the Boy Scouts. How did they know that we had to come? It wouldn't be revealed by Gundam, right? In the process of rolling towards the forest, various thoughts flashed through Heimu's mind, and while dodging, he heard the smooth sound of the heavy machine gun, which seemed to ring in his ears, and with the sound, the blood mist continued to appear on the rolling subordinates around him, and then immediately remained motionless, and they all died. This is the state of heavy machine gun bursts, and it is so accurate? His back was soaked. Heimu kept shouting to retreat, and at the same time raised his head, and immediately saw a child standing on the roof, under the moonlight, with one hand holding up a heavy machine gun and constantly strafing. The bullet chain kept beating, spitting bullets, and gravity and anti-shock force seemed to not affect him. Even, the child's free hand actually took the time to take off the grenade from his chest, bite off the safety ring, and throw it over with a flick of his hand, a distance of 70 or 80 meters, and it arrived with a hula. There was a loud boom, an explosion, and 7 or 8 of his men swept in. Is this what children do? Is this a Boy Scout? Blood poured into Heimu's face, and he roared angrily, Gundam, this is your subordinates. Lao Tzu has seen it very clearly. Why ambush you, Lao Tzu? #it yen, give Lao Tzu a reason. The night wind, mixed with the smell of blood, spread his voice far away, and he was really shocked and angry. Gundam of the Dog Day, don't talk about martial arts. Is Lao Tzu sorry for him? The huge town helped him fight down and handed him over to the so-called garrison, and Lao Tzu still took people to live in the forest. What was he not satisfied with? If he said that he was not satisfied, he might have taken all the women away and left none of them, but didn't he want to vomit when he saw the women? It's too much. In response to him, there was only the smooth sound of gunshots. Frightened, Heimu finally led the people back into the forest, found a place to hide, and immediately set up a defensive position, and not long after, his deputy came to his side and reported. Boss, 78 people died, 21 people were wounded, the enemy in the town, no more than 10 people, but their attack power is too strong, almost no bullets, especially the heavy machine gun on the roof. The brother who died in his hands, accounted for half. Is this a soldier of Gundam? I haven't heard that he has that subordinate. He can have a big pineapple in one hand, and he can throw a grenade over more than 100 meters with one hand. The deputy was shocked, and unlike Heimu, who was angry, he felt that the other party should not be a Gundam person, and the number of people was not right. Moreover, I have never heard that Gundam has such fierce subordinates, including himself, this man who is not good at Gil. Not a Gundam man? Whose subordinate is that? After Heimu came up for a while, he immediately calmed down a lot, and with a single look, he killed half of his people, and there were 40 or 50 people who died in the hands of that child. What kind of person is this? It's too exaggerated. With a heavy machine gun in one hand, he can still achieve the effect of point fire, and his hands don't tremble. Is this an iron arm? 100% confirmed. That's a milky kid. Who else is playing this except Gundam's specialty? Where did Gundam go? Is it dead? Many doubts and shocks, like waves of tide, continue to wash away the always calm and resolute Heimu. As a warfighter who has been in the European battlefield for more than 10 years, it can be said that few things can shake Heimu, unless it is a beautiful woman, but he is definitely not nostalgic, and the scene that happened in the ancient town today made him unable to calm down. Lurking in the daytime waiting for him, one shining on the face, destroying half of his subordinates. Scout, call me. How did he scout? Why didn't he find a hidden enemy? Facing Heimu, who was as angry as the tide, the deputy took off his hat and said helplessly, "Observer, I was killed." Hearing this, Heimu was stunned for a moment and calmed down a lot. The other party's disguise was lurking. It was too terrible. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and said, "If there are not many people, they will definitely chase after them. We will wait for him here. As long as we kill this group, we can get $1 million, and at the same time, we can explain to the above. After playing Lao Tzu once, we will play back, tooth for tooth. I just want to see who the child who carried the heavy machine gun with one hand is." "Yes, boss." The deputy is also a ruthless person, specializing in fighting against the wind, and he doesn't have too much to worry about the death of his subordinates, and on the battlefield, as long as you have enough money, you can always find hired outlaws. Some retired soldiers, in the case of seeing the cruelty of society and not being well arranged by the state, unless he is firm in his faith, most of them will enter the mercenary group. Heimu is a retired captain officer in Delta. He has the reputation of the wolf of the wilderness, and his specialty is to infiltrate combat and fight back. The other side. After seeing Heimu and these people running into the jungle, the female soldiers who had destroyed a large wave of enemies were all quickly changing their magazines, and at this moment, Chen Haonan made a gesture. "Gather." So, the female soldiers walked out of their hiding places one after another, and after Yi Tsuanshin walked out, the female soldiers were all startled, thinking that she was an African chicken, and the gods were too similar, and the military uniforms were blackened by her, and the faces, arms, and all the exposed skin were covered with black dust. Nice disguise. Chen Haonan couldn't help but praise his cousin, who smiled with a black face and white teeth. Laughing, Yi Tsuanshin immediately asked, "Don't you chase? The enemy can't run far. Tiger God, you look easy, but the war is not over. At least half of the mercenaries ran away just now." "Ha!" Chen Haonan snorted coldly, and said indifferently, "You should say that they can only escape half of the people. It's okay, these evil pens have not left. They are currently lurking in the forest, which happens to be the place where I set up a minefield, and when I go in, I will set fire and set fireworks for you to see, and give you the new year in advance." He said it lightly, but the information was quite shocking, and the female soldiers who were still thinking about a big battle, all of them had their mouths wide open, and they could have stuffed an apple into it. I almost forgot, the Tiger God did set up a minefield in the forest. Are they lying in the minefield? It's too lucky. Tiger God, you are too powerful. You are like a god. Just now you were carrying hundreds of pounds of pineapples in one hand, and now, you can still count them squatting in the minefield? No, I'm just lucky, and those of them are smart. Let's go and set off fireworks. In the face of the warm praise of the female soldiers, Chen Haonan shrugged his little shoulders and walked towards the forest in front of him with a big grin. The female soldiers were excited and weird. Who would have thought that this little guy just now killed more than 50 enemies? It was simply a harvester of life. Let's go, it's the new year. Chen Haonan is like Rambo in the first drop of blood, holding a big pineapple with one hand. His little face is cold and cruel, and he is full of cold ice. He appears in the forest with such a big grin, hanging indifferently. And the female soldiers were asked by him to follow behind, because they were not needed for the time being. It was not a tough battle, it was just to recover some interest and earn experience. Fuck, it's him. Seeing Chen Haonan's sudden appearance in the field of vision, Heimu, who was still guessing Chen Haonan's identity, was so excited that he seemed to be a thief when he saw a widow, and directly shouted, "Kill!" Bang! Chen Haonan was faster, and when he raised his hand, he shot pointed, directly hitting the minefield set up. The minefield covered by dead leaves and rattans is strengthened according to the route of the giant mother bomb, which is definitely not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2, and it will form a chain reaction, detonating dozens of grenades in the forest. There was a loud bang, more than 30 meters from the left side of the black curtain, after the minefield exploded sparks, followed by a violent explosion. If the small circle of friends for the New Year set off rotating fireworks, you will understand the beauty of this explosion scene. One grenade after another exploded, the sound of explosions, flickering fires, boiling smoke, accompanied by the screams mixed in, all at once turned the dead forest into a lively New Year's scene, gorgeous and gorgeous.
Lying down, lying down. Miserable.
The people who got up and ran wildly kept shouting, and those who were injured and fell to the ground let out a painful snort, mainly after the explosion was strengthened. The scene was like a miniature version of a nuclear explosion, and the small mushroom clouds rose. These militants were killed, more than 50 people in an instant, more than 10 people were injured, and half of the original team of more than 100 people was left at once.
Airplanes.
Heimu, who was still thinking about what posture to kill Chen Haonan a moment ago, at the moment when the explosion sounded, all the senses were deaf, only a buzzing roar remained, as if hundreds of Hades imps were in their ears, blowing and playing, to pull him into hell. And in the center of gravity area where he was no longer exploding in his position, plus the two bodyguards were very dutiful,
desperately pressing on his body, so that he did not suffer serious internal injuries and external injuries, but his breathing and hearing almost stopped. There were only a few thoughts left in his mind. Who planted the bomb and when? Retreat, retreat quickly.
The aftermath of the explosion drowned out Heimu's roar. He kicked his leg from the pit, endured his numb facial features, bit his tongue, and pushed away the bodyguard who was pressing on his body, and the whole person catapulted and ran in the opposite direction of the forest. As an experienced veteran on the battlefield, he was really scared and out of control. He was calculated from the beginning, the sniper in front and the current blasting, as if he was a girl playing, abusing him in various postures. He was no longer one of the captains of the hacker mercenary group, but a loser dog. At this moment, the forest was filled with rising and rolling smoke, which provided a natural obstacle for the more than 50 militants who were lucky to have survived to take the opportunity to flee immediately. The opponent is too terrible. Just the first 2 times, they wiped out 3/4 of their comrades. Such strength, such means, and still stay here to fight. No one knows what will happen next. After fighting for so long, it was the first time they had encountered such an opponent. Heimu, in retreat, with a keen sixth sense, made the hairs on his whole body stand up, and he almost instinctively threw himself on the ground and rolled out for several meters.
Day.
Almost as soon as he made these movements, the smooth sound of a heavy machine gun rang out, and the metal storm formed by the bullets swept several militants in his position just now into 2 sections, and the broken body fell directly to the ground. There were drops of blood on the branches and on the ground. Looking at this scene, Heimu, who was hiding behind a tree, gasped, and cold sweat soaked through his vest. He finally understood what opponent he was facing.
That kid was a demon.
Hit a big pineapple with one hand, set up a minefield in advance, and brazenly kill it to detonate it.
He did it all alone. Whose subordinate is this? It's definitely not Gundam's people, and if Gundam has such a general, this madman won't give anyone face. Captain, who detonated the bomb just now, is that kid? What should I do?
In the moonlight, in the smoky forest, the surviving militants began to gather. Just now, they also saw very clearly, came over a one-handed heavy machine gun child, did not expect to blow up his companions so badly at once. This is a high level of fixed-point blasting they have also used, but the effect is not so exaggerated.
Retreat! Heimu roared.
On the other side, after Chen Haonan swept away more than a dozen militants, the bullets of the heavy machine gun were also exhausted, and he was directly thrown on the ground and replaced with an 88 sniper. Footsteps sounded, and the female soldier with a wonderful smile on her face walked behind Chen Haonan. Tiangue stood on the high post, looked at the rising smoke, and exclaimed, "It's so beautiful, it's really fireworks." Tang Xiaoxiao opened her mouth even more exaggeratedly, patted her undulating chest, and comforted the jumping rabbit, and the sudden explosion just now scared her a lot.
What a big firework! Tiger God, are you a grenade scene? How do I feel that you detonated a small atomic bomb? The other female soldiers were watching the excitement, and Ouyang Qian, as a demo man, really saw the doorway.
"I'll talk about this later. You go in and replenish the guns, and I'll chase the enemy." This chapter is not over. Please click on the next page to continue reading. After explaining, Chen Haonan was like a little cheetah rushing towards the forest and inserting it, and disappeared in front of the female soldier in a moment.
It's like he's never been here.
Mend the gun, don't show mercy, these are executioners.
Tan Xiaolin let out a low roar and was the first to walk into the forest.
The female soldiers followed them into the woods, but when they rushed in, they were stunned. The ground was littered with mutilated corpses, and flesh was splattered everywhere, and the militants who did not die immediately were even worse, struggling and snorting in a blur of flesh. Among them was one of the militants, whose head had been blown off by a third, and half of his body was missing, and his intestines were gurgling out. If the female soldiers hadn't experienced the battle in the ancient town, they would definitely have been induced to vomit on the spot now. Looking at this scene, everyone hardened their hearts and grimaced, and frantically substituted themselves into Chen Haonan's cold image, raised the gun in his hand, and hooked the trigger.
Bang bang bang. Gunshots rang out incessantly. Don't kill me, don't kill me.
An armed man with a broken leg and an arm showed a pleading expression at Tiangue, tears streaming down his face, while the remaining hand under his body grabbed a pistol and raised the muzzle of the gun extremely concealmently. Seeing such a remnant poplar, Tiangue swallowed his saliva, hesitated, and did not replenish the gun as soon as possible.
Dodge. Bang. Bang. Ouyang Qian hit someone with the ball, and flew Tiangue head-on. The pistol in her hand exploded the opponent's head, and her shoulder was grazed by the bullet, leaving a scar.
Why are you still hesitating? The instructor said that this is a battlefield, you must become cold and hard, otherwise, you will kill your comrades.
He Lu rushed over to bandage Ouyang Qian, and was relieved to find that her wound was not in the way. I'm sorry.
Next time, I'll blast their dogheads first, and I promise I won't make that mistake again. Tiangue's eyes were as red as rabbits, and he pinched the corners of his military uniform uneasily, apologizing to Ouyang Qian.
Small problems, we will become stronger, otherwise, we will not even be able to catch the tail of the instructor. I see. Tiger God, upper body, upper body.
Tiangue said a few words with a small mouth, and the person became a lot colder, and began to look for someone with a gun.
Not long after, she killed an armed man whose head had been missing for a long time.
Walked all the way, replenished the guns all the way, and after passing through Tiangue's incident, there were no more accidents, and in the process, the female soldiers also saw some enemies, and they also made actions to counterkill, which further verified Chen Haonan's words.
There is no woman's kindness on the battlefield. Unconsciously, the female soldiers began to completely transform into iron-blooded white tigers, each harder than the other. Along the way, the female soldiers put away any mercy, but they were still shocked.
After doing the math, the number of militants killed in this wave exceeded 60 people, which means that the remaining enemy was only 50 or 60 people.
I think that at the beginning, when these guys first appeared, they were black and crowded, but I didn't expect that it was only 2 rounds, which was not enough for Chen Haonan to fight alone. Feeling vulnerable.
Did day. There was gunfire in front, and the female soldiers glanced at each other and quickened their pace to catch up. Poor Mo Chase, we don't have the ability of instructors, we all be careful, don't drag our feet, and accumulate more experience.
Tan Xiaolin trusts Chen Haonan very much, but still reminded the female soldiers to pay attention to concealment and not to cause trouble for Chen Haonan.
Yes. Everyone moved forward quickly and covertly, and it didn't take long to see Chen Haonan really chasing and killing the remaining militants in front, about 40 or 50 people, and counterattacking according to the terrain. The faces of the female soldiers were pale. This is really a group of experienced guys, more than 200 of them came, and they were all wiped out by 3/4, but there was no chaos, and they could still fight back, which showed the strength of the other party. Heimu, who was leaning against a tree, wiped the blood from his mouth, and his expression was extremely hideous, and the terrible child chased after him again, killing more than 10 of his subordinates again, and at present, there were only 50 people left by his side. This activated his murderous spirit and calmed him down a lot. The more panicked he was at this time, the more he couldn't run away. This opponent was obviously a bad star, and he didn't want to let them go. Don't run, he eats everything we have, but he's just a shotgun, no matter how powerful it is, it's useless. As long as we don't panic and hold on until dawn, someone will come to support. The signal for reinforcement had been sent out by Heimu, and this was his only hope. After hearing the boss's warning, the originally panicked mercenaries also calmed down a lot, and the military quality of these people was not comparable to that of Gundam's boy soldiers. "Boss, we still have 51 people. After observation, the opponent will take the lead with one child, and the others will not exceed the number of people. In terms of numbers, we have an advantage."
"How many bazookas are there?"
Heimu's heart was dripping blood, and he skipped this directly and asked the point.
"There are also 2 bazookas, and the others are missing." "Enough is enough."
Heimu's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and he made up his mind: divide half of the people, pretend to run in front, cut some branches and drag them to make an illusion, and the other half of the people are ambushed here with me, and when they come, first bombard them with bazookas, and then counterattack, and those who run in front should not run too fast, and when they hear the explosion of the bazooka, they will kill them back immediately. The mercenaries present were thinking about the meaning of Heimu's words, and their eyes rang.
"This is a good way, the front of the decoy of the enemy, the back of the halfway bombing, back to kill."
"Captain, this is indeed a good way. The other party also dealt with us like this. Send it back to them."
"Don't talk nonsense, work."
After making up his mind, Heimu immediately got to work. He personally carried a bazooka, half squatted on the ground, made an aiming posture, and waited for the battle. Behind him, more than 24 militants, cut down branches and dragged them to the ground, continued to run in front.
"Stay away from me, and the others will follow him."
After seeing another rocketeer, also squatting next to him, Heimu's eyes flickered, and his sixth sense told him that he was better fighting alone, and the scene of heavy machine gun fire just now could be seen that the terrible little guy in the forest was specifically fighting at a crowded place. Allowing them to gather on the other side to lure the enemy will help their own safety.
Such a bitch's thoughts, the other mercenaries couldn't detect it, and immediately separated.
"I don't believe it, you can still run faster than a cannonball."
Heimu was full of confidence. He was full of confidence in his plan, and it was the first time that he was forced to use his brain.
"He's a wolf of the desert, no one has ever forced him, this is unprecedented. If it gets out in the future, it is estimated that the other mercenary captains will make fun of him and laugh off the big teeth."
"That's him, here."
Earlier, Heimu had already seen Shen Haonan's small figure, and what made him excited was that he saw that behind this little devil, there were 8 or 9 slender helpers chasing him. Looking at such exquisite curves, there was no doubt that she must be a woman.
"It's actually a child, with a few women? What kind of combination is this? I haven't heard of it before." 8 Snow Whites, with a dwarf?
With their combat strategy and military quality, they should have become famous a long time ago. Fuck, Yengua's sighed. "It is really the hidden dragon crouching tiger. There are all kinds of talents." The one-eyed dragon boss also said that the East is a boy soldier who has never seen the world, but it may not have never seen the world. By the time these thoughts flashed through Heimu's mind, he had already ticked the trigger of the bazooka. With his angry cannonballs, he roared and pounced in the direction of Shen Haonan and the others. To be honest, in the state of catching up, Shen Haonan was also a little careless like Grandmaster Ma. He didn't always maintain the skill of chasing after the wind and shadows. Therefore, after the bazooka flew into the air, it was locked by his 10-mile eagle eye.
"It's too late."
Shen Haonan changed color slightly, and he didn't expect that the other party actually killed a horse pistol with a bazooka. According to such a shroud range, with his military quality, he could escape, but the female soldiers behind him were not necessarily, and even, they didn't notice it at all. Once it exploded nearby, it was inevitable that someone would be injured. In a state of crisis, Shen Haonan is not afraid, and the special training in Siberia has long cultivated his mentality of not worrying about any danger encountered.
Bazooka!
After a low roar, Shen Haonan didn't move, and while directly raising the sniper rifle, he turned on the bullet mark whispering skill, locked the bazooka coming from the front, and immediately fed back the information. Feedback locks onto the rocket, but it can explode, but as long as the angle is good, the trajectory can be changed slightly.
After receiving the feedback of bullet marks whispering, Shen Haonan no longer hesitated and directly pulled the trigger.
The bullet erupted from the muzzle of the gun, making a sharp impact with the rockets flying in the air, and then, under the force, the bazooka changed its trajectory slightly, deflecting to the right. Boom, the bazooka exploded in the forest, bursting out with a strong light, and the dead branches and leaves around it exploded.
Offset?
Seeing the location of the bazooka explosion, Heimu, who was originally full of confidence, was dumbfounded all of a sudden, and couldn't believe that he saw everything at all.
How far away? It's weird, isn't it? Was it caused by that bullet just now? Can it hit a bazooka and change its trajectory? The black boss, who has experienced 100 battles, has seen a lot of big scenes, but he really hasn't seen a bullet change the trajectory of the bazooka. Suddenly, he thought of the recent report at sea, the dark mercenary group ranked only after the hacker mercenary group. A month ago in the East China Sea, the legend escaped by helicopter, and was directly shot by someone to blow up the plane. Note, it was not a missile explosion. The media reported that the bullet exploded the plane. At that time, they also internally commented that this is the Yenghua people like to blow. It seems that this is true. The person who blew up the plane is this child? Fuck, is he the Gecko Man of the East? In the report, he is also a child. Is there really such a person? He came here? At this moment, Heimu seemed to have figured it out, but when he had these thoughts, there was a bang, and the dull sound of a sniper rifle sounded. A bullet flew from the side, grazed the branches, and shot behind Heimu, and with a loud bang, an explosion that rang out in his ears sounded behind him, and Heimu looked back in shock. I saw another subordinate carrying a bazooka being blown up and flying, and according to the damage of the explosion just now, it was obvious that his rocket fired at his comrades. What a strange thing. Could it be that the bullet just missed the bazooka, reversed the direction, and then the rocketeer couldn't react, or pulled the trigger? Theoretically, it is possible, but in terms of timing, how to grasp it? Looking at his screaming and rolling subordinates, Heimu was really about to vomit blood, which made him more uncomfortable than the one-eyed dragon boss sleeping with his mistress. At the most critical moment, according to the plan, the subordinates who originally ran away heard the explosion and thought it was a signal to attack, and immediately killed them like chickens. Woohoo! To greet these militants who rushed over, the female soldiers were naturally not polite, and they shot back at ease. In the woods, people kept falling. Seeing this scene, Heimu knew that the general trend had gone. Lying on the ground, he bit off the safety ring of the last grenade, raised his hand and wanted to throw it over, and blew up a few more. With a bang, a bullet hit the grenade he raised and wanted to throw, and it exploded with a bang, directly blowing off his right arm and half of his body. Pervert, he's not human, he can hit anything at any time. Gasping for nothing, Heimu collapsed in a pool of blood, completely desperate, knowing that he would not survive. It didn't take long for the gunfire to stop. The footsteps were approaching, and Heimu, in despair, saw a pair of small short legs, standing next to his head, and stopped, and a childish and indifferent voice came from above his head. Go fix the gun, I'll leave this to me. Yes, Tiger God. Tiger God? Isn't it Gecko Man? You, aren't you? Gecko Man? Heimu's voice was choppy. Standing next to him was Chun Haonan, looking at Heimu, who was lying on the ground with half of his right arm missing. He was really miserable to the extreme. The blood-colored muscles and bones were exposed to the air, and Bisonson's bones were irregularly broken, and they were thrown out, and blood was gushing out. And the broken arm that fell to the ground made Chun Haonan's little eyes light up. A 3-star armband. This is the highest armband ever collected, and this guy is really the big boss. After using bullet marks twice in a row, no matter how strong Chun Haonan's body was, he still had fatigue from a man's sense of inapplicability, so he needed to recover his spirit when he asked the female soldier to replenish the gun. Heimu tried his best to turn himself over, to zigzag, lying on the ground, staring at Chun Haonan with blood-red eyes wide. It's a pity that no matter how fierce his eyes are and how blood-devouring he is, it doesn't make the little guy in a small military uniform change the color in the slightest. Even, he slowly picked up his severed arm, tore off the armband and laid on it as a trophy without changing his face, and put it in his pocket. The leader of the hacker mercenary group, you shouldn't come here, this is the territory of the Yen country. Seeing that he couldn't frighten the child, Heimu, who knew that he was going to die, stared at him in despair and cursed, my boss one-eyed dragon, he won't let you go, you will definitely die here. Yes, I also thank you for telling me that your boss is called One-Eyed Dragon. Don't worry, I will send him to meet you. After speaking, Chun Haonan had no nonsense. A whip like lightning kicked Heimu's head, and the sharp attack power of a small axe directly shattered Heimu's throat with only one breath left, and the latter's eyes dimmed in an instant. The sound of the system rang out. The host kills the enemy in a row, and if it can't be hanged, it will reward 300 experience points, and the host will kill one 3-star boss and reward 50 experience points. Looking at the reward value of the system, Chun Haonan is still a little disappointed. This dog system, card bug, for the people who are blown up, it is not considered experience points, continuous killing. If the enemy is not strong enough,
it will be regarded as a collective reward. Hey, if you kill fast, you can't get stuck in the bug, but it's really cool. This chapter is not over, please click on the next page to continue reading. After breathing a sigh of relief, Chen Haonan realized the refreshing feeling that he shouldn't have at his age. These mercenaries hunted the soldiers and civilians of Yenghua everywhere in the border for money, and what he had to do was to send them to God quickly, so as to deter the latecomers. After this large-scale operation, he had accumulated some experience. Demolition Grandmaster, it plays a great role in large-scale battlefields, especially changing the grenade group into a giant mother-intensive bomb. The power is very touching, I must use it more next time. The role of desperate deduction is too great, you can anticipate the enemy's opportunity, be invincible, and cooperate with the blasting master. It is simply a set of packages for the whole family to sing and sing. Chen Haonan is not an excellent little man who is particularly obsessed with skills. He feels that it is more important to summarize, and to work steadily, in order to ensure that his red flag does not fall and the colorful flags flutter outside. Instructor, the gun repair is complete, and 51 armbands have been collected again, including 5 2-star armbands, and the harvest is very good. Tan Xiaolin had just finished reporting, and Chen Haonan's small hand flipped over, revealing a 3-star armband. 3-star armbands, my god, this is the big boss. The female soldiers were all overjoyed. Tiger God, you are too powerful, you have killed more than 100 people, and we are not as many as you combined. Yes, the big battlefield is too exciting, I feel like I've gained very little growth, and the darkness is my eyes. Yi Tsuanshin, who played the role of a black African, smiled confidently. These white tiger soldiers, who had just tried the sweetness, were like curious little girls who opened Pandora's cartridges. War, it's not so simple, the big boss generally carries a map. Tianguo, you go and take it out. Okay. Tianguo immediately walked towards Heimu's corpse, and when she saw this picture that looked like a miniature version of the giant, she finally understood why Chen Haonan named her to dig it out. Bursting eyeballs, open intestines. Tianguo covered her mouth tightly, and she felt that she couldn't eat too much in the future. Here's the map. Chen Haonan looked at Tianguo, who was covering his mouth, nodded and took the map, and said indifferently, if you want to vomit, you can vomit, and if you vomit too much, you will get used to it, and when you eat in the future, think more about the scene you see today. Yes, instructor, you're so perverted, why don't you feel anything at all? Tianguo sat on the ground and took a deep breath hard. Chen Haonan ignored this foodie, looked down at the map quickly, and suddenly his black and white eyes lit up suddenly, and he spoke, gather immediately. The female soldiers, who were still thinking of resting, moved when they heard the sound and soon finished the formation. The female soldiers who have been boiling for several days have also shown good spirit. Of course, this is not their limit, so many genius treasures are not eaten for nothing. Shaking the map in his hand, Chen Haonan's eyes swept over the female soldiers, revealing the satisfied eyes of the young father, and there was a feeling that there were women in my family who had just grown up. Yes, since the female soldiers were branded with their own powerful seeds, after this large-scale battle, the seeds were finally conceived and thrived. In short, the female soldiers used to be hairless white tigers, and now they are white tigers with wings. It's not bad, but the achievement of 200 or 300 people is not our greatest pursuit. As a warrior who has won the Order of Siberia, he should never be satisfied until he kills any area that invades our borders. You're lucky, this map of the distribution of forces, it can only be said that they are too confident and naive, and they actually run around with this thing, but it's no wonder that the mercenaries always think that we are all boy soldiers. As he spoke, Chen Haonan pointed to the upper right corner of the map and said with a smile, this is one of the enemy's headquarters, and my plan is to march quickly, continue to insert the enemy's heart at high speed, advance into Debi Mountain, and carry out a decapitation operation. Hearing this, Tan Xiaolin was pleasantly surprised. Tiger God, is this really the enemy's base camp, so easy to find? She was a little incredulous. She had just taken out a group of enemies, and immediately found another one? This is even more outrageous than the lottery jackpot. What's so strange about this? These mercenaries also need to set up a base camp. It's just that they didn't expect us to be so bold and kill them directly. You know, decades have passed, even if the West bombs our embassy, our principle is just a serious protest. Now, I ask you, do you still have the physical strength, courage and guts to go on an adventure together and take their headquarters? Chen Haonan had a small face, his military uniform was dyed red, and in the moonlight, he looked like a glowing little god of war. The infected female soldier seemed to have a new strength in her body, and immediately shouted loudly.
Guaranteed to complete the mission.
Everyone didn't hesitate at all, they were all tired, but on the battlefield, sometimes they relied on the spiritual victory method, otherwise, how could they complete the 108,000-mile-long march? A child said that he didn't need anyone, and continued to fight the enemy and finish off their headquarters, and it was rare for an adult to say, "I'm tired, I can't do it anymore, let me sleep." Such a shameful word, the female soldiers can't say it, they are all infected by Chun Haonen's heroism, let alone fighting to the death, giving him a monkey, it's not a big problem. At this moment, the winged white tiger soldiers, there is an indescribable firmness in their eyes, they seem to G to the ancestors. Why can they endure the bitter cold of -40 degrees, can endure cold and hard potatoes, can climb through snow-capped mountains and wade through rivers hungry? In the past, the belief and will of national self-improvement are now given to them by Chun Haonen.
Chun Haonen was very satisfied with the reaction of the female soldiers and responded, "Action."
At this moment, it was already about 3:30 in the night, and under the darkness, there was only the hazy moonlight. Chun Haonen led the white tiger soldiers and marched towards one of the base camps marked on the map. The soldiers are fast, and the news here has not yet spread, so we must seize the opportunity and eat as much as we can. The night was deep, and almost an hour passed, and there was the sound of rushing water ahead. Chun Haonen, who was marching rapidly, raised his little hand and stopped the female soldiers behind him.
"Tiger God, why is there a river here? The map is not marked."
After Shinlani observed it, she said solemnly, "There are mangroves all around, and I feel that this river is not simple and full of dangers." Hearing this, Chun Haonen took out the map, checked it carefully, and finally nodded solemnly, "It's on the other side of the river, the other party is very smart, and he has taken advantage of the natural danger here, you rest in place first, and I will investigate the environment here." Shinlani and the others did not refuse, and immediately rested on the spot. In the White Tiger base, they practiced day and night, and they also knew how to recover their strength quickly.
By eating.
Take out the ginseng from the backpack and chew it in your mouth. When the body's energy consumption is clean, relying on the genius earth treasure will have a magical effect, and even, it can improve the attributes of the body.
While eating, I watched the actions of the instructors.
I saw Chun Haonen holding his small hands, walking leisurely to the river, then stopped, and then closed his eyes. The female soldiers were stunned for a moment, not understanding what he was doing.
"Instructor, is he closing his eyes?"
"It's not like," he opened his eyes again, "don't guess, anyway, the instructor has too many strengths, or our instructor knows something, we can't guess, we can't touch it, just obey the order." I kind of miss the instructor, these ginseng are all prepared for us by her. The female soldiers were communicating in a low voice, and at this moment, Chun Haonen had already quietly walked into the cold river water, opening the skill of desperate deduction. The next moment, the scenes began to appear as if playing a movie. This is the atmosphere of crisis. The picture formed automatically, as if a person walking in a dangerous place. Sometimes the hair on the whole body will stand up inexplicably, and the heart is uneasy.
And the desperate deduction is to make the heart uneasy and concretized.
The boiling river, the raging river, panicked into a mass of birds, beasts. There is even a picture of a majestic leopard, dragged into the water by a beast covered in black armor, and then disappeared. This is a crocodile, or a long crocodile. It looks slender, not as bulky as other crocodiles, but it is so fast that the eyes can't react. Chun Haonen smiled helplessly and said to himself, "It seems that I am going to have a relationship with these crocodiles of Asan again." The next moment, he opened the wind story, and suddenly, the aura he exuded made him the most charming crocodile. The next moment, he opened the wind story, and suddenly, the aura he exuded made him the most charming crocodile.
The core skill of Fingzi story is to act.
Chun Haonen's small face has a cold expression of a crocodile, which is very similar to his style. He goes down step by step, the river gradually rises, and when it reaches his neck, he can only step on the water, while maintaining a sense of the surrounding situation.
It's coming, it's coming.
Little brothers. It didn't take long for the cold, blood-devouring breath to continue pouring into Chun Haonen's little head, and he himself exuded his crocodile breath, making these cold-blooded animals feel that they were a cute little crocodile. A few gurgling splashes quickly sank to the bottom of the water. In the eyes of these crocodiles, Chun Haonen was like his own child. It was cute, young, and needed protection, and even, the huge male crocodile felt obliged to protect his poor young child. It was like his long-lost child. This is similar to playing the snow wolf in Siberia, but the she-wolf king regards him as the most suitable partner and wants to mate with him in order to give birth to her own wolf king baby. Fortunately, the information fed back is not mating information, otherwise, these big guys are baring their cold fangs and salivating, and I can't pretend to be able to do it, so I just flip the table and send them to eat peanuts. Chen Haonan, who had a lot of confidence, immediately sent back his personal obsession to these predators who wandered over and wanted to protect themselves. Don't come, stay away from me, although I am a little crocodile, but I want to grow up, leave me around, I don't want to see you, otherwise, don't blame me for being polite. The message was conveyed through a special means of communication. On the shore, the female soldier who was originally an angel squatting and resting, after seeing Chen Haonan go down to the river without saying a word, from the splash of water around him, he knew that the brutal crocodile was coming. In the river, no matter how powerful the human being, he couldn't fight the crocodile, unless it was a small crocodile. When watching the video, they even saw leopards, lions, and tigers being dragged down by crocodiles. Instructor, come back soon. You're surrounded by crocodiles, swimming here. In the face of the nervous shouts of the female soldiers, Chen Haonan, who had already walked to the middle of the river, raised his right hand and gestured OK, and then, his throat emitted a strange rhythmic whistle. The sound spread out, and under the stunned eyes of the female soldiers, the blisters that bubbled up around them sank one by one, and it didn't take long for the river to return to calm, leaving Chen Haonan in the middle, leisurely stepping on the water, and at the same time putting his weapon on his little head, recruiting them. Come here. Considering that it would stimulate the crocodile fathers lurking around, Chen Haonan held his throat and screamed milkily, which was very inconsistent with his usual image of a majestic little instructor. Seeing this scene, the female soldiers who couldn't figure it out immediately chose to take off their clothes 3 or 5 times, of course, not naked, leaving their pants, wrapping their clothes and weapons together, putting them on their little heads, and quickly flowing across the river. I don't understand why. Anyway, the instructors are hanging, and they can obey. Sure enough, as you go deep into the river, the surroundings are peaceful, and sometimes, you can see a few long water lines newly formed on the surface of the river, but they spread out to the surroundings and did not come closer, as if Chen Haonan, who was standing in the middle of the river, was a lightning rod, avoiding all the evil gods in the mangroves. Soon, everyone successfully went ashore. Tiger God, what is the principle of this, can you share it? The female soldiers quickly put on clean clothes, checked their weapons and luggage, and questioned Tan Xiaolin. As a high-achieving student abroad, she couldn't understand why. In that scene just now, it seems that crocodiles are afraid of Chen Haonan? How do you say that? If I say, these crocodiles want to be my mom and dad, would you believe me? Knowing that he couldn't give a satisfactory answer, Chen Haonan continued to remain cold and glanced at the female soldiers. Next time you cross the river, don't take off your pants, you wasted 1 minute, just come over directly, otherwise, if the enemy comes, you lose your pants and rush into the forest with your pants on? Although this is possible, but the ants and snakes in the forest like fragrant thighs the most, well, I can't share with you about how to cross the mangroves for the time being, and I don't have time now. Click, Chen Haonan snapped a finger and pointed to the front. The enemy's base camp is in front, you fall into the forest first, I will go to reconnoiter and wait for my order. What does he mean to sneak in alone? The female soldiers were willing to help, but they also knew that since the instructor said so, it must be the best choice, so they could only be led by Tan Xiaolin and rushed into the forest to hide. After the female soldiers finished lurking, Chen Haonan immediately began to disguise, and with the assistance of Shirley Eagle Eye, he catapulted and quickly disappeared into the depths of the forest. It didn't take long for Chen Haonan to be inserted into the forest, and through the skill of chasing wind and shadows, he had already smelled a dangerous breath, which made him like a crocodile smelling blood, and he was suddenly excited. Don't be in a hurry, I sense that there are still people moving, so determine the direction first. Chen Haonan knows very well that there are big fish in front. If this wave of wind and waves can be used well, he will win the first place in this event, and he will be stable. Just when Chen Haonan was waiting in the forest, the general headquarters of the border was brightly lit. The chiefs who had stayed up for a day and a night had barely closed their eyes, and they all had red panda eyes, still communicating about the situation of this operation. Chief, the participating team, there have been 15 special forces out of the competition, 6 members are missing, the enemy is too strong. In addition to the hacker mercenary group, there are also all kinds of secret enemies, for example, the assassin mercenary group composed of the Boy Scouts. This is a team of more than 100 people, notorious, specializing in the use of abducted children for training. Their leader Gundam, there is something wrong with his psychology. It is said that after he joined the army and retired, he found that his wife gave birth to 3 children, none of them were his children, he went crazy. There is a natural hostility towards children. Yi Lao, who was drinking herbal tea to refresh himself, listened quietly, knocked his fingers on the wooden table from time to time, waited until the correspondent finished his report, and said, "These Asan next door say that they love peace every day, and they declare that they will not provoke our border defense and will not send troops. But so many mercenary groups have been hired, and even the Boy Scouts have come in, and the wind and waves are getting bigger and bigger. By the way, has the Thunder Special Team come? Let them come faster and participate in this encirclement and suppression operation." The Thunder Special Team is a legendary unit in the capital, and it is still above the Dragon Soul Commando. As a contemporary legend, they will not participate in such an event. Originally, Yi Lao felt that with the elite of the 5 military regions, he could destroy the hacker mercenary group, but as more and more hidden forces broke out, he naturally had to increase his chips and use his trump card. The Thunder Special Team has joined the battle yesterday, and their captain, Lin Xiaoyan, also asked who injured Longzhan. I didn't say. The correspondent who smiled bitterly fell on Gao Shiwei, the head of the Southeast Military Region. Oh, I forgot that they had a good personal relationship. Yi Lao suddenly remembered the cold and ruthless child, turned his head and asked, "Gao boy, that child named Chen Haonan, do you have any information about him?" The little guy doesn't know that the sky is high and the earth is thick, and he offended people at the beginning, hoping to survive on the battlefield. Yi Lao admires Chen Haonan. After all, a child of his age is still thinking about tearing up the homework book every day, including his grandson. The last time he visited relatives, the 6-year-old grandson used post-it notes to paste Yi Lao into a transformed monster, and said that he was a Superman and wanted to defeat the monster. No news, it's good news. I believe in my son. Righteous son, huh? If the little guy can come back alive, I must be his righteous grandfather. Hearing this, the mouths of the people present twitched slightly. Let the hawk boss of the military department be a grandfather. This is too strong. At least, the backstage is harder than the crotch of iron pants. Ah, by the way, this seems to be the second time that Yi Lao has said such a thing. He failed in the cafeteria. Will he succeed? When everyone's thoughts were raised, another communication staff officer stood up with an excited face. Report, I received the latest news. The assassin mercenary group led by Gundam, that is, the notorious Boy Scouts, has been completely wiped out. This is the agent we planted in the forest. The feedback news, he doesn't know who killed it. The corpses are scattered in the ancient town. The armbands are torn. It was our people who did it. Hearing the news, Yi Lao and the others all made a movement, clenched their fists and waved them, excited as if they were minotaurs. The Boy Scout Corps is very hidden. In the past, in the Vietnam War, there were disguised boys who killed the kind-hearted officers of the Yin Kingdom. Yi Lao was worried about this, so he let the Thunder Commando enter the jungle to fight. Unexpectedly, after a night, the Assassin Corps was wiped out. It seems that Lin Xiaoyan led people to do it. Only the Thunder Commando has this strength, and they have wiped out all the boy soldiers without knowing it. Regarding Yi Lao's speculation, the other leaders all nodded silently. Only Gao Shiwei was stunned for a moment, and then said to himself, "Maybe my kid did it. You all underestimated Chen Haonan." Of course, Mr. Gao is embarrassed to say it, and guessing is speculation. Report, Chief. The agent also fed back another piece of news. One of the leaders of the hacker mercenary group, more than 200 mercenary detachments led by Heimu, were also destroyed. Among them, half of them were sniped in the ancient town, the other half fled into the forest, and many people were killed. The scene seemed to be a large explosion. Heimu was also killed. There are photos passed over. Do you want to see it? After speaking, the excited communications staff officer directly handed over his domestic mobile phone, and then he was a little puzzled. The degree of destruction of the scene, it seems to be high explosives. It is quite terrible. The forest has destroyed a lot, and few of the corpses at the scene are intact. The tone of the communications staff officer was a little surprised and shocked, which was also the voice of these bigwigs present. There was no need to say hello. Mr. Gao and the others automatically stood behind Yi Lao, who took the mobile phone and peeked directly. Gazing at it, I saw that a large area of land had been emptied in the large forest, and there were corpses lying in the field. Some of them were missing legs and arms, some were missing heads, and some were missing major parts. The picture is frozen on a corpse with a third of the head missing, which should be Heimu. Looking, Yi Lao's hearty laughter, which had been held back for a day and a night, finally sounded in everyone's ears. Ha, it's worthy of the Thunder Commando, it's worthy of Lin Chaoyang. He just entered the battlefield yesterday, and he took out the two enemies lurking in the ancient town. It's the first Thunder. When he comes back, I want to personally commend him. In his tone, there was a great compliment and relief. After destroying the two teams, the pressure on the participating special forces will be much lighter. They can be on the battlefield and have time to grow up. Yi Lao never doubted the growth of these soldiers. This chapter is not over. Please click on the next page to continue reading. The Thunder Commando is really powerful. Did they bring a high explosive bag? Such an explosion scene is enough to see the power of the arrangement. It is worthy of a contemporary legend. The 5th unit, the Ordinary Special Forces, is still incomparable. After this incident, let the Thunder Commando team share their experience. Everyone talked about it, expressing their admiration and shock for the Thunder Commando. Only Mr. Gao was silent, muttering where he was, and no one knew what he was muttering. The dark mercenary group, around the base camp, you can see mercenaries in black uniforms, patrolling back and forth. Everyone has sharp eyes, constantly sweeping around, above their heads. The light of the light keeps scanning the surroundings back and forth for a moment, driving away the darkness and making the surroundings like day. The base camp is a sturdy row of wooden houses, and further inside, there are huge tents, which are also brightly lit. Inside the tent, there stood a tall mercenary in a black uniform. He was muscular, his temperament was cold, he was blind in one eye, inlaid with black beads, and he looked at people even more gloomily. This person is the one-eyed dragon in Heimu's mouth, the boss of this hacker mercenary group. The one-eyed dragon is a calm and composed person, good at infiltrating combat, and also good at fighting tough battles. His motto is, money and women cannot shake my willpower. The only person who can shake my willpower is my stepfather, but he has been killed. But the assassin, the always calm fellow, kept twitching with his stiff face, showing his inner turmoil. Gundam's perverted core, if you die, you die. Heimu is a smart person, he specializes in lurking reconnaissance, he doesn't fight uncertain battles, and he has more than 200 people, and he is elite, well-equipped, and armed to the teeth. Why were they all killed? Just now, the latest news fed back by the communication soldiers, Heimu's detachment, was annihilated in the ancient border town, which made him angry until now. It's been 2 days since the Yenghua people came in, but these boy soldiers can't be Heimu's opponents. Besides, they are still so scattered, a small team, no more than 10 people, how can they fight with Heimu's people? It couldn't be that Heimu clashed with Gundam first, and the two sides fought each other, and more than half of them were killed and injured before they were seized? That's the only explanation. Thinking of this, the one-eyed dragon roared, have you found out, how did Heimu die, and where did he die? He just knew that Heimu and his soldiers had lost contact with him in the ancient town, and he didn't know how he died. Filled with rage, he carried an AK-47 loaded with bullets, and the anger that came out of his whole body seemed to set the roof on fire. Report, boss, according to the news from Asan's side, their plane has filmed the scene, and more than half of Captain Heimu and his soldiers were killed in the forest, and the scene looks like a small nuclear bomb. Blown up? How can it be? Heimu's greatest specialty is counter-reconnaissance, he will be blown up? Heimu, as my partner, you actually died here. How tragic it is, it really hurts me. I will definitely avenge you. It just so happened that I captured 2 residents of the border defense of the Yen country, and I will sacrifice to you to the sky. The fierce one-eyed dragon said my companion's words in a gay tone, but he was still angry, and walked out with an AK-47 in front of a wooden house where the hostages were kept, and kicked the door open. Except for Heimu, no one knows that the one-eyed dragon has a soft woman's heart, and he likes Heimu, who is covered in black hair like an animal. Otherwise, the black boss before he dies will not threaten Shenhaonan, and the boss will definitely avenge me. After kicking open the door, you can see that in the room, there are 2 Yenghua people tied up, a middle-aged man, about 50 years old, and a 17 or 18-year-old boy, both of whom are staring at the one-eyed dragon with their eyes high. You'd better let us go, otherwise, the People's Liberation Army won't let you go. The middle-aged man's tone was serious, with a plea for mercy. And the 17 or 18-year-old boy was not afraid at all, staring at each other and shouting, we Yenghua people, what we pay attention to is that people don't offend me. I don't offend people, we live well on the border, and we haven't offended you. Why did we come here and beat us? In the face of the young man's unyielding questioning, the one-eyed dragon was furious, directly raised the AK-47, directly killed the young man, and smashed his head, and then beat him to death, and the cries of the middle-aged man's collapse. The whole scene was very bloody, and the prisoners were still Asan's government soldiers, which were used to reconcile and give money. Ordinary residents, 10,000, Yenghua soldiers, 100,000, and 1,000,000 officers.
As a result, seeing that the one-eyed dragon directly killed the two residents of the Yen country, the two Asen soldiers were surprised and angry. Now is not the time to kill them, this is for negotiation. What are you going to do? What are you doing? Hee, I don't want to do it, let's die. Did day. The gunfire raged again, and the two Asan soldiers who questioned him never dreamed that the one-eyed dragon would turn his face immediately, and he would die directly. No matter what force did it, find a way to find out. Lao Tzu wants to destroy them, no matter who it is, no one can stop it. The one-eyed dragon who lost her boyfriend is so angry, like a sad and desperate lady, but this woman is a little tall and her Adam's apple is obvious. After venting, the one-eyed dragon, who returned to his single state, went back to the battalion commander and rested directly. Approaching the dawn of the night, it was even darker. The beacon of the hacker mercenary group has been extinguished a lot. After all, the sky is almost dawn, and the soldiers who have been tired all night will also start to rest in turn. There is a natural mangrove forest in front of you, and unless an enemy is in a helicopter, it can fall from the sky, so there is nothing to worry about. Outside the camp, Chen Haonan, who was looking at the detection light that was extinguished for the second time, showed a cold smile, and came, but he didn't expect that the other party still had divine assistance, so he actually turned off the lights in advance. With the assistance of Shirley Eagle Eye, he saw that someone in the post began to change shifts. It should be the day shift, instead of the night shift. Considering the power problem, he directly turned off the detection light. After all, this is a generator to generate electricity, not a steady stream of energy supply. Chen Haonan is like a small fish, quickly inserting himself into the darkness, his body constantly advancing. It doesn't matter. It seems to be very fast, but in fact, by chasing the wind and catching shadows, Chen Haonan can be a clever magician, constantly hiding his position, and at the same time inwardly deducing the next combat policy. Capture the thief and capture the king first. However, it is too difficult to lurk into the base camp with a big grin. You must create turmoil on the periphery, let them mess up from the inside, in order to find an opportunity to stabilize the waves. Although you are so strong and fearless, but this is a large-scale operation, you can call for an aircraft and tank charge in a moment, shoot a shot, and directly disappear. Constantly hinting at himself, this is the psychology of hanging too much, people will float. Once, Chen Haonan felt that he was a shotgun, directly killed it, and then God blocked and killed God, Buddha blocked and killed Buddha. Fortunately, reason told him that if he did this, it would not be long before the child could eat the feast, and then his father and mother could only continue to work hard to create people, and the new people used to inherit tens of billions of inheritances. Eagle Eye, given the dark eye, Chen Haonan had already taken off his shirt and pants, entered a state of full body camouflage, and cautiously walked towards the door of the camp. This is something that can't be helped. In the novel, it is always said that the protagonist appears at the door, directly twists the sentry's neck, and then smashes it in with a big grin, and hangs it to explode. Actually, it's not like that. The hackers are all experienced, and after seeing the trees around the door, plus the lights, how could he go over and twist his neck? It's rare to say hello with a big grin. Anyway, I can only take it off, shake it crookedly, enter a camouflage state, and then touch it carefully. Chen Haonan at this moment, in fact, is similar to Yi Chengwang, who was covered in mud to dodge hotspot tracking. The difference is that one faces people and the other faces instruments. The same thing is that they all shield everything. Sticking to the wall to avoid the shadow from falling to the ground, the frank Chen Haonan approached the door. At the door, the two baked cakes that had just been replaced were recalling the beauty of the girl in the bed, as well as the hard work of standing guard, and the runaway boss had already killed the government soldiers. He must have pushed it to the people of Yenghua, and then raised the chips again. It was really shrewd. The two Yenghua hunters, father and son, were directly shot in the head by the boss. The corpse was disposed of by me. It was really bloody. That young man still held a 5-pointed star in his hand. It is estimated that he hoped that the People's Liberation Army would save him. Those Yenghua boy soldiers, we chased and beaten. How to save them? We can only call a helicopter to retreat. This is our territory. Be careful, don't just negotiate the door. The reason why the one-eyed dragon boss is angry is that the three masters Heimu were wiped out in the forest. You don't know, they are engaged in the relationship of the base. Really, the boss is such a tall and mighty man, he is engaged in G? My God, is he above or below? It is said that it is below Mary, my ear is pregnant.
The next words gradually began to be chaotic, and the two foreign mercenaries were discussing various taboo topics, such as posture.
Actually killed the hunters of the Yen Kingdom, or a father and son?
Anger burst out from Chen Haonan's heart, making his whole body stiffen, and he approached the past like a ghost. The dagger in his hand quickly wiped the neck of a mercenary on the left, who clutched his throat and made a hee-hee-hee sound, and fell down quickly. The reason why he couldn't scream was that Chen Haonan cut so fast and deep that his neck was about to be broken.
The ant-strengthened unicorn arm is not blown. What are you doing?
Another mercenary turned his head to look, and saw his companion squatting down inexplicably. His throat still made a hee-hee sound, planted on the ground, and cocked his buttocks, and couldn't help kicking over, scolding, "Come less, Lao Tzu is not a base, but your posture is so handsome, you have to shake it. I'm sorry, I'll pull you up." He couldn't help but laugh and look down to pull his companion, and suddenly the back of his neck hurt, and then he saw a small cute figure flash in front of him, and quickly disappeared.
Oh no, there's a villain coming in.
He shouted hard, only to find that he couldn't scream. His neck drooped down, and he was quiet as usual.
The difference is that he died.
The host kills two mercenaries in anger, and the experience points are doubled, and 40 experience points are gained. The system reward made the angry Chen Haonan suppress his anger. "I'll go, shoot angrily, and you can also be rewarded, remind me early." "Steady, steady, don't kill as much as possible, otherwise the corpse will cause turmoil among the enemy. I must break into the interior and let them mess up again, in order to get twice the result with half the effort." Chen Haonan, who felt that he was strong enough to blow up the earth, kept reminding himself that he must stay calm. People are like this. There are some bigwigs who have not suffered any setbacks. They are buying and buying, taking loans and loans, and they feel that they are the emperors, and they set up a song and dance troupe and set up Jinyuan football, but they didn't stabilize, and then sent themselves in. Quickly turning himself like a hairball, behind a tree on the spot, Chen Haonan saw the second level, the same two mercenaries in black uniforms. The difference was that they were leading two hunting dogs. As if smelling the breath of a strong man on his body, the two tall hounds began to bark, and the dog's head sniffed around.
Dangerous. Sure enough, it can't be too wavy. The next moment, Chen Haonan opened the story of style, exuding the breath of a hunting dog, and released a breath to the two hunting dogs. "Two old six, I am your companion, let's hide and seek. You go to the depths of the courtyard to hide first, I will come to look for you. Whoever hides well, I am the dog girlfriend of one of you." This dog's doggy message was sent out, and something strange happened. Chen Haonan really saw that the two cheetahs seemed to have been promoted, roared a few times, and called to the corner where he was hiding with great joy, and then regardless of the master's retention, after breaking free of the reins, he ran towards the other side of the courtyard made of wood. It's all the way. Is there a situation? The two mercenaries immediately chased after the dog. Chen Haonan passed the second level unharmed, walked more than a dozen steps, and every time he found the location of the tent, two more mercenaries on patrol appeared, also leading two dogs, but what did not move was that this was a military dog. After seducing a wave of wind and seducing a wave, the military power with its own dog principle was unmoved, but it was not called. In the eyes of the two military dogs, Chen Haonan, who is in a state of camouflage, is not dangerous. He is small, very cute, and can be introduced to the same kind, but if you want them to leave their posts, no way. Chen Haonan observed the surroundings and found that there was no hidden route that could be avoided. I have to say that these levels are well set up, and they are stuck in any direction that can be bypassed. I can't seduce you, I can only use it. I'm sorry, dog friend. You have to break in and make a big. Chen Haonan was on the ground, quickly found two stones, and with the technique of god-level weapon skills, he catapulted towards the two loyal military dogs. With a bang, the two stones hit the heads of the two military dogs in a water-hitting manner, making the latter scream at the same time, and the dog's head was chaotic for a while, but he didn't faint, he just circled in place, and as for the weapon that hit the dog, it had already ejected away. The barking of the military dog attracted the attention of the two mercenaries, who immediately looked around and checked the situation of the military dog at the same time. Unfortunately, they didn't find any wounds, and they couldn't find the small figure hiding in the corner of the wall, unless they got very close. After the two of them squatted down, Chen Haonan's whole body ejected, and when the two mercenaries focused on the military dog, he quickly flashed. In this process, the loyal military dog was in a state of dizziness. The dog's head was short-circuited, and it did not bark, nor did it cause the mercenary to call the police.
After Chen Haonan flashed this way, he finally saw a huge wall made of wood, and after the wall stretched to the sky, it formed an inward closing shape, like a huge bird's nest. Little Master, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. The back is more exciting. Be careful, make the base camp a bird's nest, but unfortunately, you are facing a high jumper. Chen Haonan relaxed his nervous nerves. Climbing the bird's nest is not a big problem for him, Peter Pan. The main thing is to find wood or bamboo poles. There is definitely no shortage here. Sure enough, he soon found a large pile of wood not far away, as well as bamboo poles, which should be left over from the base camp of the building. Walking over, Chen Haonan grabbed a bamboo pole, and was about to come to a run, when suddenly, the door of the bird's nest in front opened, and a car drove out. The boss's order: avenge Captain Haimu. No matter who killed him, he must destroy the other party, otherwise, don't come back here. Chen Haonan didn't fully understand, so he understood what was black and hard. I don't know if that's the point. It doesn't matter what black or hard they are, the more people go out, the more convenient it is for me to move. The praying mantis catches the cicada and the yellow finches behind. They never dreamed that the enemy has already mixed in. However, there is not much time left for me. If these guys go to the main entrance, they will find the corpse. It is still too impulsive. After these convoys went out, Chen Haonan didn't stay anymore. He didn't dare to walk in through the main entrance, and the ability to catch the wind and shadow told him that there were many crises inside, and if he went in with a big grin, even if he was in a disguised state, he would be discovered. You have to jump on it, and be a warrior who falls from the sky, just like the old practice of lightning fighting. Thanks to Lao Lei, he has accumulated experience points for himself at the cost of dying in battle. After making up his mind, Chen Haonan ran a little, throwing his small body like a hydrangea, throwing it high, almost reaching the top of more than 10 meters, and then in the night sky, like a little hamster with wings outstretched, it landed firmly at the top of the wooden wall. The whole scene was hung and exploded, and if the female soldiers were here, they would have exclaimed trapeze. Chen Haonan's small body was like a spider sticking to the wooden wall, although he was very hanging, but he couldn't control everything that happened. For example, the slight impact just now has attracted the attention of the people patrolling below. Two mercenaries in black uniforms, looking up in disbelief, looked at a black figure stuck to the wall, a small human figure. What is this? Someone came in? The two of them hesitated for a moment, and the two small stones kissed their temples at an astonishing speed, and the violent impact made the two of them tremble directly, and they completely lost consciousness. The host starts the adventure mode, kills 2 enemies, and gains 40 XP. It is worth mentioning that Chen Haonan likes the traditional craft of stone burrowing too much, and when he trains female soldiers, he often punches acupoints, which is light and numb, and is directly at the peak of life, just like these 2 mercenaries directly terminated their lives. The art of the stone, which can give full play to his ant power, and there is no noise, is really the best choice to kill people. The only drawback is that it is not very convenient to carry. After killing the 2 mercenaries, Chen Haonan lightly jumped down from the wooden wall and rolled on the ground, dissolving the force of the impact. As soon as he rolled into a corner, 2 more mercenaries appeared. These 2 were carrying a basket, and the aroma came out of it, which made Chen Haonan, who had consumed a lot of strength, move his little nose for a while. 3M, 2M, 1M. After a silent thought, Chen Haonan was like Neza was born, rolling all over the ground, and after getting close to the 2 mercenaries, he ejected. The dagger in his hand wiped out the neck of the mercenary in front of him. What? The second mercenary reacted very quickly, lifting the gun hanging around his neck and trying to hook it down, but Chen Haonan had already made a dragon and jumped on his neck. The dagger flashed, and blood rushed out. The mercenary who was stabbed felt an itch in his throat, and lost his strength in an instant, and with the kind help of Chen Haonan, he leaned against the shadow of the root of the wall and fell asleep forever. The host starts adventure mode and gets 40 XP again. Exciting, the experience points are starting to roll, but there is not much time left for me. Until this moment, Chen Haonan didn't want to use female soldiers. What he wanted to do was to let this place blow up, make chaos, and come to an inside-outside cooperation. Just after disposing of the corpse, Dongfan was already slightly white, and the sky showed a shy color. Airplanes. Overhead, there was the sound of the propellers churning strongly. Chen Haonan looked up and saw the helicopter landing in the sky above the bird's nest, and then, someone shouted in bird language, and around him, mercenaries kept appearing. These people ran in the direction of the helicopter landing, and no one noticed Chen Haonan's existence.
After turning on the eagle eye, Chen Haonan saw that these people were actually going to carry arms. His little eyes lit up, and he immediately followed. Between the chaos and the hurry, no one noticed the child hiding in the shadows, and soon, he locked the location of the arsenal. After a while, the last militant to carry his weapon, humming his whistle, left the arsenal. Unbeknownst to him, a child had been hidden in the armament. In the warehouse, there were neatly stacked guns, boxes of grenades, rows of bazookas, slots, and high explosive packs. The so-called explosives expert, Chen Haonan, is so happy that he bares his teeth directly. Made, this is simply tailor-made for him. He left his hands, and made a free combination of grenades and high explosives to make a time giant mother bomb. Thank you, General Mai, for teaching me how to make a giant mother bomb with his life. Chen Haonan, who was busy in the dark warehouse, actually took time out of his mind to get the scene of Hui Xiang, who had red lips and long legs, and planted strawberries for himself on his neck, and the girlfriend said that she was a soldier for herself, and she didn't know if she went to join the army? Just when Chen Haonan was busy, at the gate of the base, the two mercenaries who came to change shifts were stunned to find that the soldiers who were standing guard here were gone. They hurriedly searched for them, and in a few moments, they found two dead bodies. Enemy attack, sound the emergency alarm. Yes. The next moment, a loud siren sounded at the base. After the alarm sounded, the mercenaries who stayed in the base immediately blew up their nests, grabbed their guns and rushed out of the warm quilts, scolding one by one, with very poor discipline and heavy resentment. After all, they came to be mercenaries for money and freedom. Where is the enemy, outside or inside? I don't know for the time being, but the soldiers standing guard were killed. Assassination, it means that there are not many people. At this time you should form a small team to find someone. Why do you call everyone up? Lady Liberty, you are committing a crime. The one-eyed dragon also woke up, and when he learned that the two soldiers standing guard had been killed, he was not too quick to react, and ordered the mercenaries to search from the inside out, and then search the outer jungle. And at this moment, Chen Haonan was waiting in the jungle, and the White Tiger soldiers, who were waiting for everyone to lose contact, saw the soldiers in front of them explode, patrolled everywhere, and became chaotic. They all knew that Chen Haonan must have done it. Wait for the instructor's order and kill in. Captain, did the instructor give any signals? No, but he must have given a different signal. Just wait. Tan Xiaolin smiled like an ant. Sure enough, her voice just fell. At the center of gravity of the base in front, there was a boom, an earth-shattering loud noise, followed by a burst of fire rising into the sky, and the ground trembled violently, and then mushroom clouds emerged. Little Master, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. The back is more exciting. However, the explosion was like a firecracker, and the bombardment continued, and the subsequent explosions were not as exaggerated as the first wave, but they continued to stun the female soldiers. As an instructor, this time there were no fireworks, just firecrackers. What a big deal. As an instructor, he must have entered the arsenal and used the bombs inside, but how is this set up? Ouyang Qian was so envious that she cried. She wondered, she became Chen Haonan's girlfriend with a dead face. Could she be coquettish and let the instructor teach her traditional skills? I learned this traditional craft, and I am also serving him. Don't look at the firecrackers, rush over, guard the exit, come out and kill the other. Under Tan Xiaolin's order, the female soldiers immediately rushed out of their hiding place and ran to block the door of the house. This feeling is like asking for red envelopes after the New Year's firecrackers, but these female soldiers are begging for their lives. Tan Xiaolin should bring someone to rush over and block the door to kill the enemy. This time is just right. In the panicked bird's nest, Chen Haonan, who had already come out of the warehouse, looked at the flames of the arsenal and felt a little excited to explode. The giant mother bomb is easy to use, a series of explosions, and the power is deduced to the highest. No wonder those experts in the Military Intelligence Bureau are crazy like that bird, and they can't wait to dig themselves out of their department. Shameless, and the children will not let go. All around, there were mercenaries running over to meet the arms. In their opinion, the explosion of the arsenal was a misfire and caused the explosion, and they didn't think that Chen Haonan was behind the ghost. They just know that if all the ammunition here is blown up and all the bullets are burned, how can they fight? I have to say that the explosion power set by Chen Haonan is still very good, and it caused a local fire, so that these pens feel that there is still a chance. So, piles of mercenaries joined the firefighting heroes hunting, and where they didn't notice, Chen Haonan had already lurked towards the base camp.
Guarded by 4 soldiers, and the largest house, this should be the base camp. A few minutes later, Chen Haonan had already come to a huge wooden house and threw out the small stone he was holding in his hand. 2 small stones, volleying each other, shattered in midair, making a crisp slamming sound.
"What's the sound? You two go and see," he said.
The 4 mercenaries were guarding the front of the wooden house, looking at the sky-high fire in front of them. They had long been a little absent-minded, and after hearing the voice, the leader of the team motioned for the 2 soldiers to go over and have a look. The 2 mercenaries immediately followed the sound, and before they could reach their positions, there was a sound of collision in front of them. This is the central territory, heavily guarded. The 2 of them actually didn't think too much, and thought that some small animals had come in through the cracks. After all, the arsenal exploded, and it must have alarmed the birds and beasts in the forest. When they reached the corner, 2 stones shot at them, shattering their temples directly, and a small black shadow rushed out, helping them to fall and dragging them into the shadows beside them.
"Been there for so long?"
After waiting for 5 minutes, seeing that no one came back, the leader who spoke just now was a little panicked. If he let the boss One-Eyed Dragon know that someone was negligent in his duties, he would be killed. Since the death of Captain Haimu, the boss has been a little nervous. After some discussion, they decided to take a quick look. Until now, when the explosion of the arsenal, they still felt that their people had gone wrong, which was completely accidental. After all, when moving weapons, there were always some unlucky ghosts who accidentally made a spark, and if they jumped on the explosives bag, it might cause an explosion. It's too careless. After coming for a month, after everyone got rich, everyone was careless, including Captain Haimu, otherwise, he wouldn't have died. When he walked over, the leader sighed for a moment, and suddenly, a sharp knife light appeared, stabbing into the neck of the companion next to him, followed by a warm breath, spraying on his face and body.
"Enemy!"
The leader immediately threw a cold shiver and an adrenaline rush, but instead of trying to raise his gun, he swooped down on the ground. This is the experience he has accumulated, and since the enemy can kill his companions in lightning, he must be ready to take him down. Sure enough, where he was standing just now, a flash of light flashed, and the figure of a child was revealed. The little mouth babbled, and the little head turned to look at him.
"How? It's a child with no clothes on."
Oh, God!
If this attacker was a woman, he wouldn't be surprised. This is actually a stinky child? Who is he and how did he get in?
Many thoughts flashed, and the next moment, his pupils narrowed with stimulation, and he immediately let go of the whistle that was about to be put in his mouth, and rolled out towards the ground, because the child suddenly rolled on the spot, and the speed was so fast that he didn't even have time to blow the whistle. With a dragon body method, no one knows how to roll the sheet better than Chen Haonan. Like a Hot Wheel, he rolled quickly, caught up with the mercenary, and threw himself into the opponent's arms like a milk swallow, and the dagger in his hand had already been fiercely inserted into the opponent's vital point, stirring strongly.
The host starts adventure mode and gets 40 XP again.
Looking at the mercenary who was frozen in the eyes of a dead fish, Chen Haonan ejected and sighed softly. Good skills, but it's a pity to roll the sheets. No one is as fast as me. After solving all the guards, Chen Haonan walked quickly towards the base camp with a big grin, and the last level was over, hoping that there was the biggest fish inside. At the entrance, Chen Haonan walked indifferently into the wooden building with the footsteps of 6 relatives who did not recognize him. It seemed that he looked very indifferent. In fact, the skill of chasing the wind and catching shadows had shrouded all the breath in the wooden building.
These breaths are leisurely, panicked, and angry, corresponding to the 3-story wooden building.
The 2 mercenaries on the first floor wore 2-star armbands, and were leisurely drinking tea and chatting, as if the explosion outside had nothing to do with them, because their identity was a military doctor, and their job was to treat soldiers, and they were responsible for the physical recuperation of the One-Eyed Dragon, and no one dared to ask them for anything, otherwise, they would strike directly. It's a pity that there is no girl massage here, and life is really boring. Yes, they can kill the enemy and make money, so we don't have this opportunity, and after a month of ascetic life, we feel as pure as a child. The 2 military doctors have very good incomes, and their favorite thing to do is to go to the land of fireworks when they are on vacation, spend flowers and plants, save the girl who has lost their footing, and do a good job in poverty alleviation. It's a pity that this is the jungle, and the flowers and plants are gone. The footsteps sounded, and the 2 romantic military doctors who liked flowers and plants looked up and saw a child more than a meter tall, clapping his palms and grinning, as if he had walked into his back garden. He's very young, but he's picturesque. The two military doctors glanced at each other, shook their heads and sobered up, especially, they hadn't carried out poverty alleviation work for too long, and they actually saw a boy with clear eyebrows and beautiful eyes, and he couldn't be saved.
Kid, where are you from? What are you doing here?
Whose child?
I'll go, in the jungle, without any clothes and trousers. Aren't you afraid that the mosquitoes will bite off his dings? The military doctor joked, staring at Chun Haonan's waist, wrapped around a wide black uniform, which looked funny. The clothes were dropped by Chun Haonan at the entrance. He was originally naked. This was to facilitate camouflage. When he came in just now, he took off a black uniform and tied it around his waist, a bit of a bad teenager's sense of déjà vu. Are you here to see a doctor?
Does the ass hurt, or?
This is the doctor. Chun Haonan sensed the surroundings, then walked over with a cold and ruthless face, and said casually, I did come to see the doctor. You see, I am so sick that I dare not wear clothes. The two medics covered their mouths and trembled with laughter. Chun Haonan also laughed with them, approached quickly, and then grabbed the two heads and slammed them violently. The laughter stopped, and then, they all died. The host starts adventure mode and earns 40 XP.
When the sound of the system sounded, Chun Haonan had already walked towards the wooden ladder on the second floor, picking up the stairs. His expression still did not fluctuate, and it seemed as if he had done something insignificant. This kind of psychological quality is trained in the Siberian concentration camps, and the best killer must be an emotionless killing machine.
In the current situation, there are two options for Chun Haonan to choose.
First, you can notify the female soldier that she has been killed. Second, this building is full of leaders, officers, try to kill it, maybe you can catch a big fish. The first type looks more stable, and the inside and outside should be combined, but it can't get rid of the biggest head, and if the other party contacts the government army, it will inevitably fall into passivity. If it is in Siberia, Chun Haonan is not afraid of anything, and all the devils in Japan have been killed by him, but here is the border defense, and the best way is to kill the other party, but not admit it, and let the other party guess. This is a terrible deterrent.
Go on the adventure.
Chun Haonan chose the second option, and decided to continue to endure the crisis reminder of the sixth sense, and take the risk to try it. He walked up the stairs as fast as he could, and at the same time, touched the explosive bag hidden in the pocket of his clothes. This is the giant mother's timed explosives bag, and he keeps a backhand. This is the last killer feature. After all, I am a child, and I have to be more steady. He single-handedly came in. Half of it was for experience points, and half of it was to teach these Asan a lesson, especially listening to Yi Lao say what these white-eyed wolves did, which strengthened the determination of the strong to work hard.
Second floor, inside the room.
Four middle-aged mercenaries gathered around the round table, drinking beer and eating food, and heard laughter from downstairs, followed by a crunching sound. The two military doctors downstairs are really leisurely. We are killing in and out. They follow to drink tea and chat with some flower girls. Every day is Yoshio 11, so comfortable, it's really enviable. There's nothing to envy. Why didn't you go to the doctor exam in the first place, become a doctor in country H, at least $200,000 a year, and protest against the country's expansion of recruitment, lawless doctors? Forget it, the one-eyed dragon boss is dead. He is very unhappy. Don't talk about these doctors who like flowers and plants. We must come up with a plan, how to find out the murderer behind it. At this moment, the wooden door behind him was pushed open, and a mercenary looked back, and his eyes fell on a pair of small short legs, which made him a little stunned, and then his eyes climbed up, and his color changed instantly.
His pupils shrank, and he shouted, Hans, Mar.
Behind you. After Chun Haonan pushed open the door, he had quickly appeared behind a mercenary, and the saber he held in his right hand wiped the neck that he turned around, and suddenly, blood gushed from his neck, spraying on the faces and bodies of the other three. Surprised, they wasted some time. Chun Haonan, a Siberian killing machine, had already stabbed the throat of a mercenary who was about to stand up, and the latter also spurted blood and fell to the ground.
Killer.
Boy Scouts. One of the mercenaries turned the table over, and the other had already stood up, instinctively slamming his fist at Chun Haonan in the direction of his little face, wanting to smash the boy soldier in front of him into a dimple with one punch. He had a self-confidence.
Chun Haonan's free left hand immediately swung his fist to meet it.
Bang! Faster speed, powerful and heavy little fist, directly knocked the mercenary upside down and flew out, and then hit the wooden wall, struggled a few times, and could no longer stand up.
The whole process takes no more than 5 seconds.
And Chen Haonan continued to roll on the ground with lightning, and with a click, the bullet drilled into the ground, leaving rows of bullet holes that transmitted light. The last mercenary finally seized the opportunity, grabbed the AK-47 erected next to the wall, pushed the round table, and fired a burst of bullets at Chen Haonan, venting frantically. At this time, Chen Haonan, who had already started a dragon body method, slapped the floor, and his small body had already catapulted to the wall, and began to walk along the wooden wall, like a ghost, spanning a distance of more than 2 meters, and when the muzzle of the mercenary's gun rotated in a circle, and before he had time to lock his figure, he plunged a knife into the latter's neck. In a small space, a dragon parkour kills, silently and unguarded, and the martial arts master who died in Uruk, Mr. Thomas has proved it with his own life. The moment he was stabbed in the neck, the muzzle of this mercenary couldn't keep up with the parkour Chen Haonan, and he was directly stabbed to the blood, and his heart was broken. He didn't die right away, just a crazy idea raged and spread. No way. No way. I forgot that he was a child, and if I had been quicker, I had anticipated. Boss. Finally he let out a beastly sound and fell to the ground struggling for his life. Dod did day. The one-eyed dragon upstairs was furious, and Heimu's lover died, and his anger had not yet subsided, and as a result, a huge explosion came from the arsenal. Then, not long after, he heard gunshots downstairs, which made him immediately alert. Someone broke in. As an experienced battlefield veteran, a retired major in Delta, Heimu used to be an upright soldier, and later after retiring, he found that his father had been dead for half a year, and his mother was with an old classmate in the past. This old classmate he also knew, Uncle Wang. He often came to play at home, and he was still a friend of his father, and the three of them had known each other since childhood, classmates, and sworn friends. With the sensitivity of this soldier, Heimu soon found out that his father was actually murdered by his mother and Uncle Wang, and his body was hidden at the bottom of the Nile River and sunk into it, and he also found his father's fishing tackle and shotgun. In the court, he did not have enough evidence, coupled with his mother's denial. He was angry. Just above the court, the judge who was to be bribed, his mother, and Uncle Wang's stepfather were all killed, and began to flee for his life. In the process, he lost an eye, was gently cared for by Heimu, and developed a woman's feelings for him. Later, his strong ability helped him form a hacker mercenary group. Super vigilance, super skill, super sixth sense, is the reason for his life-saving means and rapid rise, and now such a comprehensive military quality tells him that the enemy is coming. This is a powerful enemy, otherwise, he would not have come to the second floor, so he attracted the attention of his subordinates. Who will it be? Will it be the guy who killed Heimu? He quickly put the heavy machine gun leaning against the wall, held it in his hand, grabbed the bullet chain, wrapped it around his arm, and rushed down with a fierce face like Dwayne Johnson. On the second floor, Chen Haonan grabbed an AK-47 and was also going upstairs, and immediately around the corner, he met the one-eyed dragon, and the two sides were like meeting lovers in love around the corner. The air instantly stopped, and the fire quietly came out. Both of them are masters, and in each other's eyes, they both found each other's fighting spirit, and without saying a word, they went straight to work. Dod did day. The condescending one-eyed dragon, with a figure like Dwayne Johnson, is just a Dwayne Johnson who was missing one eye. His reaction is faster. After all, he is waiting for the rabbit, and the heavy machine gun in his hand is crazy to swallow the flames at the first time, spewing out huge bullets, and flowing water shrouds Chen Haonan. Is it you who killed Heimu, huh? Die. That night, he was chased like a lost dog. It was he who stopped the bleeding and gave himself tenderness, just like his mother before he changed his heart, which was a transfer of feelings. This guy is a one-eyed dragon, with obvious characteristics. When Chen Haonan raised his head and locked on the other party's one eye, this thought immediately came to mind, and then the crisis shrouded him. He immediately bounced, supported the wooden staircase with one hand, and quickly leaped down, throwing all the bullets on the floor. What a quick boy! Is he a Gundam-trained killer? What hatred, what resentment! It's obviously a cooperative relationship. Why did you kill Heimu and kill here? These thoughts flashed, but the one-eyed dragon's reaction was not slow. His comprehensive quality was still above the dead ghost Thomas, and he, armed with a heavy machine gun, hurried over and swept in the direction of the second floor. Dod did day. The storm formed by the bullets chased after Chen Haonan's small body, which had already landed on the second floor, and beat the wooden building to the weight of a woman, constantly making a creaking and shaking puncture sound, and the sound pierced the eardrums. In this process, Chen Haonan didn't have time to fight back, and he didn't even have a chance to lift the gun, so he could only rely on the parkour-like dragon body method, walk quickly along the wooden building, support the wooden ladder, and fall to the hall on the first floor. The area of the hall is large and empty, that is, there is not much cover, but in terms of space, it is enough to move. The one-eyed dragon that rushed over, still maintaining its exuberant output, frantically tilted its inventory, and the bullet casings jumped out one after another, accompanied by his angry roar. "You killed my Haimu, you're dead, you're dead." Crazy, violent, excited. In the eyes of the one-eyed dragon, the boy killer who had no escape, must have been swept away by him and died tragically on the spot, and then he would come down and continue to whip the corpse in order to vent the hatred in his heart. Outcome. What he saw. In the hall, the little body, rolling all over the ground, jumping or running, fast and weird, strange to say, as if he had turned on the satellite antenna, every time he rolled, dodged, turned back, moved, and traversed. Sometimes it's like a butterfly wearing flowers, and sometimes it's like a dragonfly dotting water, so many bullets whistling over, they can't hit him. The bullet holes all over the ground seemed to be a symbol of the death dance that accompanied him. How did he do it? Gundam, the cuckold king, can cultivate such a seed master? At this moment, the one-eyed dragon also had to admire, when he was in the army, he was a heavy machine gunner, a sharpshooter, and not a wasted name. He won the shooting championship every year, and he actually couldn't hit an enemy who couldn't fight back. This was the first time it happened. The bouncing bullet chain was rapidly decreasing, and this change told the Cyclops that he could not waste bullets, so he immediately calmly changed to bursting. Such a change immediately made Chen Haonan, who was in a state of chasing after the wind and shadows, usher in an opportunity to fight back. "Maid, I've been pressed and rubbed for so long, and it's finally my turn." Grabbing the gap, Chen Haonan rolled at the same time, and the AK-47, which had been holding